everyone, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. It is week 2 and things are getting intense as we now currently have a crazy team currently leading the leaderboard. It is insane. The competition was fierce last week, but not just the competition, also the casting desk is going to be a little bit crazy. We have a swap with, as usual, AJ. He is here with me. But today we must welcome Choo Choo. Welcome to the panel. How are you doing?
Woo! Honestly, nervous, scared, definitely excited right now. But it's a pleasure and honor to actually share the desk with you guys. Even though we don't have a desk right now, we have monitors. So yeah, sharing the monitors with you guys.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us, Choo Choo. I think we're going to have so much fun. Now, I think we're going to let you sort of sit back and relax here because, AJ, I know that you and me, we did watch the games last week, and I do think we have to give our viewers a bit of a recap as to what happened, who's leading, who are the teams to look out for, and maybe to try and figure out what's happened with some of the teams that we also anticipated to do pretty well last week, which some teams sort of fell flat. It was a sad day for some fans.
Yeah, some teams fell flat, but teams like AB Radicals, Farang, as well as Blacklist International, they hit their high notes, especially AB Radicals, right? One would have not expected them to get 60 kills out there on the battlefield. And, you know, when we were thinking that Alpine was going to be that map where it was going to be in disarray, not a lot of teams would have gotten full mastery of it just yet. This is where AB Radicals shined the most. They took advantage of the fact that all of the other teams haven't really gotten comfortable with the map. Clearly, they've went in there and found true mastery of the knowledge of wherever to kind of spot around. And I kind of found out as well why Wine is so overpowered. You remember Barba?
Yeah.
That's why he just basically renamed himself. That's exactly why he plays like a veteran out there.
That makes sense. But I mean, I guess it was. Yeah. I do think the name was an upgrade, though. I think I said this last week, you know, having a name like Wine, it's a good name. You know, it means the older you get, the more you play, the better you get. You know, that's how Wine ages. Yeah. Oh, goodness. But this is going to be a very exciting weekend. We are going to go for a swapperoo as well, because last week we did start off day 1 with Bermuda and Kalahari. We're actually starting with Purgatory and Alpine today. So, AJ, we might see the domination of AV Radicals, or maybe we can start seeing these other teams step up, right? Because these teams, they now have a little bit of information. Some teams have also made homes and certain drop points, and we might start seeing some other teams either contest those drop points or in the case of AV Radicals, you know, gate crashed their drop point, because we did see them do that last week.
I don't think it's going to be AB Radicals that gets the massive number of points today, because with the way the structure of the rotations of maps are set for today, right? I mean, obviously, we'll bring the audience through this a little bit later on, but we've got 8 games and 5 out of the 8 maps are going to be on Purgatory. And where AB Radicals did manage to pop off massively was on Alpine, so we might not see them, you know, bring out the best, but Blacklist International, Purgatory, they've proved it last week already that it really belongs to them. Whether it is the placement points or the kill points, they truly know how to ravage all of the other teams. Yeah,
they do. Now, going into the competition today, we also have something special, not just for you guys, but also kind of showcasing some fancy cosmetics. AJ, do you want to walk us through what cosmetics everyone's going to be showing off today? Because I know, Garina, we're having a bit of a party here.
Absolutely right. We have got the Shadowthorn Hitman skin. I haven't gotten this for myself just yet in the game, but I hope all of you guys do. And I know that the players are going to be rocking it out there on the battlefield. Now, you can only get this from the reload target down, and the event is ending on Sunday. So that's tomorrow, and it will not be available anywhere else. And you guys basically can jump into the game and check it out. It is available there. And once again, it's super limited, time limited, and if you don't get it right now, there's a high probability that you will never be able to get it ever again in the near future. So, I mean, I find no other reason to convince you guys, right? Because of exactly how rare it is. If you've been keeping some diamonds, if you've been stashing them away for something special, this is that something special.
And if you're not quite if you're not hard pressed to buy it yet, maybe you can wait and see what the players look like when they're actually wearing it on the battlefield, right? Because the picture doesn't tell the full story. You want to see the cosmetic in game, you want to see it in action, and I'm really keen to see how good this looks, because clearly for this to be a limited time cosmetic, all the limited time stuff is easily the best. It's the stuff that you want to wear if you want to show off and be like, I killed you in style.
But I think for the players that didn't actually...
Choo is going to be in love with this skin, right?
I mean, I saw it.
She's wearing it. Look at her.
She's pretty much wearing the skin already.
What do you mean? I mean, the skin is pretty, I feel like a bit of sort of charismatic sort of skin. So I love it because it looked like a hitman, but at the same time, it gives you off like a sort of a charisma of a Romeo. At the same time, so it's like romantic hitman in sort of a way, but in case the viewers actually missed out for this bundle or this skin this time, I think there'll be more coming up in the future. So it's okay if they missed it. Some of them kind of busy when it comes to the weekends. So they might be devastated, but, don't be devastated yet, because there'll be more to come in the future.
Yeah, but
I disagree, ma'am. You have to be devastated. You have to be very, 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 very devastated if you do not get this skin. But I tell you what, Choo, I don't know if this was done on purpose, but, you have got the color scheme of the skin going on right now, because the character has got the hoodie like... on halfway through.
What do you mean this is not a hoodie? What do you mean?
Tudong's black. You've got like white patterns on it. You pretty much dressed up like the character. I don't know if that was intentional, but ma'am, you must have some sort of psychic powers.
You got me. I'm actually cosplaying. Yeah, I'm actually cosplaying the skin right now. Thanks, guys.
The Muslima version.
The Muslima version.
I absolutely love it.
The better version of it. Just saying. But speaking of back, definitely it's going to be one of the best skin days for you guys to get. But regarding back towards our game, right? I do want to have a bit of an add-on regarding AV Radicals. You know what? Something about them that I have a feeling that I have to agree with AJ as well regarding their performance this week. I don't think they can actually excel that much, because if you compare them when it comes to the MCP Major Season 2 specifically, they've been playing together quite a lot with Tanamo, Remil and Wine, who actually been in the same lineup for the longest time there is. But when it comes to the middle of the week there, they have a bit of a problem of the consistency. Same goes when it comes to, they're very good in league, in overall, in a long marathon, they're really performing. But when it comes to the grand final itself, I feel like it's sort of their mental strength or how they psych their own self that kind of giving you unnecessary pressure during the day. So they always kind of fumbles when it comes, it really matters.
Yeah.
I will have to agree with that, because when it really matters is basically during the grand finals, right? But And I think we've noticed this with AV Radicals. When the competition started on day number 1, they didn't really show up as strongly as they did on day number 2. One might be able to argue that it is because of the maps. They might not be super comfortable on Bermuda. They might not be super comfortable on, the other places, Kalahari, for example, if you hop on in there. But Alpine is where they truly go ahead and dominate. But it's more towards this team being a late wind-up team. But the grand finals this time round, Danny, I think might just be the game changer, right? Because we don't have just a single day of grand finals anymore.
Yeah, we are looking at a 2-day grand final, which for Free Fire, up until this point, was almost unheard of in all of the competitive scene, right? We've only had those 1-day grand finals where you pop off on that day and you're golden. But a 2-day grand final, this might be, the thing that really brings this team back. But I think, besides AV Radicals, there are a lot of other teams that are currently in the running. So I think let's start from top to bottom, okay? So we know that Sem9 recently acquired the old Geek Fam, and the team's not doing so well. Let's just very quickly go over this one. AJ, what do you feel like has happened here with Sem9? Like, what really went wrong for this team? And maybe what can we expect coming into this week for this team to change? And maybe go on an upwards trajectory?
Sem9 is known as one of the organizations, one of the very few organizations that treats their players extremely well in Malaysia. And I'm talking about giving them the very best, giving them a proper salary so that they can sustain themselves as pro players, giving them all of the necessary benefits that will help them move up to the front. So this could be a huge positive or a huge negative, because some players get a little complacent when they get signed on by Sem9. So this might have just been the issue, complacency, but I'm very sure with the way Sem9 is structured, there would have been some very tough conversations that happened last week, and I do expect to see them perform out there in the battlefield, because we're not talking about a team that is going to just truly bomb out in the competition, right? I just think they're just being kids. And, today or this week will be the week where they truly wake up. So I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Yeah.
Yes, they are struggling. But quite a number of other teams are struggling down at the bottom as well. I mean, you got to look at Toda. Toda is supposedly one of the better teams out there on the battlefield. It's not like we saw huge changes in their rosters or whatsoever. And they are bombing out in their own accord as well. And that's a really big brand. So I think 7-9 can kind of rest well.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they started last week cold. But very quickly, let's go over our map schedule for today. Now, we did mention that it's going to be a lot of Purgatory and Alpine action. We are looking at 8 rounds today. Now, we are going to, I do believe this is outdated. From what we were told, we are going to be having 3 games of A and B, 3 games of B and C, and 2 games of A and C. I think, was that correct, AJ? I think it was, right? Yeah, it was 3-3-2.
Yes, you're correct. So Group A plays 5 matches in total. Group B plays 6, and then Group C plays 5. But I think the graphics have not been updated because based on the information that we received, it was going to be Purgatory followed by Alpine, followed by 2 matches of Purgatory, and then Alpine Purgatory, Alpine Purgatory. So we will be double checking with the production to see whether or not they basically...
This just hasn't been updated, basically. Yeah.
Oh, it's a gotcha moment, right? Where they just told us something else in the morning and they're like, gotcha, it's going to be this.
We got ganked.
I mean, because... the whole story I've been building was Blacklist is going to dominate because it's going to be like a heavy Purgatory-based lineup today in terms of the maps. But, moving on to the tournament format, point system, it's going to be as usual. Booyah gets you 12 points. If you get the second place, you have a little bit of a gap from that 12 points. You only get 9, -1 for every single rank below that, all the way down to the 11th and 12th spot where you get absolutely nothing. But you can save yourselves from misery as long as you're proficient in picking up kills out there on the battlefield here, Choo Choo.
Yeah, we've seen a trend recently where we actually saw that a lot of teams are actually going for a lot of engagement and aggression straight off the bat, especially when it comes to this sort of plays. I definitely want to highlight on Icon. And because of this, not just the point system when it comes to the placement, when you get your Booyah yourself at 12, yes, that's a bonus. But at the same time, if you ended up with the Booyah with no kills, it's not going to contribute that much if you compare with the teams that are actually up there. They always got themselves like a hell amount of volume when it comes to eliminations and kills. So if you want to be on the top 3, definitely you have to push yourself forward today.
Now, just a quick reminder for anyone that didn't catch last week's matches, here are our groups. So as you can see for Group A, we have SAF, Sem9, Geek Fam, Icon, Anxiety, and Todak, a very stacked group. Group B, we have NC, ORV, X-Men, Axis Esports, Hard to Get, Farang, and No Escape Revolt. And of course, in Group C, we have Orange Esports, Bloody Head, Pando EWG, Expand, AV Radicals, and Blacklist International. Now, I know there's going to be someone out there saying, okay, who's this NC? Somebody has changed. AJ, who's NC?
It's a team that I've been waiting for a long time to wake up in the competition. They call it Freedom Cheese. At the moment, they are not really doing all that too well in the competition. In fact, they're sitting down second from that very last spot. Only ones who are performing slightly worse than them is No Escape Revolt. So maybe with this new acquisition, maybe with this new power-up that they have gotten from NC, we will see them bounce right back up to the top.
Now,
regarding the group
what kind
as
of
well,
assets this org is going to be giving this team, but anything at this point, I think this team is going to take it. But so far, we have already sort of we put together our thoughts on these groups, right? But very quickly, before we talk about that, here is the league stage prize pool. So how the tournament works is we have a league stage prize pool and we have a grand final prize pool that is going to be separate. So the teams that make it through are still going to earn some money. Even if you don't make it to the grand finals, you're going to be taking home something. But top 12 is guaranteed that grand final slot. But at the same time, $2,000 for first place for league stage, I'd say that's pretty good. This is US dollars as well, and US dollars are going up there. Malaysian dollar, not so much.
US dollars is now 4.72.
There you go. That's really high.
One USD is 4.72. So I'm ecstatic, right? Whenever the ringgit kind of grows weaker, the rest of the Malaysians, they get a little bitter about it. But I usually get paid in SGD as well as USD. I'm a happy man, and so are all of these other players from Malaysia as well as Philippines.
You traitor! That's what we call it right now.
It's like the inflation coming in to take your money. Before you go into any shenanigans, we just want to remind everybody as well that we do have a giveaway code that's going to be revealed later on. So for the code today, it's going to be 2 AK-47 Flaming Dragon loot crates. These are going to be absolutely free. All you do is claim the code and you will be able to get those free goodies. It's going to be one code per person, and it's a time limited code. You have up until the end of this broadcast to claim the code, because if you try and get it afterwards and it declines, it's expired. It's not quantity limited, so if you want to share it with friends, family, anybody that you know that plays Free Fire, just share it with them. This is a code that is sharing because you are going to be caring about your community. So make sure you stay tuned for that lovely code. Now, guys, we're going to jump into our first game of the day. It is Purgatory, and it's going to be A and B. Now, Choo Choo, I know you're still new to the broadcast. I know you're still formulating feelings about these teams, but I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you feel is going to be a team that you want to watch out for in this matchup?
Okay, for me personally, when it comes to grouping itself, like I have sort of sense a pattern here when it comes to the grouping A, B, and C, right? Since we're going to walk into A and B, B group feels like they are the ones that are always going to be the victim of the show. Honestly speaking, you have to agree to me, like, regarding this, right? Group A is like sort of overall pretty good when it comes to Bermuda and Kalahari, but when it comes to Purgatory and Alpine, it's kind of slowed them down for a bit. But Group C is just couple of teams, like including Expand and also Every Radicals, but they're really performing really great when it comes to Purgatory and also Alpine. So we're waiting for the Group C later on. But when it comes to Group A versus B, honestly speaking, right now what I'm looking at Group B, do you have a chance to actually fight against the entirety of Group A? So Group A, I'm anticipating the Icons to go really aggressive as the usual. But for SAF, I'm looking for their performance this time.
All right, thank you so much for that, Choo Choo. Now we are going to jump into our first game of the day. It's Purgatory for teams in Group A and B. I'm going to jump on out of here, but AJ, Choo Choo, have lots of fun for this. And before I leave, AJ, I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to get that first booyah?
Man,
Sayonara.
You know my style these days. I do not make predictions anymore. I only support the teams from the background. But you know what I want to see out there on the battlefield is for the teams to pick up as many points as possible before Group C jumps into the fray, because Blacklist International, they are dying to jump into battle and show all of the other teams exactly what they can unleash out there on Purgatory. So this is their opportunity for Groups A and B to pick up as much as possible before Blacklist goes there and shows them exactly how to get it done.
Yeah, all right, thank you so much, AJ. I'm going to say sayonara. Good luck, have fun to all of our competitors. Let's have a good game.
Thank you so much, Danny. But speaking of, you mentioned about Group B and Group A just now. I do want to see, since NC coming up from Freedom Cheese, can they prove that towards the Orgs that they are really worth it for them to invest it on?
Well, from very start here, Choo Choo, we see the fact that Asta, Yazid, Nafis, and Dino have spread out quite far away from each other. And why this is going to be a big problem is if SAF takes one of those zip lines, either the one at the back of Mode House or at the front, they are going to be able to get an easy kill either on Asta or Yazid. And that's just a GG for me from the very start, right? You know, I like the ideation from NC here, spread out wide and loot up your area, but that sort of a strategy is only going to work perfectly if you do not have anybody rushing into your compound. And you've got SAF, one of the teams that I believe will be able to get very aggressive out there on the battlefield. So this is still a 50-50 for me.
That's kind of true. For now, we're looking over GigFam running over. That's a brutal way to go. But the rest of GigFam definitely having a good run, with Yasa getting the first blood as well. But for them, they will not be that complacent enough anymore. And coming out from golf course straight away to another compound hopping for these guys, definitely going to build up their loot. But regarding the teams that lost their members just now, that's going to be a bit handicapped for them when it comes to CQC later.
I really like the fact that I see Hasik in the vehicles one more time, because usually we see these players, and I'm talking about like MCP Majors Season 1, where they were absolutely brutal, and Hasik used to just bring a partner along in that car. They used to drive around and spot out players out in the open battlefield. Nobody had a chance of taking down the Geek Fam of O. And now they're making a strong return as well, so this is a supreme start for them. But Sem9 wants to chip away at No Escape Revolt as well. And No Escape Revolt, the worst performing team in the competition so far, seems to have a terrible start once again.
Yep, feels like a 3 war for No Escape right now. Sorry, No Escape. I always pronounce it No Escape, I don't know why. Back to the side of Sem9 Phoenix, just taking a go against No Escape with, I'm surprising, because Phrase, he definitely got the information towards where his teammate being knocked down from, and he's not going to do a thing. This is very frustrating actually very disappointing for us to watch, because they got the numbers before. It's just one person coming up from Sem9. You can just take it a go.
Yeah. Ex-Geek Fem and current Geek Fem, both kind of annihilated No Escape. Slurpee up top, though. Slurpee will be able to kind of like take that backstab, but I don't know if that's going to be a great idea, because since he's so far away, the best thing for him to now do to help his team members out is to continue to get further away, find a revival point. But Praise will be able to drop man 04. The backstab might just be pulled off here. Phoenix trying to set this up, and Fikri can push on through, but it is Phoenix instead that takes the position to pull that backstab off and manages to knock him down as well. Sem9 right back up on their feet. This is no problem for them. Final survivor Slurpee, and it looks like he kind of heard me from the oblivion. He's running away as quickly as possible towards one of those revival points. Let's hope he doesn't get caught, because it'll be super unfortunate for this team to get taken down so quickly.
And so far nobody's tailing him, so that's already good news coming out from No Escape, and Slurpee definitely going to revive them back towards their point. But back on the Sem9, I'm surprised why Geek Fam didn't commit themselves towards that fight, because it seems like a very good run, and it's very sort of, how do I say this, nostalgic to actually, and very sort of a nemesis going on between the Sem9 and Geek Fam. But on the side of Icon, taking a fight quite early on against Axis. Shy tried to shot down on Man, but he managed to just glue all himself away, but it's not gonna be enough. The time turn has been popped by Shahid, but he's gonna try to find more. They definitely have to go for the high grounds there. Eddie's on the ground as well. Shahid just gonna blast himself away, but it's not gonna be enough on the side of Icons. Definitely one of the teams that are always going on first fights there, but the rest of Icons is too far apart. Definitely they want to go for the revival at this point.
We saw Axis Esports perform phenomenally on day number 1 and day 2. They kind of dipped a little bit of their performance, pulling out a total of 18 kills in comparison to the 36 that they picked up on day 1. One could attribute that to the maps that they played, and if that's the case, today might just not be the day for Axis once again. But they do stand a good chance to prove everybody wrong, that it's not just about the map. Maybe they were having just a bad day on day number 2, and let's see if they can bounce back and prove to us that Purgatory and Alpine isn't going to be that big of a challenge for them to overcome. But now we get an opportunity to see NC in full action as SAF approaches their compound. SAF out in the open. NC has got a little bit of cover, but McRory from afar has got the Woodpecker in hand, going up against the AC-80 of Yazid. A 2-shot back-to-back. If you get that headshot, you get some additional damage as well. That's going to be an easy down, but it doesn't seem like SAF wants to engage at all. And I like this about SAF. You know your priority, and your priority is to get into that middle of that circle. But now ORV on top of them as well. Thank heavens SAF did not start engaging, because they would have been sitting ducks out there for ORV to take that backstab.
I'm not sure how much ORV want to linger and lurking around here. If they want to make a move, now is the time SAF start to approach, coming out from the back line, fight spot on them out. Definitely trying to just zigzag himself away, but let's go, going in with Blasters one. There goes, taking a couple of shots there. A lot of blue off being built up, but let's go, couldn't hold on much longer. Fire is coming out from ORV, knocked down straight away. Let's go, going in for more, but Josie coming out from the flank side, spotted out the rest of the team. Now, Yadope, can it actually come in the last minute? Yeah, quite a sentiment coming from Yadope, finished off straight away, but it's going to be a bit of a trade between both ORV and SAF at the time being.
Yeah, this is such a huge mistake from ORV. Oh, Yadob, that nade does not connect. Good time turner pulled out shots, but he has the Mag 7 in hand. Yadob's going to be in a lot of trouble here if shots can cut down that distance. But Garori is already busy buying back his players. And, going back to the point I was bringing up earlier on, ORV should have had the advantage. They had the high ground. They had the opportunity to engage with SAF when they were in the open grounds. But instead, they just backed away and waited for SAF to take the fight up against them. And now they are at that losing side. And beautiful back stab, stepping in and out of the time turner. But Jazli from the back will be able to shut down McRory. Final player on the side of ORV. Jazli standing alive. AWM in hand. And Lefko puts him down with the double vectors. Fantastic attack by SAF. ORV wasted a golden opportunity.
I mean, SAF, I've rooted for them early on, and definitely they got what it takes to actually come out with a very good strategy. If you compare with ORV, who actually just waited for them. It's never good to take up the fight towards you. You don't have to wait. It's better to start off as an initiation point for the entire team, because when you're waiting for the team to actually shoot onto you when your enemy come in, there's chances are you'll be surprised by those flanking on the back or on the side. So you don't want that to happen for ORV. They should have moved a bit more earlier if they really want to take up the challenge.
No Escape Revolt. Slurpee has managed to buy JimQuest back, but the confusing thing is the fact that he's trying to buy the players back instead of taking advantage of those revival points. I guess he's trying to play it safe. Sometimes you do find teams camping at those revival points to get a couple of extra kills, but you really got to take your bet. You really got to take your chances. But with him going in with the strategy of buying one player first, followed by reviving the other two later on from the revival point, might just be a good idea in case he gets ambushed with that setup that I just talked about. But Axis Esports, Raf from afar, one of the best acquisitions from the Indonesian circuit, and he has been doing a lot for Axis.
He's been heavy lifting for the entire team of Axis since day number 1 to day number 2. Come from his sniping skills, definitely gives so much room for the entire team to move about. But here comes another one for Icon, spotted out on Raf, the other side. Man, can actually fight him head to head, but the rest of Cavalry has arrived for the side of Icon. But here comes Anxiety out of nowhere, just pop out to be the third party at the same time.
Mac 10 in the hands of Four Eyes, one of the best weapons CQC, but it's a 1v2, and Chessman, close quarters combat. AWM just way too quick with a quick scope, and good Toby right now, it's just 15 HP left on him, and the rest of the players of Axis closing down the distance. He needs to heal himself right here, right now, or else it's all game over. Neptune cooking up the grenade. Are we gonna see a timely time turner pulled out? The answer's not even gonna be yes. The God Toby gets dropped by Raf. Max 7 on for the pop once again. Backstab on Fura as well. Vegeta's on there for the pop, and Axis Esports, they're on fire from the get-go here, Choo Choo.
Oh, a bit too early, but still Vegeta secured and just eliminated almost the entirety of Anxiety just now. Things get really wonky, didn't what they expected. On the side of Todak, on the other hand, fighting against H2G now. Hard to get. It's really hard to get. At the same time, Pedro already down. Pedro is one of the most crucial players coming up from Todak. Have been doing a lot of heavy lifting on their side. But the moment he's already being knocked down, it's a bit of a problem for Todak to actually have a bit more firepower. Definitely Spark will actually buy more time to revive him. But look at the walls built up by Todak. They really, really care so much for Pedro. But Chill, on the other hand, make his time of a moment highlight. Forby is trying to fight the head on with Sparks, but it's not going to be enough as Todak take this. And Batman just trying to gain for this engagement here.
Yeah, if Batman's running away, Todak's the Joker. They rush on after him. The rest of the players on the side of Hard to Get all fall. And the players of Todak not really going in for the rush to kind of snuff Batman out of the equation just yet. And if they don't take advantage of this, by the time they move away, Farang will now start teasing them from the very back. And now Todak's distracted. Batman will be able to play the game of survival, and that's exactly what we see out there on the battlefield. Farang, giving the players of Hard to Get a second chance in this matchup.
No, they don't have enough time to reset for Todak. They just got himself up their feet, but Jezbu, a bit reckless. They're coming in out front. Jebel take it out on Teal. But at the same time, Pedro finally start to make a call as Spock going around the corners, playing around the walls, but he didn't see that one shot down. Too bad, trying to make a comeback for the entire team of Farang here. They miscalculated when they tried to move forward, but it's not going to be punished so far. Jambal spotted on Zag, but one entire team of Todak eliminated just now. I hate to break it, but Todak, they didn't see that one coming. They didn't have the time to reset.
NC Yazid manages to shut down Yasta, but Dino traded out by Fikri from the back. Sem9 helping out Geekfam unknowingly. If they knew, they would be attacking Geekfam instead. Asta drops Apis. Sem9 comes in for the attack, and we get to see the all-out annihilation by the Sem9 squad this time round. Yazid, final survivor. Glue wall taken down. He brings it right back up as Nafis is revived. Hazik's gonna get eliminated from the equation. Sem9 right at their doors, knocking it down one after the other. And from the small little gap that Manopo finds, that M1887 does its work. 3 kills in hand so far. NC running out for their lives. Fikri on for the hunt. Grenade launcher on standby as well. Geekfam gets eliminated, and NC to follow them.
Crispy spray come out from Raja. The housekeeping team of Sem9 is just taking advantage of this side. Definitely dares to take. I have to say, it's a loosely for the other two teams, but it's definitely a big win coming up from Sem9. But Farang, on the other hand, doing the same thing as how Sem9 actually does. What a nice, clean one shot. And that's just it. That flick coming from Too Bad. My God, so good.
Yeah, SAF chipping in as well from afar. Circle dragging everybody in. The Farang versus Sem9 battle should happen any moment now. Axis Esports leading this lobby with the most number of kills. Jay-Z has been brought back. The question is, where is Mr. Batman? Insane inside of the game as well. Hard to get try to play it as best as possible. But as I say that, SAF puts Insane out of commission. Farang down there at the lower grounds. Very unfortunate. High ground advantage for the players of SAF, and McDo is going to town with them. McRory has got one of the best engagement guns in terms of an assault rifle, the Groza in hand. They just need to send that Riptide Rhythm ripping through all of those glue walls, and McRory should be able to get the rest of the work done.
Let's go. Come out from SAF, being the front line with the glue wall, try to just push, advance slowly towards the side of Farang. But at the same time, you're just next door here. Jasper trying to actually using the charge buster, going against the side of Farang. Too bad it's right, on the side of SAF. Found out on the side of a tree, and that's it. Farang start to fumble here. One power taken out by the side of SAF. They're going to charge head on. McRory come up from afar. It's coming out from the high ground, going to the side of Jambal. Time turner popped out. Here comes the glue wall, going on the elevation of the ground. Rory makes such a play. What a nice angle just now come out from him himself.
Yeah, fantastic. Farang hiding behind the boulder. McRory says, why not I climb up on this boulder and rain down those bullets on your heads? That was the perfect strat. Sem9 hiding away from all of those engagements. I'm surprised they did not take pot shots at SAF whilst all of that engagement was going on outside. And now high ground advantage for the players of Axis. Nobody else sharing that high ground with them, and this next circle is going to allow Axis to still command that high ground. Batman hiding himself away. This is like, just burying your face in embarrassment, but he's just burying his face, hoping and praying nobody catches him. But Rory with the Groza puts him right back out.
I don't think so, Batman. You're not that Batman in daylight anymore. Everybody can see you through. But here comes Sem9. Maybe at night, but there's no night in Free Fire. It's always going to be day. But Jada, this is very nice camouflage coming up from him. But Giant might spot him out on this side of Access, trying to take down on the side of SAF. But they are just so good using their vast knowledge of the terrain to actually cover themselves, going through the side of a hill there. And Giant just having a hard time to pin down. He got one on the ground. He's down dope at first. And freaking finish off Neptune from the backside as well. Access, it seems like they're trying to focus on one team, but here comes a rush coming up from them. My God, Raph, that's really bold.
Yeah, extremely bold, but he does have the mechanical skills to execute this to perfection. One good nade can do them in, but Rap does not have any nades on him. Two players back to back. He flicks it to the left, he flicks it to the right. Oh! Got a little bit of backup as well. Sam9 chipping in, shuts down the players of Axis. SAF eliminated. It's gonna be Sam9 with a booyah. I told you those conversations will come into play, and it looks like it was some good conversation as Sam9 proves they can rise right back up to the top, Choo-Choo.
I mean, like, the third party in this match has been incredible. Sam9, same goes, like, all the way. They've been playing the third party, taking advantage. When the other teams are too busy against each other, they're like, you know what, we won't start a fight first, but we listen to the other teams who's fighting. We're just going to charge them on the flank side, going on their blind spot, just going in all the way and being the housekeeping team all the entire round just now.
I think strategy-wise, Sam9 was the smartest team out there on the battlefield. Multiple times, they vultured on players who, you know, were unfortunately engaged in a different conversation. They just stepped into that conversation, albeit a little bit rudely, but that's what battle royales are all about, right? You are the third party, but some of the times, you are unfortunate when you're the third party because you just rush in without knowing that situation. Although the kill feed is switched off, they use their visuals, they use their ears, they see exactly what's going out there on the battlefield. Initially, it was the players of No Escape Revolt taking that fight up against Geek Fam that we had Sam9 take advantage of. And then later on, they saw the players of Geek Fam go to town with another team. They stepped in as the third party. It was NC, I believe, and they wiped out both of those squads. And in this final circle here, I believe Sam9 just was so smart. I was wondering, why were they not taking those shots against the players of SAF? But they were so smart because when they waited, Axis fell for that bait. Axis thought, I want to have this high ground. I'm going to snuff out the players of SAF first. And that was the biggest mistake of Axis. Even as Sam9 was shooting at them, knocking them multiple times, they didn't want to engage with Sam9, who was on that lower ground, who, of course, had the better defense. And that was the winning factor here for Sam9, Danielle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really came down to the elevation. Sometimes people think that, oh, high ground's the advantage, low ground's the advantage. At the end of the day, if you don't have a clear sight of your target, you're not going to be able to get those good shots in. So I think the fact that Sam9 hanging back, just forcing SAF to go into Axis, such a good idea, right? Like, if you don't have to go into the confrontation, don't do it. Just be the ones to vulture. Be the gatekeepers and be like, you're not getting this booyah. We are, because you're wounded.
There was a small little factor that helped them dominate from that lower ground. You see, although the players of Axis had that high ground advantage, they didn't have a compound to work with. All they had to do was just expand glue wall after glue wall after glue wall. Yeah. But the players of Sam9 did not expand a single one of their tactical. They just hid behind the walls of that small compound that they were hiding away at. And they knew that the circle was going to come towards them, and they didn't really need to do anything much, right? No initiative played at all, but that's not a bad thing. They played the game of patience, and that's exactly what Trigger Discipline gives you.
Actually,
yeah, I agree.
Speaking of patience, I want to say, if anything, award for patience to Batman. You know, just being...
He tried.
I loved it. Like, someone would look at this and think, like, what is this? This looks ridiculous. I thought it was genius because okay, here's the thing. Everyone's wearing the exact same cosmetics, okay? Everyone's wearing the exact same outfit. The car was black. Look, if you blend in with your environment, I just wish he didn't stand up.
Nah,
he stood up at like the wrong time.
But it works during nighttime, not during daytime. When it's an open street, he was right in the center of every crossfire surrounding him. I don't think that actually worked at that point. But nice try coming from Batman. I mean,
I don't know if you guys have seen this meme of how animals try to hide away from their owners once they do something wrong, where they just hide their faces away, but their whole body is exposed. That was Batman right there, right? I don't know what was that idea, but you know, clearly it didn't work, brother.
You mean like an ostrich, right?
Like an ostrich, sticking my head. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the whole ostrich thing is actually a myth. It was actually from cartoons, but we're going to ignore the ostriches. You know, ostriches do whatever they want to do. Batman's doing what he does.
The Australian knows.
We don't have ostriches.
You do not have ostriches in Australia?
No way.
So they're similar.
Yeah, they're similar, but not the same.
But ours have really bad temperaments. I think ostriches are actually nice. Emus are... I would use some other language.
I have no point of comparison between emus as well as ostriches in terms of temperament. So I'll leave that part of assessment to you, Natalie.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, all you need to know is they taste delicious. Anyways, moving on. We are gonna move on to our next map in just a second. AJ's like, I never knew you could eat ostriches. They are essentially just oversized chickens.
But sort of same thing. Yeah, they are birds. I'm like, they can't fly. They are like chickens who can't fly.
I mean, chickens can't fly either.
So they're like extra version of it, like, you know, the buff version of chicken.
XXL.
Yeah, they went to the gym and happened to be ostrich, you know, they used to be chickens. Yeah,
if you need to know anything, they're very lean, I guess. So if you want to be healthy, ostrich, emu's probably a pretty good one, but I don't think it's very cheap.
People talk about, like, you know, ayam kampung, you know, antibiotic free, and, you know, people don't really farm ostriches for meat all the time. So I guess if you really want to go the healthy way, ostrich is the answer.
Ostrich, emu, whatever, Big Ben. Let's switch over because we are going to move over to a bit of a chilly map. You know, it's icy. Emus and ostriches, they don't live there. We're going to go into Alpine. I know that we've just finished up our first round of the day, but I think if anything, you just have to say congratulations to Sem9 for getting their first booyah, right? I think this was something that we were expecting to happen last week. So for it to happen this week, it's good news, especially for fans that are cheering for this team. But can they continue with that momentum going into Alpine?
Good
for me
question,
personally,
right?
just another team. Another thing that actually we should focus on just now, also Farah, the fact they're playing the same game, how actually Sem9 plays, playing the third party. It's just sometimes they're a bit too aggressive, like they attracted way too much attention, that sort of giving yourself a target behind your back. So in this case, like Sem9, I think when it comes to the first week, they have been a bit quiet. One of the many reasons, maybe they will try to revise about how the other teams actually try to get themselves into the rotation, to the circle, and they try to take advantage in this week particularly.
Yeah, AJ, I think you had a point you wanted to bring up, or
I totally forgot my point.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe I'll bring in a new point here. I do agree with Choo Choo. It does seem like they're trying to revise the way that they're approaching these games, right? Because I think old school Sem9 Geek Fan back in the day, we're so used to seeing them be the aggressors. To play like AV Ligers, sorry, AV Radicals, they're the same thing. Anyways, yeah, it seems like they found out last week that just doesn't work for them anymore, right? So they're trying something a little bit different, and this seems to be working for them, being a bit more passive, but still looking for those kills, not going too passive, which I think is a good approach here, right? Because if you're in a position where you don't have to put yourself out there and be at risk of being knocked out, go for it. And we know that this team can aim, they can get headshots, they can pop heads, so hopefully this does work out for Sem9, because I know there's some Sem9 fans out there that are a little bit worried. But MVP for this first round, it's going to be Vegeta from Axis, who's managed to nail those 6 kills this round. But look at his accuracy, right? 1,000 damage for 6 kills. People would say, whoa, that's not much damage at all. He's popping heads, right? He's popping heads, he's getting those kills, which is the most important thing that his team needs.
Yeah, and I guess the data kind of paints a good story here. Since the accuracy is so low, it explains why the damage is low as well. And he's not really getting those shots, but he's getting the important shots. He's finishing off those players. You know, I guess to a certain degree, that's a good thing, right? He manages to get those initial first shots, but it shows exactly how powerful Axis Esports is as a squad altogether. You know, that's the teamwork. They focus in all of their crosshairs towards the exact same team, towards the exact same players. We saw them do that to SAF. We saw them do that to any of the teams that they engage out there on the battlefield. But of course, the most valuable team here on the battlefield has to be Sem9. 12 slays out there on the battlefield. Spectacular setup when it came to all of those third-party situations, as well as the final circle takeover. And they managed to rip away 24 points, 12 from kills and 12 from placements.
And also, if you notice about the damage... Sorry.
Continue.
You were saying, you know, speaking of the data just now, damage output-wise, not too much. If you compare with the last play, 1,000 over with 6 kills. Same goes for the side of Sem9. They don't really do a lot of damage to being the initiator for a certain fight, but they just take the advantage. The damage output-wise, not really that much, but the kills that we really want to know that it's okay if you got a damage output, great, but can you translate it into a 1 kill point? That's more important in this case.
All right, here's our match standings for our first game of the day. And of course, Sem9 fans rejoice as they take home 24 points. This is going to shoot them up that leaderboard, which is very, very important for this squad because at the moment, they're in the middle of the pack. Hopefully, we are going to be seeing them in the top 4 very soon. We'll have to see if that momentum carries through. Access Esports, though, coming in second place with that 20 points. Much, much needed. I'd even say the same thing for SAF. This team sort of blew up at the very beginning of the day for day 1. And then they sort of fell off. So 19 points for SAF. This is going to be so, so important for them. And the same, again, can be said for Farang as well. A lot of the teams that are getting points in this first round have been our teams that struggled last week.
In terms of a struggle, I don't really think that, it's going to remain there for a long time. I like the fact that Farang and Axis are continuing to represent Group B in such a strong manner. Consistency is key, and it seems like they are the most consistent ones that we can depend on from Group B to rise up to the top, to rise up to the occasion all the time.
Absolutely. So we're going to see a bit of a swapperoo here with the overall standing. So Farang is going to go for a little bit of a climb. I don't think that much from Expand, but Axis going to be very happy with themselves. 130 points. They are a significant distance away from SAF now, who is actually in 5th place. So good for some of these teams, but we've still got some more games to go. But I got to kind of ask what happened to Icon in that last round, because we know that Icon... Sometimes they're okay.
Sometimes it's not really good enough in this case. You do know a league when you being aggressive straight off the bat, it's going to be, especially if you don't have your loot build up yet and just force a fight, it's not really going to make anything benefit out of it. So in terms of Icon, they really need to change when it comes to their trigger discipline, because we do know sometimes they are the fights that you know that you can't win, but you still force it anyway. What are you trying to do? That's what's happening to Icons. They're not getting anything out of it.
Yeah. Now, Sem9, at the 24 points, they're in 10th place. So they're making that little climb. But as we said before, is this going to continue? And can they climb that Alpine mountain? Because this team has a lot of work ahead of them for these next couple of weeks, right? Especially with, I consider it a devastating week 1 because I feel like they fell so far down that leaderboard. It's going to take about 2 weeks of consistent play to really bring them back. So again, are they going to be able to make that climb back on Alpine? We're going to have to find out here whether they can continue with this play style, or if maybe last round it was a case of them just being more confident on Purgatory, right? Alpine is still very new for a lot of these teams. They're not 100% in tune. But speaking of in tune, I hope you are paying attention to this broadcast, because it is our giveaway code time. If you haven't already, and of course you haven't because we just revealed it, claim this code right now. This will expire at the end of today, and this code is going to be giving you 2 AK-47 Flaming Dragon loot crates. So make sure you claim it now. This will not be available tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a different code again. So make sure you claim your freebies while you still can. And as always, share it with your friends, your family, your squad mates, anybody that plays Free Fire, because this is free to claim. It is not limited outside of being time limited. So these codes are technically unlimited right now.
Yes.
Get them now.
I'm not surprised somebody actually do a WhatsApp group just to share the code within their community for the entire day. I mean, like everybody gets a code as well in case they don't have the time to watch this, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole point of the codes is to make sure that you share it with everybody that you know. This is a community code that Garina has given to the community. So, yeah, make sure you claim that code, folks.
Thank you, Garina.
And yeah, we're going to be jumping into our next map in just a second. And again, it's going to be Alpine. I think let's start a bit of a discussion here, AJ. Who do you feel are the Alpine dominators in A and B?
If you want to compare just A and B, Farang obviously takes the cake, right? They have been pretty consistent. The last time we saw them jump into the competition at Alpine, and it was between A and B, they managed to score quite a solid number of points for themselves. I believe more than 40. So it might just be the Farang gameplay in here on match number 2, Danny.
It could be, and Husky's not here as well, so there's absolutely no way he can curse this team. So we'll see if Farang's going to play at 110%. But here we go. It's Alpine. It is game number 2 for day 3 of the competition. It's A and B 2-2. AJ, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. But right now, we're jumping back into Alpine. We're definitely seeing these teams actually fought against each other before. And we might actually see a lot of skirmishes quite early on, especially coming up from Icon's news for you guys, news flash. Like, we do know Icons always get a first few skirmishes. And against SAF before this on top of Fusion. Now, before this, AJ, the fact that they haven't fought against all these teams when it comes to day number 1 and day number 2, they definitely haven't got a clue what to revise on when it comes to who will they take a fight against when it's come to early skirmishes. But in this case, will they still try to force that sort of fight early on, since they already know some teams, how do they drop themselves in certain compound?
Yeah, I still do anticipate a couple of hot drops here coming through at Alpine. It still is that map which could just be a absolute random in terms of engagement, as teams still try to find their favorite drop spots out there, right? And, you know, one would expect teams to strategize all of their moves before competition, but getting into conversations with so many of those teams out there on the battlefield, I kind of realize, you know, not everybody thinks like that. Sometimes, you know, especially the Malaysian players, "Bat aja bro, masuk, tembak aja," you know, and that's the kind of mindset that ends you up in situations like this. Icon taking that hot drop against Toda, and from afar, Exact has got the scopes in. The distance not going to be a problem for him at all with his AUG, and Four Eyes kind of hides away from him very smartly. Captain's out of there, fully tagged up, not much loot on him at all, but he wants to play that game of survival. So good move from Icon, but this is a good trade out so far. Man is going to get taken down. Spark with the opportunity to finish him off with the angle that he's holding on to. That left-hand flank is good, but Toda, they might be unlucky if there is another team within this vicinity, which there doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
So far, hard to get is quite far off from them, so it's going to be okay. But on the side of Toda, even though they lost Peter quite early on, like I mentioned before, Peter is really crucial for the entire team. But it seems like they work things out for the side of Toda. They're more strategic base if you compare with Icons. Yes, they want the skirmishes, they want to go for the fight, they want to go for the brawl. But the thing is, coming up from Toda, when it comes to CQC, when it comes to a witness, they are way more faster when it comes to response if you compare to Icons. Right now, they're segregated. Yes, they try to revive, try to find themselves a reviver's platform, but in the meantime, they're losing quite a lot in the process.
And it looks like Anxiety is pissed off because they just literally wiped the floor with ORV. Good engagement, Time Turner, super timely. They dance the tango in and out of this Time Turner, and Jay-Z wins the dance off. Man put down onto the ground, but very timely revival by the Icon squad as Eddie is brought back by Captain here. Man as well as Four Eyes will have to wait a little bit more. There is a revival platform here at Railroad, so Icon should be strong with the 4-man squad in a little bit, but they have to get this done quickly before their compound gets rushed by another team. Sem9, on the other hand, super comfortable at Forest Red, and nobody seems to be anywhere near them to challenge just yet.
Very clear pathway. Don't have anything to worry about, but the teams that are actually in the outer circle will have to actually move forward. Now, this is the case where we get to see Axis, Neptune with one person and all the entire team around River Moon. They actually try to actually go towards the center, or if they want to cut across straight towards Militia, they can. But at the same time, if they just happen to go to a side of Forest Red, they might bomb into Sem9 very soon. I have a feeling SAF and Sem9 might actually have a go for a bit, and maybe in this case, No Escape Revolt, if they want to butt in, they can, because we do know No Escape is sort of really one of the victims in this case when it comes to A versus B group, and they're not really one of the teams that actually survived that long. Same goes for ORV. They, you know, it's a fish eat fish world, so you want to be yourself that bigger fish in this case.
Yeah, I like how you modified it from anjing to ikan. It's
yes.
Very cute, very cute. But you know, newsflash, ma'am, No Escape Revolt is a victim no matter who they play against. I mean, it doesn't matter which group.
I tried to put them in a better light, but it's just so hard, you know, right now.
Yeah,
no facts actually can, back them up at this time.
I mean, they are the softest engagers out there on the battlefield. They don't seem to be very proficient with their rotations. They don't seem to be very proficient with their mechanical skills. But we are talking about the MCPS. This is the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams out there on the battlefield. And No Escape has been good enough to reach this stage. But at this stage is where things seem to have gotten so much more tougher for them. Batman used to be one of the greatest snipers out there on the battlefield, but it looks like Raf is just going to be replacing this guy. And I have to talk a little bit about Raf and him being a flex player, right? This guy is a menace on those shotguns, on the assault rifles, CQCs with the SMGs, long range with the sniper. There doesn't seem to be anything that Raf 666 cannot do, Choo Choo.
I agree. I perfectly feel like that he's good in every sort of arsenal they're actually having. But at the same time, I do prefer him when it comes to the long-range shots because he knows which angle to see through. It's so hard to pinpoint on him. Even though there's like so many teams that crossfire against each other, Raf seems to have an eye to get the perfect angle that just seems a bit ninja, that's so hard to spot him out. So that's the advantage of, like we talked about Axel before. He got sort of the same sense when it comes to being a sniper in this term.
Let's see if No Escape Revolt can revolt against some of my comments and show me that they can engage well out there on the battlefield.
Please.
For the time being, McRory and Yadov, they have been spread out, and the rest of the players of SAF are nowhere to be seen. So if there cannot be a better situation here for No Escape Revolt to shut down SAF, and this might just be, like one of the greatest revenge executed out there on the battlefield, because there have been a couple of engagements where SAF have just wiped the floor with the players of No Escape. But McRory is kind of holding on to a really good angle here, just moving from compound to compound, making sure the players of No Escape Revolt do not have a clear line of sight against him, and he just dodges all of those potential engagements with the very smart movements. But it looks like JimQuest has got an eye on him and continuously moves forward to see if he can spot McRory out, and he zigzags through the exact same pathway that McRory has already taken. It kind of slows him down a little bit as well. But it's good on him, right? He's checking every single corner of the compound, because the last thing you want is to chase someone and then run in front of them and get backstabbed by them. That'll be such a GG.
I don't know. At this point, I feel like JimQuest is sort of doing mentor-mentee thing with the side of, exactly just going in the steps of the other team. It's like, okay, sini, exactly this window? Yeah, I'm going to jump through this window, But in the meantime, SAF is just still on the outside of the circle. They're still taking a lot of damage outside of the zone. But they might have to take the fight to cut across if it happens to be against the side of No Escape.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about No Escape. I was waiting for them to actually start something. That was the perfect situation where they can actually start to make a move, but they're still being very quiet. Here comes the fight.
Oh
there
my
you go.
God. Choo-choo, they kept quiet when it was a 2v1, and now when it's just a full squad of SAF, they open fire, and they are on the open ground. No Escape Revolt, you gotta escape, brothers. You have no defense whatsoever. The glue walls that you have is not gonna be enough. Slurpee, good backup. He manages to top up the health of his partner as he runs through for cover. SAF realizes the detriment that they will face if they do take an open field engagement, and therefore they use Mother Nature.
Oh boy.
Takes down the glue wall of Shah, has got the AC-80 in hand, but McDo has the exact same gun for the response. The problem here is Let's Go and McDo both have got their eyes on Shah. Let's Go gets knocked down onto the ground. Great counter-attack by Freezy, and McDo rushes in for the save. Who will get there first? McDo or Fraze? And it looks like McDo erects that glue wall in the nick of time, but the angles played by Fraze here can just be the death of the players of SAF.
Oh, here comes Frazee, trying to make wonders for the team, going for the flank side, going for the rounded corner, take out Magdo on the ground, and Frazee, he can finish things off. He's so crucial, so pivotal for the entire team. McRory gun charge forward as well. Seems like No Escape a bit late when it comes to the response to the entire team, but JimQuest on the ground. Let's Go just happened to be such a crucial point coming out from the side of SAF. Finish off. What happened to? What happened to No Escape Revolt? They got the upper hand just now, but the response was Shaw. Where's Slurpee? What is this? Lasco taking the entire team of No Escape by himself here.
Boom. Let's go. Smart play with the ice grenade. Takes away at the HP of Slurpee. Slurpee trying to recover. Has got the P90. And just with the ice grenade alone, Let's Go gets the quadra kill. But we hop on over to Anxiety going up against Axis. Shahid down on the ground already. Vegeta from afar trying to shut down the players. Shahid knocked out of the equation by Chessman and his Max 7. Anxiety have a good chance in here. But Rav 666 still alive. Gets tagged up. Good glue wall erected. Fura from the right hand side has got a little bit of backup as well. Raph put down onto the ground, and it looks like Vegeta has got his time numbered in here already. Runs away to safety. Axis might be able to survive this if he can stay alive.
This feels like Anxiety really anxious to go another go for Axis side. Do you want to out-corner them on a different angle entirely, come up from the backside? And Sieg trying to fight against Anxiety right now, taking a head-on sort of fight combat. But Hard to Get is on the run as we speak. Again, chasing their tails. It's going to be Todak. I'm not sure how Hard to Get... You know, Hard to Get feels like sort of... In the terms of No Escape Revolt, there's always running on their side. It's so hard for us to actually see them to try to engage onto it something. But Farang trying to take advantage here on the sideline. Jumbo on the rest of Todak. Spotted out the Farang entirety of Todak being spotted out underneath their Scobia. Chill will be taken down by a lot of walls. Trying to temporarily cover him for now. But for how much longer? It's Hard to Get coming up from behind. SAF is around the corner. Land himself around the place as well. I'm not sure. Is this going to be a hot spot later on? Is going to be a lot of crossfire? Definitely will be in a very short few seconds.
Forbit circles around Spade. In a lot of trouble here if he gets caught out, but thankfully Forbits drops down to a lower ground, so Spade can remain a little healthy for the time being. Farang a little bit too close to the opponents as Hard to Get returns, and Hard to Get is probably going to be the biggest victim. And as I say that, JC gets snuffed out. The players of Hard to Get, they just returned on that revival flight, but in between two teams that are supreme. And the only way Hard to Get can now survive this encounter is if SAF takes that great fight up against Farang, and H2G uses that bit of distraction to run away from this compound. Do not take that gunfight, H2G. There's no way you're going to be able to fight these two.
Not sure if SAF sort of want to disengage or not, but still going to go for it. Coming up from Let's Go based on the next circle. A lot of teams kind of not inside of it yet. GigFam taking a long way later than the others. Whilst on the side of Farang still trying to gatekeep against SAF and also Axis from entering. Well, Toda having a clear pathway, but they definitely want to be the third party. They don't 79 versus Icon at the same time. But back to a side of SAF versus Farang. Spade definitely one of the most crucial players. Really close off getting down. Finding down on his knees, but really close by towards his teammates. They can definitely revive him at the same time. But for the side of Magdo, they're going to be a bit of a looting come out from them. But Hazik, Axis, GigFam, Vegeta, lost MVP, but the MVP going to bow down quite early this time.
Yep, Axis Esports, unfortunately, stood no chance against a rampaging GigFam who just very smartly took that angle, backstab, got a little lucky with their positioning as well, catching Axis Esports off guard as Axis was so distracted by all of the gunshots between SAF and Farang. They were looking straight. GigFam caught their backs, wiped them out. But Hard to Get using all of that information, but the circle follows Hard to Get. Hard to Get engages with GigFam. SAF engaging against GigFam and Farang at the very same time. GigFam in a lot of trouble. But thankfully, the thing here is GigFam has got supreme mechanical skills in comparison to Hard to Get. NC fighting off two different teams as they try to get in towards the next circle. It's just all out chaos out there on the battlefield, Choo-Choo.
And at the same time, we're talking about Sam9 trying to get another one. And one more Team Icon eliminated from the scene here. We're talking about down to a couple of teams only. Toda still taking about their compound, trying to just defend the fortress as much as they can. But Ansi trying to flush them out with a couple of nades, multiple nades, on top of another nade, just to flush them out. Chills on the ground right now as Spark trying to make wonders with the entire rest of the team that only left behind. But Spark, I don't think they actually work camouflage inside of the compound right now, but Spook just eliminated the entire NC. Now there's no time for them to rest for the side of Todak. Farang is on the run for the hunt.
So that very smart plays by Spark, just popping out grenade after grenade, and he just kind of got a little lucky there as these opponents just literally ran through and managed to get in towards the radius of that blast. McRory, good nade, 4 bits, knocked down onto the ground. Insane really low, bye-bye Insane! What a finish out by McRory! The Grenadier is back in the competition, Choo-Choo!
I hate to break it, but hard to get really cornered himself at that point. But another shutdown coming out from the side of Gig Fam. Seems like Gig Fam quite far off from side of Toda, but they're definitely waiting on the other end here. Well, on the one coming out from north, we still have Farang there. Farang have been constantly waiting for the kills there. We're waiting for them to start to make a move, but SAF, you're dope, kind of being cornered. I'm not sure how he can get out from this with the entirety of Gig Fam waiting on the outside.
Gig Fam. This is SAF. Those grenades just need to be played smartly once again. But a good time turner pulled out. Glue wall taken down. They popped the grenade as well as erect yet another glue wall right back up. Just all out chaos. But now outside of the circle, the players of SAF will need to start moving. And if they don't, 30 seconds, that's going to be the death of all of them. Geek Fam eliminated just like that. All thanks to McRory and his supreme skills on that charge buster. But they do not have any time. They need to keep moving. This match is moving. Farang and Sem9. Now they
perfect shot!
Takes advantage from the back, and they'll try to sneak away all those kills. Chips away. 2 hit marks so far for Exact. No kills coming through just yet, but it's just a matter of time as Farang now distracts Sem9 as well.
Farang going against the entire team of Sem9 here. Jump Ball tried to take the fight head on. A lot of glue walls in between here. Mon already on the ground. Jasbu with the charge buster. Just trying to push forward slowly but surely. Ring around the rosy. Found them. And no, they can't play hide and seek for Sem9. Roger being wiped out entirely. And it's down to Todak versus Farang. And there's also SAF here. 3 teams remain.
And a good grenade launcher, but Spade just needs to play the game of patience. Don't do it, Spade! I warned you, boy. Tagged up, but behind the glue wall, he crawls. And now, Toda helping out the players of Farang as they take that attack directly towards them to snuff them out. Say, you rest, buddy. You don't have to do all of the heavy lifting. Let us kill off SAF. We want to take the booyah instead. Good recovery by the players of Farang. And now, as they back away slowly, it's a 3-way fight in this final circle. Farang versus Toda first. SAF can sit this out, but SAF takes an initiative, drops Pedro out of the equation, making the fight for Farang so much more easier. SAF and Farang going to town on Toda at the very same time. Toda makes that great big mistake, and now it's Farang versus SAF. Choo-choo.
A bit late for SAF to actually start engaging. They already finished off against Todak here, but definitely it's going to be a tight one. Let's go. Chalk got quite a number of damage just now, but look at how they go. Come out, Farang. They just squeezed them in. SAF can't breathe, and it's going to be a booyah coming out from the team SAF. Sorry, Farang actually won the match just now. SAF being choked by how the entirety of Farang just slowly creeping in, slowly closing them in, cornered around. They just can't get out. SAF, the movement they tried to push forward is just a tad bit too late.
Consistency is key, and Farang almost became the victim in that final circle. Toda chose to attack Farang, but Farang was saved by SAF. SAF dropped Pedro first, and Pedro is one of the star players on the side of Toda, and that one takedown shook the players of Toda instantaneously. Farang didn't know exactly what was happening out there on the battlefield, but they knew that there were two other opponents out there on the battlefield in terms of squads, and when they started engaging with each other, Farang took it as a cue to take advantage of the situation as well, and they accidentally became the third party. Toda thought they could take Farang out. Farang turned the table on them, and then when SAF brought the fight a little bit closer, once again Farang shows them who is the top contender when it comes to Alpine.
Yeah, you mentioned about Alpine.
Have the tables turn, right, Choo-Choo?
Yeah, no, just to remind you guys, definitely it's true what AJ mentioned about Farang would take this run for when it comes to Alpine, and definitely it just shows they know what to do when it comes to closing the deal here.
Absolutely. So Farang, I don't know if I should be surprised or not. I really think Husky is just cursed. You know, every time he's on the casting table, Farang just seems to have terrible days. They're doing fantastic this week, and it's because we've got Choo-Choo. So Choo-Choo might be the lucky charm. Our outside of the shenanigans, though, fantastic play from Farang. I think this is what we've been expecting from Farang the whole time, right? This is what we know Farang are capable of playing like this. Such a crisp, tactical team. They know when to go. They know when to back up. Just fantastic. I was a little bit disappointed here for Sem9. I was thinking that this team was also going to be able to make it to the late game, but they made an interesting choice where they decided to stick around in the open rather than really rushing for that compound. What happened here with Sem9 for them to actually get slain there? Was it just maybe the team a little bit slow to get to the compound?
Go ahead, AJ. I mean, like, this is yours. I'm like, for me, Sem9 is like, there's up and down. They're not consistent, not adapting as fast, and just, I don't know, just all over the place mostly.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at consistency, and when you look at the performance of Sem9 at Alpine, they are one of the worst of teams. They're not even in like the mid-range performers when it comes to this map, right? So I don't really, want to take it hard on them. It's just not their map. When I predicted Farang picking up the win, it wasn't because Farang is like perfect on each and every single engagement out there. It's just that this is Farang's map. So based on that, it's a consistent performance from them. They just don't know their drop spots all that too well just yet. I mean, initially, very early engagements coming through, that in itself shows exactly how Sem9 handles those rotations inside of Alpine as a whole. They just need to practice more. They just need to strategize a little bit more. And when I say strategize, I don't mean jumping into scrims and figuring it out on the fly. I mean jumping into a open lobby where they set it up for themselves, maybe get a couple of their other, juniors to jump on in and try out a couple of those strats, try to predict exactly where that circle is going to be moving time and time again. Yes, it's RNG, but, the RNG has got a certain algorithm that repeats time and time again, right? So if you can figure it out, you will be the masters of Alpine. And clearly, Farang has gotten this under their belt already.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be realistic as well looking at these maps. Not everyone is going to get it every time a new map comes out. Some people get it faster, some people get it slower. So maybe throughout the season, these teams will start to pick it up and then we really see everyone play at 100% capacity. But that's already game 2 done and dusted. We still have one more game with this grouping before we swap on out. And I think this is going to be exciting because, of course, it's going to be back onto Purgatory. So a bit of a reset for some of these teams to hopefully do a bit better, maybe change things up a little bit, because we do seem to have a couple of teams having tendencies when it came to drop points, and I have been recording some of them because some teams have shown this consistency. Moving into Purgatory, Sem9 love Central. They seem to just always drop down there, but at the same time, they're also sharing territory with Todak and GeekFam. So towards the southern side of the map, you're always going to be seeing that action, whereas Farang, they seem to love dropping in towards the eastern side of Marbleworks, whereas SAF, weirdly enough, they love to play around the northern, like they play between Field and Moat House. It also depends on who sort of drops up there. So I think teams are now starting to get a feel of territory, if you want to say that, where people love to drop. And I'm wondering if someone maybe tries to capitalize on this and say that, okay, maybe we have a good chance of going up against XYZ team. Maybe we try and contest, or we know this side's going to be empty. Let's just go there. But with this information, I mean, AJ, how would you sort of approach these games as well with knowledge that, okay, these teams have territories now?
It really depends as to who are you when you make that decision, right? Are you a team that's good at engaging? Are your mechanical skills sound? And if your mechanical skills are sound, you really got to weigh your options here. Do you want to get aggressive and take a hot drop against a team? Because, even a team like Bloody Head, how they used to be in the past, when they took a hot drop against GeekFam, no matter how dominating GeekFam used to be in the past, Bloody Head still managed to win a couple of those fights, and they still managed to kick out GeekFam very early on, right back out of the lobby. So that's the kind of chances that you take when it's a 50-50 drop. But we have seen vulturing in the past, and if you are a good team, you probably want to vulture on teams like NC as well as No Escape Revolt. But the problem here is these two teams haven't really found their perfect drop spots yet, so you won't really see it just yet.
Yeah, it seems like some teams are still sampling the palette, right? They're like, let's just drop a little bit everywhere and see what feels good. And of course, I mean, I could say it's just day 3. For some teams, it's just another day. For other teams, it's like, we really got to be careful. So for teams that still feel that they can drop all over the place, they probably think they have the luxury to to still try things out, right? Because you still need to save strats for grand finals, am I right? You can't reveal everything. We've seen what happens for teams that show all their cards during the league stage.
I mean, like, this is at the stage. This is a league for a reason, right? You have to put more variety when it comes to your strategy or meta, and also however you want to approach certain teams or certain circles. So that's why it's a league. So you get to improvise and also try to experiment on a few things, especially when it comes to second and third week, where it's kind of in the middle. So that's where you try to develop a new sort of strategy entirely when it brings to the grand final. And also, when it comes to a long league like this, teams have to actually put more varieties, because then later on you will be catch up by the other teams. You don't have any more cards to play with.
Yep. MVP for the round, it's going to go to Let's Go from SAF. He's nailed 5 kills that round with 1,632 damage and with an accuracy of 25.4. Seems to be pretty average all round for these players to have about 25-20 accuracy. But he managed to nail those 5 kills. Most important thing, he did do a significant amount of damage this round though.
He most definitely did. But, you know, in terms of play style, my personal MVP is McRory. I mean, I love Let's Go, I love SAF, but McRory seems to be finding a little bit of his flair with those grenades once again. I mean, I think the highlight reel that they pulled up earlier on where he tossed in those 2 grenades, the timing was absolutely perfect, right? The timing of the response of his opponents obviously kind of paid a little bit of dividends to that, as well as they were a little slow in terms of response. But if you go purely by the number of slays, obviously, you know, he's going to deserve that MVP. But team MVP, well deserved. It is SAF. Supreme slaying skills out there on the battlefield, picking up 20 massive points from this round.
I mean, especially considering SAF's position, they are, would you say they're kind of safe on the leaderboard? I think they sort of are, but maybe still at risk of falling to the bottom end of the bracket.
They're more towards the middle bracket right now, right? Yeah. At the same time, you mentioned about McRory. I mean, like, of course, Let's Go gonna have the MVP because McRory been dealing a lot of, helping him at the same time, because these two has been playing together for the longest time there is. Like, even though they changed swap teams, it always been a duo for these two guys. So I'm not surprised for the MVP getting into either McRory or Let's Go, because they are sort of the most crucial, player when it comes to SAF entirely.
Right.
Yeah. For me, on the other hand, guys, before we go on to the scores of this round, it's just that SAF last week, when they played both Purgatory and Alpine, they were super soft. I don't know what was up with the team. They barely picked up any sort of points, right? I mean, if you look at SAF's performance on Alpine last week, they picked up 22 points on all of those Alpine maps. Today, in one game alone on Alpine, they've already picked up 20, right? So that in itself kind of paints the trajectory of SAF right now, with McRory finally waking up. Maybe Let's Go wants to lead them up to the top as well. The players have managed to patch up all of those misplays, and we can depend on them a little bit more to pick up solid points today, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this also goes to show that SAF may be one of the slower teams to sort of pick up on the competition, not 100% comfortable with drop points, but now they've found their safe place, their safe haven. Because for all the games that we have seen SAF play today, we haven't seen them really be contested. They've had a relatively easy early game, they don't run into anybody, and that lets them loot up. So SAF, they're on an upwards trajectory for now, but the question is for how long, because right now they are sitting in 4th place. So very happy, right under expand. We also need to take into consideration that this is only going to be point increases for teams in A and B, right? C hasn't been taken into consideration, and we know that AB Radicals still in 1st place, surprisingly, even after 2 games have happened. It just goes to show how far ahead this team is versus the competition. But Farang are close on their heels now with 168. And with one more game to go, there's a good chance that if Farang can maintain that consistency, they are going to be able to take that 1st place away. But for how long?
I mean, like, this is a scary prospect coming up from teams coming up from A and B, because no matter how many games they've been playing, AV Radicals and also Expand has been sticking there for quite a bit. Yes, SAF coming up from a 9th spot earlier today up to the 4th spot, but they'll be resting for a bit for some of this team by end of today. So I'm not sure how much actually they have to put in when we come back to a C group later on, like later today. I mean, like, this is like them still at top 3, not doing anything. They're just biting their nails and having a great day, maybe polishing it, manicure it for a bit, not doing anything at all.
Just polishing their nails.
Yeah.
Enjoying some Milo, watching the games.
Yeah, we're still number 1. Yeah, chilling.
And AB Radicals isn't really the most consistent team out there on the battlefield, right? They've got like some crazy, insane rounds, like close to 40 points the last time they hit Alpine. And those are the kind of breakout rounds that have managed to allow them to secure that number 1 spot. But if Farang can adjust their approach to Purgatory a little bit more, because last week wasn't really their best showing at Purgatory, we might be able to maybe see them rip away that number 1 spot and do a lot of damage to AV Radicals today. And if Farang can continue to keep that performance up later on as well, as Group B stays in here and then welcomes Group C, we might see AV Radicals totally bomb out. But it's all going to be dependent on how AV Radicals do, because Farang and SAF, both of them have been on the rise up here, Danny.
Absolutely. Let's see if I'm going to be able to fell the dragons known as AV Radicals. We're going to jump into game 3 here. It's our final game as well for teams in A and B. Back onto Purgatory. Choo Choo, AJ, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Hope you have a great time sitting and watching for this round. But just now, I mean, like, you guys have been mentioned a lot when it comes to AV Radicals, Expand, even when it comes to Group A and B, it's going to be SAF, Sam9, GigFam. I'm like, can we just spotlight for a bit when it comes to New Escape Revolt and also even ORV in this case? I know they're not really in the spot where we should talk about them that much, but at the same time, I feel like, want to root for these teams because it feels like they are such an underdog. They're such a team that always plays the victim. Can they, for once, rise up to the occasion, step up their game for a bit and just show us, wow us with some sort of surprise there?
That's the problem here, Choo Choo, because I think I've always been a huge supporter of the underdog teams out there on the battlefield. But usually when I do support an underdog team, it's because I see the strategy that they're trying to execute, but the execution sometimes is a little bit of soft, approaching towards that matchup. The problem with No Escape Revolt is I don't see any sound strategy. So that's the main reason why I kind of avoid chit-chatting a lot about them, because usually it's probably going to be something negative.
Nothing good to say.
Yeah, you know what they say, right? When you've got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. That's the problem here. They're not giving me anything good to talk about. But Axis Esports and Anxiety are giving me anxiety with the kind of way they're performing out there today on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Anxiety happens to be here. It's used to be Axis sort of spot entire day when it comes to Forge, but because of the hotspot itself, the blue zone happens to be here. We do know Anxiety, and including also in this case when it comes to Group C, AV Radicals also play the same thing here, where they chase around the hotspot quite early on. So Anxiety definitely want to demolish it when it comes to Axis, but we do know Axis have been performing, like their performance progression have been growing quite okay, not in the fastest rate there is, but pretty much okay for them to keep up when it comes to the entire tournament. So I'm not sure, can they actually take the fight head on with Anxiety early on here?
Yeah, Axis Esports, I mean, it was a damn good start to the competition, but I'm really going to peg the good start to the maps that they were playing, right? Bermuda, Kalahari, I guess I'm going to, just say that this team just does so much better there. Purgatory as well as Alpine, you really see Axis struggling a little bit out there on the battlefield. And it's not even that they, oh my goodness, Raf just too good. God Toby forced to expand his time turner so early in the matchup. And he jumps out of his time turner prematurely, pulls out a glue wall as well. But that AWM and that destructive force out of each and every single one of those bullets, Raf does not know God Toby has managed to switch out positions already. But Raf has a little bit of a backup here in Neptune. So this looks like it's going to be a GG for the players of Anxiety.
Vegeta open up a glue wall, fighting and trying to take down on Chessman head-to-head. Coming out from the flank side. If they can win this for the side of Axis, it's huge! And it's going to Vegeta come out from the flank, helping the rest of Raf. And it's going to be Raf taking the first block as well. Finally, the tilted tilt to his Toby. Finish him off straight away, but I'm not sure if Anxiety still want to commit to this. As last remaining member, I think, remaining, come up from this side. Kanoho trying to run and try to revive the rest of the teammate, trying to find himself a revived platform, which is just so hard. I don't think Axis will want to let him go yet.
I don't think they do. Kanoho might not stand a chance here. And I like Shahid and what he's doing. He's flanking from that right hand side. As I say that, he runs straight into the house. Good job, Shahid. But, you really want to flank from the right hand side. You don't want to take a direct line because of exactly what might be able to happen here, right? But the good thing here is Shahid knows that Kanoho can't really run away anywhere towards the back. But now he gets shot out of nowhere. Where in the world did that gunshot come from? Shahid approaching. Very tense situation, and I don't think Kanoho knows that he's right behind him. And from the back, it is unfortunate. Neptune manages to get that shot as Shahid pulls that distraction. Asta is going to get taken out of the equation. So Asta La Vista, brother. I hope you get revived sometime soon. Nafis, NC, overall still struggling. And Nafis inside of the vehicle, one of the best things that you can bring into Purgatory, but when you're the lone survivor, maybe not. But he's so far away from all of these buy points. SAF,
oh boy,
this timing is going to be absolutely crazy. Nafis, jangan stop ke sana.
Oh no!
Drives away.
Magdo, we can see it trying so hard here. Definitely missed the shot, the window of opportunity. We saw they're flying against each other in the same map here, in the same trajectory of directions and angles. But Magdo, he tried to take down enough. He's got himself a revolver spot here. Definitely just going to run and just going to run for it. He's just not going to wait. Not going to wait for it.
Like, how come these players are not using that revival platform at all? This is why. Because someone always just waiting there. And now Nafis, I mean, he's just running from compound to compound, place to place, looking for a good spot to revive his teammates. But he just doesn't seem to find any empty spots. And now Icon have the opportunity to take this kill point. Nafis, that's the worst spot, bro. Janganlah masuk that watchtower. I have no idea why players do this. It's the worst place to sit in.
Just drive away. Just drive away as fast as you can. This is the best case scenario for Nafis. He shouldn't park himself there. There's an open field. Definitely every person in Icons can actually say where he's standing. I don't feel there's a happy ending for Nafis right now.
Nah, that's, a miserable ending. And now he's getting shot from the back as well. NC engagement out there on the battlefield. Man, that's the UMP. Nafis, he just to knock him down onto the... No, it is Icon's 4 eyes from the back that knocks him down. Nafis still manages to go in here, revives himself, picks himself up from the ground. You gotta appreciate the skills, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Fantastic survivability. But, of course, when you pick yourself up, it might be great in a team fight, not when you're 1v4. Nafis's journey ends. But let's see if Sem9's journey can continue and if they can end H2G right here, Choo Choo.
A valiant effort coming up from Nafis just now. Back towards the side of Sem9. Feels like a bit crossfire between hard to get here. But hard to get, we do know they're having a bit of a problem to have a bit of a closure. They have a bit of a problem to go for any sort of fight here. We're talking about Lone Rage, CQC. They're just not really confident enough to put themselves in a situation where you go for high risk, high reward. But aside from Sem9, definitely they have what it takes. All they need to do is just surround the other way around, go move forward together, move in unison, and just get the team comms going. But on the side of hard to get, you do know, you can feel that they are very hesitant to make a move here.
And, I mean, hesitant or not, Geek Fam needs to get the heck out of there. The next circle is so far away from them, and they've got supreme teams between them and that circle. So Geek Fam with a good potential here now. Look at them, man. They are just rotating around from Golf Course into Marble Works, and then potentially with that zip line in towards the danger zone. But, of course, by the time they even get to that zip line, the danger zone would have disappeared already. I like the ideation here from the side of Geek Fam because they're just going to avoid all of those potential engagements that I just talked about.
It's unnecessary fights for them. At the same time, it's just, it's kind of smart. It's okay to play it late. It's okay to play it safe. At the same time, they don't need to force themselves way too much. We saw a lot of teams, including Icons in this case, especially in this case, that they forced too much team fight, too much of a battle. They didn't get anything at the back line, anything at the end of the day. But Foreign definitely got something again, ORV. It's just so hard to just put themselves out there. The same boat as No Escape Revolt. It's just one of the team that people saw, hey, this seems to be like ORV play, so why not we just chase them all the way? Because it's them. They don't have to retaliate. They don't want to even do anything. And I'm hoping for them to actually do something about it. Rise up to the occasions. Like how Farang did the entire day here today. We do know the Spade is one of the most valuable player when it comes to this lineup, when it comes to Farang itself. But no matter how many MVP you had in back in the days, it's down to the now. If they want to improvise themselves, they have to take the risk right now, rise up to the occasion, just push forward, just stop hesitating and just go for it. In this case, ORV left with flank. Again, ORV is just not making a go at all.
But I love his positioning. He's just at the very bottom, at the foot of the cliff here. And angles-wise, no one with that high ground advantage is going to be able to take him out of the equation. Farang, on the other hand, one with Mother Nature, using those trees to block those shots. Very smart usage of those defensive positions to not expand any one of their glue walls just yet. And that's the kind of strategy I love seeing, being played out there on the battlefield. But Snake, with the Mag 7, just waiting for that opportunity to pop up against the players of Geek Fam, but Jembal makes one big mistake, rushes in towards his death. Spade on the other hand. Time Turner, it's a Mag 7 respawn. Spade pulls out a good glue wall. Hakimi backstab from the back. Farang, it looks like they're not going to be able to get out of this sticky situation, Choo Choo.
A bit too reckless coming out from Spade, just moving forward there, not thinking twice, but it seems like a bit of a turning of a tie here as far as Jasmine just going to push forward. What happened, Kings fan? Out of this game! My God, Jasmine, he saved the day for entire team of Farang here.
Oh, he got a triple and he absolutely annihilated Geek Fam. Farang, they made a mistake through Jembal, but Jesbu, like you said, Choo Choo, saves the day. No Escape Revolt, on the other hand, cannot do much. Spark, great nade, manages to take down Slurpee. The rest of the players of No Escape Revolt hunkering down inside of his tiny little compound. Shah has no option. Cooks up a grenade, but that's the biggest mistake. Mac 10, on the other hand, will be able to slay two back-to-back players. The third one gets away. It's the glue wall, but the backstab from Pedro puts him out of the equation. Thoda on fire as well.
I mean, like, if you want to take out on Toda, they definitely have to focus on Pedro first. No matter what it takes, have to finish off Pedro, then they have a shot. Because Pedro is just so good. Just taking advantage of certain circumstances, including when they're being cornered. He knows the loophole. Here comes Batman. We do know Batman, when it comes to sneakiness, he's there. But it's going to be 7-9 for the next contenders. Hard to get Forbits. Just giving away too much of his position, giving Man so much space to show him on. Batman will be revived at the side of Insane. But Jay-Z want to go for the push, but he's going for the push solo-handedly. I'm not sure if he's want to go for this because the rest of the team is just taking a bit of a late back there, not going to follow up that early on.
Should be easy points here for the players of Sem9 as long as they can engage well. They back away towards a smaller compound, and I feel like this is a very smart move by Sem9, putting the distance between them and the players of H2G. And when H2G tries to catch them, there's so much of open space between the compound that they are in right now versus where Sem9 is. So they will have to expand their glue walls, and they will have to potentially drop a couple of players, go in for the revive, waste their resources. So Sem9's really smart in terms of suckering them out, but they are looking for that circle as well. So Sem9 just a little bit smarter in terms of strategy. ORV, on the other hand, pressuring the players of SAF. SAF, high ground advantage, but nothing to work with as the players of ORV knock them down one after the other. And Jans manages to knock Let's Go down onto the ground, and it looks like this time around, the performance isn't gonna be stellar from the Filipino squad.
Here it comes with the charge bars to finish off McDo straight away. I'm loving this. This feistiness coming up from ORV. They've been quiet so far and finally start to make it go. They start to go and take the advantage of the situation. But Farang just don't know when to stop. They are monsters right now, going hammock and just taking all the teams down. But at the same time, we'll be too reckless for the side of Farang. One by one, taking down like flies. Jans and Fang coming up from ORV. Trying to finish off Jumbo on this side. Just going to ring around the rosy, but it's not enough. Jumbo outsmarted him just now. And again, Farang almost being eliminated. cancel out, and it's definitely theirs to take for this round.
That was really not worth it, right? Because what he should have done the moment he got that knock was try to recover a little bit of his HP, try to play the game of chance, because that circle, yes, it is dealing damage, but not so much that you cannot recover in time. So a little bit of a bad decision making from the final player on the side of Farang. Good grenade will force M9's Man04 out of his hiding. He takes on the players of Hard to Get, and Hard to Get have managed to chase them all the way down to that lower ground. Ice grenade chipping away at Man04. 3v1. Man04 goes down, but out of nowhere, Raja taken out of the equation as well. Sem9's really being hurt right now. Fikri returns fire, taking out JZ. Two men still surviving. It's a 2v3. Time is not going to help him out as Fikri loses his life as well. Sem9 now have one final player in terms of hoping on. Phoenix has got a buy point towards the right, but that's held on by the players of Hard to Get, so Sem9 might not make it through to the final circle.
I hate to break it, but definitely Sem9 didn't see Hard to Get going to push forward as aggressive. That was really brutal coming up from them. But Icons, they didn't get engaged with any sort of early fight, and they deserving with their discipline right now. Yeah, patience, been waiting the entire time, not trying to go against all the other teams like how they used to be. They changed their tactical this time. Their approach towards the game, and they survived. Till on the 6th place, like on the top 6 right now, they definitely can actually have a shot at this.
Yep, Sem9 Phoenix. A precautionary nade tossed out first, sends out the drone as well to get that extra little bit of information, which is taken out of the equation instantaneously. Full squad of Icon trying to engage with the final player of Sem9. Thoda distracted by Hard to Get. Hard to Get using Mother Nature. Mother Nature provides a lot of defense. A double glue wall erected, but out of nowhere, Pedro chips in as well. LMG in his hand. Shot after shot. Pedro and Jill together alongside Exact. Finish off the players of Hard to Get.
That tap, that spray, non-stop. One to the other from Pedro. He just don't know when to say, you know what? I'm just good. You put so many walls in front of me. I don't even care. I'm just gonna keep on breaking it.
Yeah.
That's just Pedro. But at the same time, Toda is not right in the circle. They don't have that much. Never mind. They do have a contender right in front of him. He's gonna be Vegeta and Axis, who's kind of on the edge as well. And Vegeta just gonna snipe from afar. But Icon's the one they're not giving enough attention to, which actually will be the third party. Never mind being shot down from the elevations coming out from Axis. Vegeta just gonna keep this shot coming out from this particular angle. The moment they discovered him, he will be taken down, but nobody spot him out. Icons just being wiped down here.
Yeah, and Axis Esports right back on fire as Thoda manages to secure that final kill onto Icon. It's now Thoda versus Axis Esports. Axis Esports has got pretty much the better positioning here, but Thoda, can they have the better skills? Exact, as usual, will be trying to pile on all of their aggressive shots. Vegeta goes for the prone, avoids being taken down prematurely, and he still survives. Glue wall erected by Shahid has got the Groza, perfect for that mid to long range engagement, and even though that CQC comes through, he has the M1887, and that is the gun that puts down the player from the side of Thoda. Fantastic response. Pedro taken out of the equation. Axis might be able to do this, Choo-Choo.
Oh, this is just perfect. Axis finish off with a booyah. What a nice formation in the last minute. They circle around. The moment Pedro downs, we do know about this, AJ. Pedro is so crucial for the side of Toda. The moment he went down, it's just almost game over. And also Spark coming up from the side. Raph is just doing so well for the team.
Yeah, and you know, like I said earlier on, this was the final opportunity for Axis Esports to take a quick sweep. Thank you, boss, Jay Syed. And you know, to take a quick sweep of those points before Group C comes into battle, because Group C is a monster on a whole other level, Choo-Choo.
That's true. I think Danny sort of agree with us when it comes to the grouping. I would be really glad that we have a bit of a swap when it comes to grouping in the future, because if they stays like the Group C, just gonna bulldoze everybody along the way.
Yeah. And
yes, I'm here. I didn't go anywhere. I'm here. I was thinking like maybe Choo-Choo had something else to say, but no, I totally agree. I'm. I mean, to be fair, it's nice to see the group changes as well, because it does force the teams to change their overall playstyle as well, because you can't approach every group exactly the same.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, though, that was just a fantastic ending. Axis, I love the way that they utilized the terrain. They had such a beautiful hill where it fully protected them. They didn't even need the trees. They were fully protected. They didn't have to worry about their side. All they had to do was just completely vulture, eat the competition up, and then be like, all right, it's your turn. And wow, just an amazing ending to that round.
Farah kind of bombed out a little bit early on, but I would say the performance in Purgatory this time around was so much better from last week, right, in comparison. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Just bring in those little bits of adjustments, and Farah's not going to be too far away from, you know, just absolutely dominating that #1 spot. And there wasn't a lot between them and AB Radicals a little bit earlier on. I believe there was less than 10 points. I believe there's only about less than 5 points, in fact. So with the 10 kills that they got, barely any placement points, doesn't matter to them at all. They have managed to now secure that #1 spot, guys.
Absolutely. Not just that, though. I do want to say congratulations to Todak as well, right? Because this was a team that they were just there. Everyone knew they were there in the competition. They knew that they're in Group A, but no, they didn't really perform to the point where we could say like, oh, Todak's amazing. We're finally starting to see the consistency come out from this team. And to think that they're looking this good during week 2, I'm actually really excited to see them play next week. I know we're still in week 2. We've just started week 2, but they're really starting to pick up the competition strategy, and they're starting to find their footing in this game. They know how to get into the late games now. They just got to figure out how to close these games out. I think that's the only thing that's really stopping Todak from being able to get more booyahs in the future. But we are looking for a group swap here. Sorry, Choo, you want to continue?
Yeah. Speaking of Todak, right, when it comes to week #1, we see a lot of Pedro. Now, there's another person coming up on the charts here, which is going to be Sparks. So I'm waiting for the week #3 and week #4 where all the teammates start to match up where Pedro started and just be on the same standard by end of the league. So we're hoping for that coming up from Todak.
Definitely.
I think today is going to be a day where Todak kind of picks up a little bit more points because, I mean, when you compare their performance, Purgatory versus Alpine, Todak, I guess the fish Todak itself doesn't like cold waters. That's the problem here. You know, Alpine full of, you know, cold areas, cold waters. Todak just doesn't survive well there. Purgatory, on the other hand, the warmer waters, maybe that's the exact problem here. That is the exact positive that they're getting on Purgatory.
I kind of want to ask... Todak is the swordfish, right?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Problem solved. Jokes aside, we're going to be going for a group swap as we've not only finished our first 3 games, but it does mean that all the teams in Group A are going to go for a bit of a break. They can have their lunch. They can watch the games because it is going to be B versus C next. And this is a whole new monster of a grouping. But before that, we do need to take a look at our MVPs for this round, as we do see not too many revivals. I think this is particularly strange, guys, because we're so used to seeing at least 10, even 15. We've seen 20 revivals.
I think we know why, AJ. You saw how everybody just wait at the revival platform just now.
Is this the new strat? People are just camping revival points now just to get these stragglers?
I think for one of 2 reasons, right? Number one, you really want to stick to compounds that have the revival platform. In case things go south for your own squad, then, you know, you actually have something there to just bounce right back into the competition. And secondly, yes, you want to finish off some of those teams who are running towards the revival point. But when we first brought the whole revival system into Free Fire, we saw a lot of the players abusing it, right? And it wasn't really going to last for a long time. Just like how some of the meta guns or whatever meta lethals are abused, the counterplay will be found eventually out there on the battlefield. And this is the counter that is there to neutralize all of those revives.
Yeah, eat the little fishies. All right, next up, our MVP for the round, it's going to be Jesbu from Farang. He managed to nail the round with 7 kills to his name, 1,125 damage, and an accuracy of 34.9%. 38.8%, the highest we've seen today thus far. And again, this guy just really, really efficient with his kills. He's getting the kills, right? It's not about how much damage you do, it's whether or not you get that final knockdown.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he's working with Spade just now as a duo, and definitely they have been working quite a lot. Farang almost lost that one, right, AJ? You remember how they actually play around it. I forgot which team they were fighting against, but definitely because of Jesbu, they actually survived. If Jesbu didn't come out a bit late or on the flank side, it's going to be the end for Farang. It would be a different ending entirely.
Absolutely. And Axis Esports now, I am happy for this team because we didn't see much of them for the past 2 games. So Axis, 26 points. I think this is something that they've been looking forward to. 14 kills. I think this is the highest kills we've seen today. It's not so kill hungry today for Group A and B.
I think Axis, as a whole, right, I think they have been very consistent when it comes to Purgatory. In match number 1, they picked up 20 points, and now they pick up 26 points. And they better hope and pray that this is enough, because once again, against Group B, I mean, whenever it goes A versus B, Axis Esports finds a way to pick up those points. But when it is Group B versus C, this is exactly where Axis Esports just struggles a little bit, because you're not just facing off against 1 team, 2 teams that can perform well. You've got 4 teams on this side of Group C that can really pop off. You're talking about AV Radicals, the Team Expand, Blacklist, as well as Pando EWG, right? So hopefully Axis has a solution for them as well after suffering defeat so many a times in week number 1.
You know what? I'm even going to throw Bloody Head in there. Like, there are moments where Bloody Head play like a triple S tier team. Yes. But it's also got to be like perfect conditions for this team to pull off those plays. So Group C, a monstrous grouping indeed. And very quickly, 26 points as we just saw for Axis Esports after that round. Todak is going to be taking home much needed 18 points. That's going to keep them up on that leaderboard. Farang, 13, not so bad. They're already pretty comfortable up there. Same thing with SAF. I think SAF, it's a better day for them, but I do still wonder, are we going to see SAF continue on this upwards trajectory? Because there are moments, and especially when it comes to that Group C, when you incorporate A and C together, we do see SAF tend to struggle in that grouping. But that's going to be it for that. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see where all the players are for A and B, because remember, Group C, they haven't moved, they haven't played. And Farang have finally taken that first place away from AV Radicals. But AJ, as always, for how long?
Yeah, and I really hope and pray that Farang has got the solution here to retrofit into attacking the players from Group C a little bit later on. But unfortunately for Farang, they've done all right for the first 3 matches, but now they have to rest. And Farang is actually in Group B, so they are not going to rest. They are continuing the next 3, because today they're running their marathon of 6 matches. So perfect, right? All they need to do is stop the powerhouse Group C. Good luck, Farang. That's all I can say.
I think that's the best thing you can hope. I'm hoping they also get a moment to maybe have some lunch as well, right? Because we're going to go for a quick break. You've played 3 games. You're going to feel you're going to feel the munchies. You don't want to play when you're hungry. You don't really think straight when you're thinking of other things. So we are going to go for a quick break after this as well. This is not just a break for the players and us. It's also for all of our wonderful viewers at home. So again, firstly, thank you to everybody that has been tuning in to the broadcast. We're almost halfway there, but we've got plenty more Free Fire coming for you in after this break. But before we go for the break, I think we do need to just quickly have a small discussion on B versus C. We know that Group C is stacked. Group B have just played 3 games. They got to be feeling warmed up. Would you rather be in Group B or Group C going into these matches? Do you like playing warm or cold? That's what I'm saying.
You like what?
Do you like to play warm or cold?
I think I would much prefer to be in Group B rather than Group C, because Group C just has way too many Titans, right? Like every single match you play, you have to go up against these Titans. Group B, on the other hand, you just have 2. So
I agree. I agree. The fact that if you're in Group C, you can't get away from them. How much you want to get out from that is just impossible. And every single day you're fighting against the teams, they must be there. So there's no way you can avoid them, right? So if you try to avoid
final circle, there they are.
Yeah, and at the same time, they will chase you down. These guys, they want to hunt people down coming up from Group C. They are fearless. They are reckless. If you compare to Group A, they're much more sort of strategy. You saw how Gigfan coming in very late, and also Semnan start to coming in late. They're more towards, conservative sort of play. But when it comes to Group C, they don't care.
They don't care because there's not enough points in that group. I think that's also something that we need to talk about, right? Like, you're in such a stacked group, you're competing with so many people that want to grab those points. But before we go for our quick break, we just want to do a quick reminder here that we have played 3 games thus far. Sem9 taking the first booyah of the day from Purgatory. Fire able to secure the second booyah on Outline, and then Axis Esports going to be claiming the third booyah of the day back on Purgatory. Now, of course, this does mean we are going to go for that group swap. It's going to be B versus C next, and we're going to stay on Purgatory. So going for a bit of a double here. Group B going to be playing the exact same map. I'm pretty sure they don't mind because they're more worried about who they're playing up against. Yes. Group C, a very scary grouping, and I think anything who are we going to be watching out for? I think for anyone that hasn't watched the broadcast at all, who are the Titans that are going to be dominating the group?
Axis Esports. I think they have been super dominant on Purgatory last week. They are dominant on Purgatory this week, and we've got 5 maps of Purgatory to play. Yeah, it's high potential Axis Esports will rise up to the top a little bit.
Axis Esports. All right. And of course, as always, we've got to watch out for Expand, AV Radical, Blacklist, EWG, Bloody Head. Like, there are so many people to watch out for. But I think, if anything, maybe we've got to look out for Farang as well. Maybe they found a solution for this Group C. We don't really know how these teams have prepared for each other because, again, we have information. Some of these teams have static drop points, and it's a decision whether or not you want to maybe try and contest these drop points. Maybe you try and hit them where it hurts, because some of these teams, they're not very strong in the early game. They're only strong after they have started the loot points. But of course, we are going to go for a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. So go to the toilet, grab your snacks, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes, because once you return, it is B versus C.
Numbers.
We have been
Here before, as players,
and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
We have been
here before, as players,
and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Wrong! With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Wrong! With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Wrong! With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Wrong! With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just finished up our first grouping of the day, which means we are now on to our second grouping. It is B versus C. And we also have AJ and the wonderful Choo Choo joining us as our beautiful, amazing, smart casters. Guys, this is going to be an amazing lineup. I think...
Yeah.
In the past, and I guess last week, we sort of called this the main course, if you will, because this is a amazing group. You've got so many talented teams, and we've actually got some pretty interesting underdogs in the group as well. Everyone's just so ruthless trying to claim those points because, let's be real, there's just not enough to go around.
And if I may just jump in there, and not only do the groupings I like, but I also like this panel, right? Because Choo Choo has been on fire. I love the combo, the mustachu combo there during the shoutcast. Absolute fire.
Is that what it's called? The mustachu?
Oh, mustachu. I should have a moustache later on, but
gosh.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, back to as a grouping, right? I mean, I feel, Group B do actually sort of excel when it comes to today. But in the meantime, we did mention about Group B as always being the small fish. Right, so this is the biggest fish when it comes to Group C. I feel like a bit hard for the side of Group B here.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had their feast, if you will, in Group A. So it's time for the circle of life to come full back circle and say that, we're actually the small fish now, and it's going to be Group C to feed on us. And of course, the feeding, it looks like it's just about to begin. It is going to be our first game for Groups B and C. Let's see if maybe Group B could eat the big fish for once. Tutu, AJ, take it away for game 1 of this group.
AJ?
Thank you very much. And as we head into Purgatory, it's going to be a tense moment, most definitely. I mean, you hear the background music, you know how tense it's going to be. It's going to be tense for 2 teams, very specifically, Axis Esports and Farang. Farang, who already have moved into that number 1 spot, now needs to fight for their dear lives and hope and pray that AV Radicals does not go ape on them to rip away those points. The one blessing in disguise is AV Radicals usually do not pop off on Purgatory here, Chuchu.
Yeah, but at the same time, I have a feeling that sort of Farang got himself this target behind the back here. And definitely AV Radicals not that happy when their throne being snatched off, when they're just polishing their nails on the sideline. So I have a feeling they might charge in quite early on. We do know AV Radicals, when it comes to Purgatory and when it comes to Alpine, when it comes to the day number 2, week number 1, they're just going really amok all the way. So back to as a drop spot, definitely we're looking over some teams might actually bump into each other quite early on, especially on the northern part here.
What are we even seeing on the battlefield?
Corey.
AV Radicals. Looks like Mr. Wine is gonna get spilled all around the ground. Oh, but no, he actually disengages halfway through the drop. You know, in the past competitions,
Wine.
I used to really wonder why in the world would some teams see a couple of others parachuting in and then still continue to move towards the exact same compound, right? But I really like what Wine did there. He was moving towards Eastern Wolfsgang and instantaneously managed to pull out. Farang got the knock, but Eastern Wolfsgang stole the kill. So now Farang's going to be absolutely annoyed. They know that it's a 3-way fight. Jezbu, one more shot. Crosshairs go up instead. Manchai picks up the vehicle, but Jezbu drops him like it's hot. That's what you get for stealing his kill.
And this is just insane. Coming up from Jasbu again this time, taking the shots against the side of VWG, who just won himself a tiny tap bit against the Radicals, AV Radicals before. But the thing is, we do know AV Radicals, when it comes to the spot here, we do know EWG always taking the quarry, the Mount Villa, and also the golf course. Definitely is theirs to take. But we do know that AV Radicals, they are the type of team that chasing around the hot spot of the blue zone. So it happens to be right on top where EWG is at the current moment. So Farang just sharing the same island of Marble Works there, definitely have a go at it as well. So this definitely give a bit of a shaky start when it comes to AV Radicals trying to take back that crown.
And that's the weak point when you are a high-tier loot zone hunter. You're looking for that blue circle. You don't know exactly who you're going to find in there. And this time they find 2 different teams. But I really love the play by Wine. He managed to adjust his trajectory on that parachute earlier on. He saw a bike out there on the battlefield, hops on right onto it as he dropped off from the initial flight pathway inwards and managed to get together with the rest of the team members. So buying back their down member isn't going to be an issue for AV Radicals. But once again, this is not the kind of map that AV Radicals truly shines at, right? If you want to see this team shine, you need to drop them into Alpine. I think they're like me, you know. I put really late in you know. So he and I don't go well together, Chuchu.
I mean, like, sometimes they were surprises. We're going to have to wait and see. Maybe they're just sort of having a rough start right now, but the ending is where things really matter. Back towards the circle, back towards the map. We're looking over on the Fire Brigade. We do have a couple of teams, like always. We don't have Sem 9 this time, so Central quite vacant right now. On the other side, we have a Moot House taking ORV. ORV, if we're looking over, they're playing towards a very passive sort of game here, but things didn't work out quite right for them. Even though they tried to play the late game, it didn't work quite right because they're a bit too hesitant to make a move.
Yeah, and their engagement capability isn't really one of the best out there on the battlefield, so
True.
they are going to struggle. Their rotations in circle after circle is pretty scrappy as well. Instead, if you compare it against a team like Farang, you usually see them executing some of those right-hand side flanks, some of the left ones. This time, they play a buddy system, splitting out into two different buddies here. Jesbu going to stick with Spade, and on the other side, we've got Too Bad and Jambal. And if they manage to pincer the players of AV Radicals, this is going to be trouble. Now, you might think that splitting up and engaging from two different sides is a good idea, but AV Radicals is the kind of smart team that will focus all of their firepower towards one side, and they've got a defensive compound to work with here. So the players of Farang, they need to get extremely lucky with their angles if they go in here for a split. I'm not a personal fan of this.
I mean, like, we do know Spade, he's a very high caliber player. Definitely he can get himself that certain angle that we talked about and you mentioned before. So I'm not surprised if that really happened with the side of Farang. But back to his AV Radical side, they're kind of in the center of everything here. Nothing to take covers from, a couple of vegetations in between. But Too Bad already pinned him out. But Too Bad kind of cornered himself in a compound where he shouldn't have been alone here. We're looking over, AV Radical's just going to take out the main player coming up from Farang.
Yep.
And that's going to be Jambal next from the other side. Retuve on the other hand, spot all the players come up from Farang. They've just been scattering about, but AV still maintained their formation at the same spot.
Tembak lah.
Lama.
Taking his own sweet time to take that shot. Could have gone in a little bit faster there. But Farang loses the third player, and this is the weakness of splitting up. Now, I understand the ideation, but it wasn't the kind of compound that you can execute this play, right? Open fields, open ground, very bad play. If this was on a small compound, you've got the Mag 7s, you've got the M1887, you want to split off into two buddy groups, smaller teams, and then go in for the duo attack from both sides. That's a brilliant play. Open ground, my goodness, I did not expect this sort of a performance out of Farang. That strategy kind of fell apart, but, you sometimes have to learn some hard lessons. They have to learn that taking that sort of a split maneuver against a team that has a defensive compound is terrible.
Oh, one more thing. That was a bit forceful coming out from Farang's side. They don't even have to leave the compound before. And also, at the same time, they don't really have to force that much. But they're just too overconfident at this point. I have a feeling they lost a bit of resources during the process as well. Now, it left down to Spade, hoping and praying, nobody telling him from behind, get himself that revival spawn, a revival platform at the same time. But we've seen that before with Nafis earlier, right? In a different team entirely. Yeah. It's kind of tough to work when you're alone all the way to get towards the revival platform.
Revival platform. Hopefully he's one of the boys who are a part of the statistic of revivals.
EWG waiting at the platform. There's no way in for Spade.
Let's see if he gets lucky. Sometimes luck is just on the player's side. But Riptide Rhythm, Zen, timing is bad. That Riptide Rhythm is sent out by Zen this time around. Pulls down that glue wall. Finds nobody behind there. Even the nameplates of the players are not visible so far away. Blacklist International wasting their bullets, if you ask me. They have a better chance if they try to take the attack from out on top of the bridge. But that kind of leaves them open. Axis fires back and chips away at the health of the Blacklist players instead. Farang eliminated, and just like you anticipated, Choo Choo, the guy gets nailed by one of the Eastern Wolves gang players.
Yeah, not going to be great for Farang. They had a really good hype train earlier before, but on the side of Axis, on the other hand, still try to get out from here. But back to us NC, we didn't mention about Nafis earlier. Now we're back to us, them fighting against the Bloody Head here. And definitely Mark going for the Persian. Nafis trying to defend on the lower ground as well. Dino just going to spray over. Ansi still fighting, retaliating against this flush, but Asta and the rest of them, Bloody Head is just the better team when it comes to that CQC.
Bloody Head, this is the opportunity to pick up 4 more easy kills from the side of No Escape Revolt. No Escape Revolt just pulling out that sniper, trying to see if they can tag up the players of Bloody Head. Bloody Head's abandoned that high ground already. Hard to get on the other hand. From the other side, ORV, open ground advantage for the players of ORV. Hard to get, stuck outside, except for the one and only Jay-Z, who does have a small defensive compound to work with. Backman sneaks away, Insane joins him, and now ORV are stuck outside. This is a GG. They just switched positions, and Jan's gonna get picked up, no problems whatsoever, but they need to wrap up this fight as quickly as possible, because look at who's on the way to vulture on the players of Hard to Get.
Oh boy. Bloody Head is here. Here comes Axis fighting Blacklist again. Vegeta alone fighting the entirety of Blacklist here. I'm not sure how the team coming out from the side of Axis. Definitely this is not what they expected. Maybe they already segregated themselves to get themselves revived later on as Raph on the run again. A solo player just trying to get into the survival platform, reviving platform. Making sure he's trying to get there alive is another option, another challenge they have to face again. But another fight against Hard to Get versus, never mind, we're jumping over to Bloody Head, where they're fighting two-way war, if I'm not mistaken. There's 3 teams in the same compound at the same time.
And as anticipated, Axis Esports bombs out when Group C enters the fray. No surprise there. Axis has picked up a solid number of points so far in the day already, so I guess they'll just have to try a little bit harder in the remaining 2 matches for themselves. Bloody Head, Voidface loses his glue wall, pulls out the time turner instead, and made in 87 to their face. But JimQuest returns fire with the exact same weapon. Slurpee, JimQuest, both on the way to get picked up. Kaloy from the back. This is going to be a big backup. That AC-80 has got that extra bit of damage, but the game of numbers against Kaloy now. And this looks like it's going to be over for Bloody Head. What could have been easy picking, easy kills turns out to be the most massive, biggest mistake that Bloody Hits could make, because they focus on the team in front of them, and No Escape Revolt took that perfect backstab.
I'm surprised Hard to Get didn't actually commit to this, trying to take the third party in, because they actually have the opportunity to do so. Back to the side of Bloody Head, taking the side of No Escape. Trying, you know, I mean, I want to believe in No Escape can actually making their debut here, but it feels like they lack a lot of everything right now. It's just, we don't feel like they want to go for it, but they're just gonna run. But when they want to go for it, they just, should we do this? Now look at how Bloody Head just boldly coming in. And then No Escape definitely have no way to escape from this.
And Kaloy managing to throw out the trip mine before getting taken down. One final player on the side of Bloody Head who does not want to take the risk. Time Turner isn't going to be pulled out just yet. He manages to get frozen in spot. Blacklist International engages with Expand. This is going to be a big fight between these two. Cobra has got the double revolver in hand. A grenade response comes through. Cobra's not going to get tagged. Newbie avoids those shots. And X-Roy on the other hand, with the Charge Buster, needs to turn this corner, going up against the Groza. The Groza so much more better in terms of that firepower as well as the rate of fire. But the Charge Buster can drop you with a single well-timed shot. Ashura down on the ground. Zenopi manages to trade out X-Roy. Cobra pulls out a glue wall just to be taken down. And Blacklist has a good engagement against the players of Expand. And all over them as they pull off that right-hand side flank as well. But grenade launcher, this can be the difference maker. Too fast, doesn't shoot quick enough.
Blacklist International. I mean, like, that was Expand. That wasn't the top team before this, where they ended up in second place in week number 1. I'm surprised Danny didn't actually mention anything about Blacklist International just now. She was a fan in week number 1. I'm not sure what happened to her. She definitely didn't mention them at all today, but they prove us they're still in the game. Hard to get are taking the fight straight across them, but at the same time, they have another team on their left side. For Hard to Get, Batman, whether they want to go for the circle straight away or they want to take on the flank side fight first.
I mean, you have to respect Blacklist when you get to Purgatory, because they are the kings of Purgatory at the moment. Remember earlier on when she asked me exactly who I think is going to win? I said everybody can try to win until Blacklist joins the fray, because they'll take over Purgatory. And today we have got 3 back-to-back maps for Purgatory, for Group C, that I think Blacklist can use to continue climbing up the leaderboard, because they're not too far away from the top 5. In fact, they were in the 6th spot when we started off the day. They kind of got pushed down all the way to the 10th placement, but between themselves as well as the 5th spot, there's just about 20, 30 odd points away, right? So one good solid round can make the biggest of difference for them, and I think they're going to start with this map in itself.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised that really happening here. Same goes for the side of Hard to Get. They were having a bit of a tough start today earlier, but right now they have sort of momentum on their side. Blacklist, on the other hand, is actually on the hunt for the kills. While Orange got himself to the center of the circle, we do have Blacklist still trying to get Eastern Wolfgang right beneath them. JG squeezing in the last minute here, but Ashura keep tossing one nade after the other, hoping it will clip. But the angles, the trajectory, just not there yet.
Not there yet, but Eastern Wolfgang, they are in trouble because high ground advantage by Blacklist International. And one disadvantage of that high ground, it looks like, oh, Eastern Wolfgang, they get attacked by AB Radicals out of nowhere. Blacklist, they take advantage. Can Blacklist steal away the kills as AB drops player after player? Tanamo and Ramiel, they manage to get it, but Blacklist steals 1 kill away. At the very same time, Orange Esports going to be under fire. AB Radicals returns a couple of those gunshots, getting a quick knock coming through. Ashura helps his brother up, but Orange Esports now in the midst of all of this just to be the distraction point. But who will they distract? Blacklist or AB Radicals? That 1-3 protecting all 3 players on the side of Blacklist. And now Hard to Get has got vision on AB Radicals as well. This circle just making things so much more harder for them. AB Radicals distracted by the players of Hard to Get, giving the time to Blacklist just to recover in the matchup just a little bit. Wind down on the ground. It means that AB Radicals might just be struggling if they don't pick him up, and they pick him up in the nick of time before he bleeds out. Orange Esports already in the next circle as the players of No Escape Revolt circle around, playing the game of survival. Zen OP, one of the final players alive in here. There is a buy point available if Zen OP can just travel around, and the circle is going to make sure he moves out of that spot. And he's going to allow all of the engagements to Hard to Get. And as Batman gets a beautiful knock onto Tanamo with the Groza, perfect headshot. Tanamo might bleed out here. Can he be saved? He is not saved. The team doesn't focus on doing that at all. And Insane just continues his insane run. Blacklist International bows out in the 5th spot, and Hard to Get massive number of kills on their side. They are the kill leaders of this lobby. AB Radicals going back to their winning ways as well. And if they can shut down the players of Hard to Get, they'll take over as the kill leaders of this lobby, as well as the players of No Escape Revolt, who are surprising me with their game of survival. Sneaky plays, get you points as long as you can pull off each and every single survival point. Nothing there to worry about at all. 17 minutes on the approach. Hard to get stormed by the players of AB Radicals. This is just a duo versus trios right now. Charge Buster in the hands of Wine, one of the most experienced players out there on the battlefield. Wine spots are the players of Orange Esports as well. Goes in for the duck. Oh, and that one shot connects onto Jabbat. Jabbat has the mag 7 but doesn't respond at all. The sight from the window doesn't work. Wine solo trying to get the players of Orange Esports out. Manages to knock down 2 players. Wine on fire, Choo Choo.
This is just insane. GC also with the charge buster now, trying to take down an Orange. And Team Quest trying to make a reverse come out from the back. Jabot trying to push in. It's a Tomono, but Jabot and Team Quest. My goodness me, so close yet so far. What a play by all the teams. Booyah coming up from Orange Esports. Finally, Jibbat with that last play, but I have to give it a go. Wine, that was ridiculous play coming up from AV Radical. It's just insane.
I mean, insane is an understatement for the players of AB Radicals, especially Wine. Now, I'm sorry, I kind of stole the spotlight a little bit, Choo Choo. I thought you were disconnected. Only unbeknownst to me, you reconnected and I lost my breath there. Thankfully, I lost my breath.
I'm sorry, bro.
So we've got Danny back as well. Danny, what do you think of the sneaky strategy of Orange Esports rushing into that final circle and just avoiding all of those gunfights?
Gosh, I mean, this has worked out for Orange in the past as well, right? I think this was how they got their first booyah. excuse me, my throat's like dying because that was such a good game. I love the shenanigans in that final circle, guys. I mean, Wine being an absolute monster, and then you have Orange trying to scythe him down from the window.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so good. AB Radicals, though, like their entire strategy, it was nice, but there was just too much going on. And here's the kicker. If Wine had glue walls, I think it would have been different. Because I was looking at his inventory. He had nothing. He was...
Yeah, true.
I mean, you could say he was naked. He had health packs. But I mean, like, do you have time to use it when you don't have anything to use for cover? So it was so chaotic at the ending. I loved it. But Orange, playing patiently, they do not need to go out there because... Like, Wine, if he tried to go in and contest Orange, I think he actually would have died anyway, right? So they did the best thing. They played patiently. They waited for everyone to go to them.
I mean, like, if Wine actually have one grenade, that's more than enough. Because you saw just now how Orange kind of cornered themselves in the corner of that compound in the building just now. They couldn't get themselves out. There's glue walls everywhere. They tried to save themselves. But if only they have one nade. This is back to the questions where you guys actually have popped out in week number 1, where their utilities-wise, like their resources, won't they want to save it just a tiny bit left for the ending, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say something, AJ. You were like, yeah.
I expended a lot of my energy in that because
I'm sorry. I'm trying.
It's not your fault, okay? It's production, okay? Lin, I got my eyes on you, boy. He told me, AJ, you go solo for a while. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm gonna pop off until I wait for Choo Choo to come back, and then Choo Choo returned. But I didn't know.
Quietly, she quietly sneaks back into the broadcast. Okay, how about this? Like going back onto the grenade. Okay, so if you're Orange, I think the reason why they stayed in the compound and they weren't afraid of a potential grenade is that if Wine had one, I think he would have used it already, right? Yeah. So for them to wait for that long and to not see any grenades, they clearly were thinking like, okay, this guy probably doesn't have a grenade. Let's stay in the compound. And
scythe him.
Yeah. So I think, so the awareness and the players also, like, you have to have a sixth sense when you're playing Free Fire as well. Like, you need to sort of think like, okay, is this guy playing like he has glue walls? Is this guy playing as if he has a shotgun, right? Like, positioning, the way that you play the game is also going to give away what you potentially have in your back pocket, because at the end of the day, like, we always say like, oh, you have to save something for the ending, but sometimes you kind of have to still use it anyway. So it's a decision of whether you weighing the pros and cons and you deciding, okay, this is when I have to use it. I can't afford to not use it now because I'll just die. So,
and I'm not opposed to the strategy that Orange Esports pulled off, right? Because in the competition, they are struggling. They are struggling to find, decent engagements where they can pull away kill points. So if you want to lean towards picking up placement points for yourself by dodging all of those fights, good on you. Continue playing that. But that was a very risky play because just like what Choo Choo pointed out, just one good grenade, even if it wasn't a lethal grenade, even if it was, a frag grenade, even if it was an ice grenade, it could have forced the players of Orange Esports out of their hiding and put them in the middle of all of that action, right? So a little bit of luck kind of played its own way into the win for Orange Esports there as well. But I want to see them move away from luck, move away from the cheese strats, and try to show us a little bit more of solid engagements out there on the battlefield. Because, we talk about teams playing possum. I don't think a majority of the teams in MCPS are playing possum except Orange Esports. This team, super sneaky. They didn't show up at the Challenger Series at all. Only for the last 2 days of the group stage to make it to the grand finals, and then they whooped out there on the grand finals. So this team knows how to shoot. They know how to play a good game of Free Fire. They're just refusing to do that. And I'm actually shocked that they are going with those cheese strats so early in the game. And even Freedom Cheese isn't using cheese strats. Orange Esports is.
I mean, okay, technically Freedom Cheese isn't Freedom Cheese anymore, so I guess maybe cheese is off the table for that team. But anyways, I mean, I think you bring up a good point there, AJ. Like, it's very strange that Orange has decided to go for this style of play, right? I mean, rather than what worked for them in the past. Like, Choo Choo, this is going to be completely out there. Like, if you were in Orange's shoes and you decided to do this, what would be your justification?
I mean, like, do you actually see Group C? They are in Group C. I don't blame them for this. They're being traumatized by these guys. You know, you're in a group where you can't get out up to the point, you know what? We kind of lose all our confidence there. We definitely want to play it safe. We had enough of that traumatizing moments where they're being ambushed, they're being taken down rapidly. They can't even have a breather there. So do you blame them? No. I mean, like, I totally respect their call here because Orange, you're fighting against, like, Bloody Head, X-Band, Radicals, and Blacklist International. And you didn't mention anything about Blacklist International today, Danny. The fact that they have been performing quite okay when it comes to today.
I mean, they're doing okay today. So here's the thing. Last week, they played with my feelings, right? I had expectations. Maybe my expectations are a little bit too high, but they let me down. So I was thinking,
you down on Alpine, not on Purgatory. They were monsters. They picked up 62 solid points on Purgatory. If it wasn't for Purgatory, Blacklist would be like down like somewhere at the bottom of the league.
Wow. I suppose, but it's just... It feels better when you have a team that can consistently have a showing in these games. Like, I'm not expecting top 4, but at least you stay towards the middle of the bracket. Like, we've seen Blacklist, they have some pretty unfortunate games. I think that's the best way to describe those games. But, I mean, if I'm going to get off the bandwagon, maybe I was too heavy, I was holding them back, and they play better, then fine, so be it.
In the defense of Blacklist International, they started off in the 6th place and they got pushed down to the 11th spot, 11th or 13th spot. No, around 10 or 11.
Playing. That was their first game.
Did not play. Yeah, it's their first match. So, like, out of the gates, Blacklist, you know, they did pretty decent, and the engagement that they kind of got caught in there towards the final end was very unfortunate, right? Because of how many teams kind of like surrounded them. They got a little bit distracted. It was Eastern Wolfsgang torturing them first, and then out of nowhere, AV Radicals pops on 4th. And this is the problem, because Blacklist had their eyes on EWG. AV wanted EWG. AV took the knocks, Blacklist stole the kills. And now when you piss off AV Radicals in that way, they're going to come for your heads, right? And that's exactly what happened. Right. I mean, you stole kill points away from us. You better repay that with your own lives.
Exactly. I mean, we know that AV Radicals, they just love to hog all the kills. I mean, they've set the record last week. It was 27 kills? No, 30. Did they go to 32? No, I don't even know how high they went.
No,
I think it was 27. 27.
Yeah, close to one of those rounds, they got 39 points. So 12 points from the Booyah. So 27. Yeah, 27, which is massive.
Yeah, they set the bar pretty high with the kills. It was a weak one as well.
We mentioned a lot when it comes to Group C. What happened to Farang if we compare with A versus B and now B versus C? I have a feeling Farang really had a big blunder just now.
Oh, yeah, actually, that was a bit of a shocker. So, hang on, Chuchu, I'm going to sort of run this through you.
Yeah.
So, Farang just decided out of the blue to go for something absolutely bonkers, which was just to go for an open firefight. Is there any reason that they had to do that?
I mean, like, maybe they had the adrenaline rush coming up from the first few matches they had earlier today versus A versus B. But the thing is, they forgot this is Group C, an entirely different team. And Farang Esports tried to do the same sort of strategy they thought they can actually use against the teams that are actually coming up from Group C, which is definitely wrong. And that was really unnecessary for them to get out of their way to actually force the fight too much. And that caused the entire team to go down. There's nowhere actually to hide from them. And also, I think it was EWG that finished off the last member of Farang, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? That he was trying to revive his teammates from the platform, AJ. Was it right? Or did I get it wrong? So,
I believe it was EWG. And, you know, there was just a little bit of a misplay because he kind of knew. I mean, okay, at the end of the day, the players of Farang, they've been playing Free Fire for the longest of time. And he had very low HP. So in his defense, he was trying to secure that final kill point before he gets taken out of the equation, which was a little smart of him as well. But I do think about 25 HP where he was at that point of time could have been enough to sustain his life, because that safe zone wasn't really doing all that too much of damage, and he could have recovered. And the only problem here is I didn't see if he had a medkit on him. If he did not have a medkit, that was the best play he could execute at that point of time to secure that one kill point. And it did manage to help them bounce up to that #1 place, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, we still do have to acknowledge this is Group C that jumps into the fray, and it's going to be extremely difficult for Farang to continue performing when the monsters of Group C are in here. In fact, AV Radicals, they prove themselves time and time again, but it's surprising to see Hard to Get rise up to the occasion this time around.
Yeah. All right. So MVP for the round. It's going to be hard to get. AJ, do you mind taking over from here for a bit?
Not a problem at all, Danny. Now, just mummyhood problems, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The baby needs.
I'm drowning.
That's about it. And 13 kills for the side of Hard to Get, supreme in terms of performance. And this is one of those teams that have been struggling towards the bottom of the leaderboard. And when they, just find this opportunity to switch on, they really do exactly that. Now, in the past, we've seen the players of Hard to Get struggle with engagements. In fact, they are one of the weakest teams out there when it comes to kills. So this round was pretty surprising here, Choo Choo.
I mean, like, this is a good start coming out from them because we saw a lot of third party actually do a bit of a debut when it comes to day number 3 of Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 this time. And definitely they got themselves quite a number of eliminations because of their being butting in from the sidelines straight off the bat here. Same goes for AV Radicals. 2 Philippine teams coming up really strong when it comes to this round, with AV Radicals taking 18 points, which is only 2 points short coming up from Orange Esport, who actually secures the booyah. But because of their passive sort of play style, they've been waiting right in the center of the circle the entire day and not trying to engage any sort of fight. They don't get that much kill points, but it's something that we understandable. In my case, I do understand why they do that. But for Hard to Get, and also just now got ourselves an MVP of No Escape Revolt coming up from Jinquest. His accuracy right now is one of the highest with that sniping from afar. You know what? It's just a thing now. Everybody just fight, but just stay in the sideline, you might be the third party that actually winning off a lot of eliminations.
This was the round of the underdogs, and it looks like just that one simple round, Danny, has managed to raise the players of AV Radicals back up to that number 1 spot. And we haven't seen them go mental just yet. They haven't hit those high notes in terms of kills just yet.
I mean, 11's, I guess it's a good warm-up number, 7-11, nice score right there. Although it was like 7, was it 7? Was it? No, I think it was 11.
It was 7-11.
No, 7-11. Okay, I'm tripping. But I'm not surprised though. I mean, Farang, they did have a pretty big blunder in that last round. That was that. I'm not sure if we could say it could have been avoided. Possibly if they did go for a completely different strategy. But I think after that round, they have to understand, like, okay, maybe we don't go for something like that again because that really hurt us during that round. But we'll have to see during this next map what kind of changes we're going to be looking at, right? Because we've just finished up Purgatory. We're going to be going on to Alpine, which, we kind of know what's going to be happening on Alpine. Maybe at this point we could just say that we already know who's going to win the round. It's just a matter of how many kills are they going to get.
And how many kills are we going to nail on Alpine? We're going to leave it into the hands of AV Radicals to show us because they not only set the bar, but they broke their own bar with their performance. And all of that happened at Alpine. So today, if they score anything higher than 27 kills, I'm going to go absolutely insane. And I'm going to scream my heart out. But that's exactly what I'm hoping for, though, Danny.
I thought you were going to say, like, I'll shave my beard or I'll do some other crazy challenge.
No, I'm not one of those guys that makes those crazy bets, because most of the time, the universe finds a way to punish you.
Yeah. I mean, okay, personally, I was expecting it because I was thinking, like, if he's going to make this bet, he's going to lose. Anyways, let's jump into our next map of the day. We're still in Group B versus C, but now we're going to be on Alpine. Is it going to be the domination again of AV? Let's find out right now. Choo Choo as well as AJ, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. And speaking of AV, I am not sure if we're jinxing them way too early because just to refresh your mind for a bit, they always chase for the hotspot blue zone here. So it happens to be like the drop spot or the hotspot of blue zone happens to be in somewhere there might be 2 or 3 teams. There might be a bad news coming up from AV.
And Farang stands a chance to prove themselves because, surprisingly enough, Alpine is one of their better maps. Purgatory, not their best, but today we did see them rise to the occasion and prove themselves at Purgatory just a little bit. And, I think the universe just has it out for them. Last week, when Farang played Purgatory, overall they only picked up 28 points. And from the first 2 matches, they had 27. So I thought they were going to, outdo themselves. But they pick up 1 point in their third Purgatory match, and now they've equaled their performance of last week. So I think it's safe to say Purgatory is not really a favorite spot for the players of Farang. But Alpine, this is a place where they really can pop off.
Oh, Forest Red. ORV on the side of onto Advantage right now trying to fight. But I'm looking over Forest Red who actually have Expand and the hotspot is there. I'm not sure whether AV Radical's going to drop by at the same place or not. But on the side of EWG, seems like they're having a bit of a scuffle against ORV straight off the bat. But it's going to be taking a bit of a time since there's quite a lot of an angles for them to actually play around the corner here. And I don't feel like they want to force this fight too much coming up from ORV.
See if they do force it because they're not really in a good position, especially Jazli. And as I say that, he exposes his back. LMG knocks him down to the ground. Too bad, manages to get the slay onto Fai. Zen OP down as well. Farang, big fight against the players of Blacklist. And it looks like that is a little bit more of a spicier fight I want to watch. I mean, no offense, EWG.
I mean, I'm not taking the credit away, but that one seems more feisty since it's Blacklist versus Farang at the same time. But back to us, ORV versus EWG. Seems of a bit of a trade between these two teams there. And Flank still on the ground. Monito trying to just play around the corners with also Time Turner popped out. But Monito trying to find ORV. And that's going to be the entire team finished off with 4 being sacrificed, but that's not a problem for them. They can revive him back in the revival platform. I just want to see what's going on for Blacklist versus Farang right now. Please, can we hop over there? Are they really done? What happened to Farang? We mentioned about this should be their map.
And I think Farang was the one that was shutting down Blacklist's players back to back. So Blacklist might be in a lot of hurt right now. Production. We need to see Blacklist production. Farang as well production. I want to know exactly what's happening over there.
You know what? This is
trolling Mustachio.
This is what they gave us. You know what? No. Look at the tiny dinosaur. They are dizzy right now. You don't have a call, but back to us, Farang. They're having a good run. They got 3 eliminations just now, 3 kills out of that. I'm not sure how Blacklist, did they manage to revive themselves at this point?
Yeah, and Farang proves that Alpine's really not the place where you want to mess with them. They just go ape on you, managing to secure 3 kills on the Supreme Blacklist themselves, kind of shoving them down a couple of notches. But Axis Esports, Raf, this is a big fight here. He's got the Mag 7, chases after Karloy. Karloy with the shotgun, cannot respond versus 2 players. And it is Raf that gets that knock. Fantastic play by this guy as usual. And Axis Esports, they can continue the hunt. The rest of the players of Bloody Heads have managed to disengage and run away as quickly as possible. Halfway through, managing to stop by and loot up as well. But Axis might meet their match in AV Radicals. The team really knows how to shoot out there when it comes to Alpine.
One is just fabulous when it comes to the taps here. And Raf might be the next target, but Raf is so important for the side of Axis. They need him to survive no matter what it takes. Back to a side of Wine, trying to flank around the other side, but the glue wall's not helping this from the same team. That's really, really hard to play with a glue wall if you happen to block your own teammate, by the way. Back to a side of AV, they are really hunting down the rest of Axis, and Raf is just a sitting duck in the corner, and he's just next to it. My God.
Totally misses him.
Raf
is playing a Batman here. He's just like, kalau aku pandang dinding ni, dia tak akan nampak aku. That's GG. Good job, Raf. I mean, fantastic, bro. His plays just spicier than Ayam Penyet right now. Vegeta continues to run away, although he doesn't need to. Axis Esports, they're in a lot of trouble. Wine spots him, puts him down onto the ground. Neptune brought back into the competition instantaneously. And I believe Vegeta's going to be dragged back in here as well. Ramiel versus Raf. That was too good in terms of movement. And has the Mag 7 still for the game of survival here. So even if he does get rushed, he will be able to stand his ground.
I mean, like, this is another level of player. Raf been so sneaky. What a cheeky guy. Trying to outwit this guy's coming up from AV Radicals. Tanama. Oh, there goes the jump shot. What a nice. He didn't even rift it. Perfect coming out from Raf. Now, there's 3 more to go. Good luck for Raf.
But can he secure yet another time turner? It's a 2v1. Raf manages to leave them dancing around in circles, runs right back into the time turner. What a play by Raf! Manages to get another knock, but can time run out for him? Raf, low on HP, barricades himself in, and in the meantime, the players of AB Radicals being picked up, and Raf runs straight back into the fray to drop more players. Now he's surrounded, finally dropped out of the equation. Now none of those knocks were able to turn into kills, but I love you, Raf. I love you.
That was just incredible play. Brilliant guy. Outwitted this guy's coming up from AV Radicals. He's just been outplayed.
Oh, yeah.
So close of clutching the entirety of AV Radicals. But at the same time, it's just not enough for him. It's just almost impossible at that point.
Yeah, I hate, just seeing players run out there. And there's this gameplay called Barbar Tanpa Otak, and that's like one
Barbaric
of the
without
worst.
brain? Yeah.
Yeah. Going to war without using your head at all, right? But Raf, what beautiful engagements. And he strung, first of all, the game of survival was solid,
That
right?
was incredible.
Yeah,
Sneaky.
Hides away from his opponent just behind the wall. Timing was perfect. Takes the knock, jumps onto the tires, jumps up on top of the roof, and doesn't stay there for too long because a headshot from the lower ground when you're on high ground becomes so much more easier. He backs away, gets back into the engagement, and all of that without backup. If only Raf had another player on his side, that could have been such a different story. I don't think AB Radicals would have been able to do anything about them.
At least we learned something. When somebody chases you, just stop, take a corner, and just stare at the wall. Nobody will chase you after that, because that's what happened to the rest of the side of Axis. They've been running, they've been gunned down. If you don't run, you'll be okay.
This is looking very bad for Axis Esports. Neptune has to get away. Just shoots up Bonito, but I don't think you should be doing the aggressive rushes. Neptune does manage to get the knock, but Jay-Z shuts down the final player of Axis Esports. That's unfortunate. NC, on the other hand, No Escape Revolt trying to get away from them. This is a good engagement between these two teams who are struggling at that bottom of the leaderboard.
Coming out for Shaw. Trying to work ways for No Escape, but definitely there's No Escape for the NC. Trying to push forward. Frazee trying to go for the flank side here. Trying to buy more space for the rest of the team. But Slurpee coming up from cut around the corners quite far, actually. If you look at where the position of the teammates coming up from No Escape, it just feels like they're all over the place for a bit. But yeah, NC seems like moving in unison. But in the meantime, they don't have enough information about the whereabouts of where No Escape's players are, since they're quite cover themselves in sort of a building. But Nafi's found himself a couple of vehicles. It's definitely good to go. And it's a fancy one as well.
See what they can do with the fancy sports car. Drive it straight towards the rest of the team members and get away from the players of No Escape Revolt. No Escape Revolt, all they can do is just try to chase after them. Asta, once again, hasta la vista, brother. He rushed in towards the players of RV a little too prematurely and got snuffed out. But NC has already backed out of the engagement. But Orange Esports catches Dino halfway through, puts him out of commission.
No.
Still a couple of survivors on the side of NC. All thanks to that sports car. They managed to get away, and there is a potential they will be able to be brought back. But once again, Farang engaging with the players of Blacklist International.
My God. For NC, from pan to fire, in this case for them. Back to the side of Blacklist International. Feels like they're having a good run this time. But EWG also sort of making a comeback here. Finish off the players straight away coming up from Blacklist. Not really great from Azan, but Blacklist definitely, I think there's still a couple of players remain possibly. Is there still any players of Blacklist here?
I believe so. I don't think we saw their flag just yet being put up on the screen in terms of a takedown. And the players of Blacklist might just be somewhere out there on the battlefield. I'm trying to see if I can get any bit of information. I believe Faiz is still alive. So Blacklist will have an opportunity to make their way back in. But AB Radicals, the Ravagers of Alpine, now has their eyes set on the players of the Eastern Wolves gang. Off screen, Expand takes on hard to get. And it looks like they will have to try their best. But Expand will struggle. This is really not a map they are really really good at. Although Cobra has got the mechanical skills, they don't know the corners. And as I say that, Cobra gets dropped like it's hot by Jay-Z and his Mag 7. Hard to get very easily overcome Expand.
My God, there's going to be a head-to-head straight shot down. Expand versus Hard to get here. That was just incredible. Too fast is just too good. Finish off the other players of Hard to get. There goes the jump shot. One more team eliminator in the hand of just Expand. Too fast. This guy just take the entire kills to himself.
Yeah, quadra kill for Too Fast is way too good. That nade was a nade of perfection, but now Eastern Wolves gang, they're getting cornered here, being pushed by AB Radicals, the Ravagers of Alpine, and Thanamo has got the grenade launcher in hand, but Wine manages to save his brother from the brink of annihilation, pulls out the time turner and shuts down the player chasing him down and goes in for the revive as well. Wine truly is the MVP of AB Radicals.
Back to us, Orange Esport. Just got their last booyah. Now have to fight against No Escape Revolts here. Definitely No Escape is trying to push towards them, taking this fight straight into the doorstep. But on the side of Orange, how can they actually defend this? At the same time, the grey zone, all the zones actually just shrink down them further. And they need to go forward. And Tom making such a good corner towards No Escape. No Escape with the glue walls all over the counter. They just couldn't get out from this. And that's the last member eliminated. It's gonna be Orange again trying from that fight.
And Farang is going to be sandwiched between two great teams here. NC taking advantage of this sandwich, dropping the players of Farang. One more. Jesbu manages to crawl away and Cobra steals the kill. Expand has been brought back in full action here. Everybody's ready for the battle. NC on the other hand, they go in for the engagement. Farang has nowhere else to run. Spade, beautiful potential knock coming through here, but Cobra manages to disengage. And here is what makes Too Fast very dangerous. Close quarters combat against both of these teams. He's got the grenade launcher in hand, but I want him to save that for that final circle. Good takedown with the Riptide Rhythm. Cobra with those shots almost drops his opponent.
Really close to getting Spade down. Back towards the side. Expand with Axel. The Axel just going to find a flank side. X-Troy using the windows to utilize as much as he can, but Too Fast is just going insane here. You gave him grenade. You gave them grenade, normal grenade. He's already incredible. With a grenade launcher, he can do even better.
Yeah, absolutely right. This guy is just on fire. And now Expand. This is just them trying to prove that they can get the job done on Alpine. It was a very disappointing run for the players of Expand last week as they only managed to pick up 20 points from Alpine through all of their matches. This is them trying to outdo their performance of last week in a single match. Let's see if or not they can get exactly that done. NC playing the game of survival. And it looks like the acquisition by NC over Freedom Cheese has given them the spirit to put up a bigger fight here, Choo Choo.
That's true. Back to us a sort of Too Fast. Tom tried to go out from the outer wall and see slowly being enclosed in the hands of Orange, who being playing around the palm of their hands here against the side of Orange. Ansi seems like a team that's beatable right now. They need to get out from there. There's another team coming up from the other end. It's going to be Expand. Orange, Expand, and Ansi sharing the same compound, same corner of the circle. But only one team actually win out of it. But the other two teams that we're looking at, it's not nearby here at all. We're waiting for the other two teams butting in. But definitely, it's only one team here. Expand coming up for Cobra. Waiting for Fire who pushed forward. Too bad. Taken down instantaneously the moment he just popped with the glue wall.
Expand got a little lucky that Farang only had one final player. If that was a full squad, it would be a GG. But Expand has been absolutely spectacular throughout this matchup. And Cobra, beautiful knock. Oh, stolen away by Pirate. And Orange Esports looking to make sure they get the players of Expand absolutely mad. Thank heavens the kill feed is not activated. So Expand has no idea who stole their kill away.
It's kind of devastating for the side of them. We'll wipe off the smile off their faces. Back towards the side of Raw and rest of Expand. They have nothing to deal with. And he glued himself to the wall. Every corner, there's no entry point coming out from the side of Expand. But it's still going to be triple kill coming out from Cobra. And the rest of them have to focus on AV. Right now, AV Radicals might actually get this in the bag. Might just get this booyah inside their bag. Because why nobody give them enough attention at this point, AJ?
Yeah, nobody's paying attention to Blacklist as well. Fire is just playing the game of survival, and he's quite close to the next circle as well. But the problem here is Circle's going to move in 5 seconds. Expand, yes, they are busy, but they are in the perfect position to snuff him out. This next circle, as it moves on, the blue zone will damage you pretty badly. So Fire is going to run out of luck in a little bit. But AB Radicals already engaging with the players of Expand. Who's going to be able to farm that final kill onto Fire? Yes, they do have a grenade launcher on the side of AB Radicals as well. So this is going to be a toe-to-toe combat between Expand as well as AB Radicals. AB Radicals trying to secure it, tags up Cobra just a little bit. Ramiel back-to-back. Orange Esports says bye-bye. One final survivor, and the grenade launcher still on the pop. Tanamo, you need to calm down. You need to wait for those final moments. Manages to put Too Fast down onto the ground, and the finisher is there. Tanamo gets Too Fast out of the equation, and this is the final moments. Expand has done so far so good, but AB Radicals wants to continue dominating Alpine, and that's exactly what they're going to do out there on the battlefield. Final kill, and AB Radicals proves that Alpine belongs to them.
Tanamo, what a guy. They got themselves a whole lot of grenade launcher. There's no wall that can actually stop them. They got the circle even. They just have to stay. They were very comfortable till the last minute. All they need to do is just keep tossing out that grenade launcher so many times. There's no way for the sort of backspan to actually have a shot at it. But I have to say this is well deserving for sort of AB Radicals. They got it. Definitely they will get back on their feet when it comes to try to snatch back the #1 spot. But instead of Expand, it was a really good game as well. I don't have anything else, like nothing bad to say towards them, but it's just the circle not in their favor.
For me, I've only got praises for Expand because this team is made up of 4 individuals, no backup players whatsoever, and they have a very kind Ibu behind them. And it's one of the mothers of the players of Expand that decided that, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to take some time off of work and focus on building up the career of these boys. And she is personally leading them, and what a great leader she is, right? And, you know, we see female, representatives in the game of world of esports, but as a person who's managing a team, this is just one of those few individuals that have really stood out. Norine has done a fantastic job with Expand so far, and you really can see the improvement from what Expand could do in week #1 when they jumped into Alpine. Pretty much nothing. Throughout all of their matches at Alpine, all Expand could do was pull away 20 points, and from this 20 points, 11 was kills, 9 was placement. They've managed to get the 9 placement points again this time around. They managed to get a solid number of kills, but this is just the first Alpine game. So they have one more to prove that they not only hit a fluke, but they truly have managed to master Alpine as well. If they do, this is that monstrous team that we can look out for in the grand finals.
I mean, Danny,
thank you so much.
Is that your first time as well listening that a parent to actually be the team manager for the entire time? I'm like, I would love to have, the family, like the parent, instead of, just watching on the sideline, be the manager for their daughters or their sons or all of the children actually playing in esports.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think so. AJ and AJ's mentioned this last week, so I kind of knew that their manager was their mum. But I don't think in my career I have really run into a team that had a parent managing the squad. I think this is actually a first for me as well, and I think I've been around for too long, so I'm quite surprised actually. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised that this hasn't happened sooner.
Yeah, and the probability of a parent actually being against their children being involved in the
it's so
world of
high.
games and esports. Yeah, it's so high. And here's a parent who's taking time off of her, regular job, saying that I'm going to make sure I set up a proper ecosystem for these boys so that they can one day focus on being a part of the world of esports, not just as pro players, but as one of the industry players, right? And she has got a great big vision for the team of Expand, and that's exactly where the boys are moving towards. And I really wanted to focus down and see if or not Expand improves from week 1 into week 2 to see how much I want to bet on them. And this team truly is worth betting on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, they're already looking very promising today as well, right? And this is technically going to be their weakest map pairings. We see that they're fine on Bermuda and Kalahari. We've seen them play fantastic there. So if they're looking this good today, with already massive improvements, like as you mentioned, AJ, I'm really looking forward to seeing them play tomorrow as well, to see that, if this this good already. Like, how much better can this get? And of course, it's
so much better.
Exactly. And you don't know how much more they can improve. Like, this is just week 2. Imagine week 3. Right? So all these weeks, if it just continues to go up and up and up, I think they're expanding their talent pool. It's not just limited on 2 maps.
Correct.
Yeah, they have to living up to their names here. Definitely they got themselves that title expand for a reason, to be expanding themselves. And at the same time, we saw how Too Fast been playing just now. It was incredible. How he opened out space for the rest of the team. As long as he got himself that utilities, because sometimes the problem with the players that I noticed when it comes to the last few skirmishes, last few fights, trying to secure that booyah, is just they overused their resources way too soon to close up the game. That's mostly the case here.
And, towards the very end, Tanamo was doing exactly that, right? He was chugging out all of those grenades from the grenade launcher, one after the other. And this is the problem because Expand had already expanded all of their grenades, no pun intended, in the engagements a little bit earlier. But, there was no avoiding that because Too Fast was the final survivor on the team. And if he did not use every single resource that's available to him to make sure he gets his team right back in the game, that would have been a GGWP. The run of Expand would have ended right there. But he managed to sustain the plays, and so in those situations it's absolutely fine for you to just use everything available in your arsenal to get right back in there, right? But of course, AV Radicals, they live up to their consistent gameplay at Alpine as usual, albeit not as monstrous as some of their rounds last week. They maintain the consistency of being the best team on Alpine. This is the 3rd booyah they've hit on this map.
3rd booyah, I mean, even then, they just got way more kills than an average team would get. Even this is considering the average booyah team. But very quickly, I think we've got to give props here to Tanamo. Look at how much damage, you can already tell just from the numbers how far ahead AV is from the competition in terms of their general play style. Okay, someone might say only 6 kills, but if you look at the damage we have seen for teams that pull out about 6 to 7 kills is about 1,200 average today. Tanamo's average is almost 3,000. It just goes to show how much pressure AV can put on their opponents and overall how much damage they're dishing out in general. You can see why they get so many kills. It's because they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting for themselves.
I mean, this is all for the sake of the grenade launcher. Basically, you don't even want to care about that accuracy because all he needs to do is just aim with that grenade launcher all the way. I think in the end of the day, we saw how every Radicals just wiped out the entirety of Expand just now with a lot of grenade launcher, right? I think it's more than one, not just Tanamo. There's also on the other side of the team that actually have the same weapon here. So that actually really works so well when it comes to closing up the game.
And here's the fun fact, right? Top 5 kills in the competition. 3 of the players from the side of AV Radicals is in the top 5. You're talking about Wine having 48 kills so far, Ritus with 33, Tanamo with 31. If you talk about the top 10 killers out there on the battlefield, Ramiel joins the squad as well. So you are looking at one of the most lethal teams out there on the battlefield. And if you look at the number of kills they picked up in this match alone, it really explains exactly why.
Oh my gosh, this is almost half the lobby. Man, I feel bad for anybody that gets paired with AV Radicals because you're just not going to get kills that round.
Yeah.
So,
for example,
this lobby, for example, I mean, look towards the bottom of the bracket. Look at the kills that the teams are getting down there. Most of them are not even going over 4 kills. It's 3, 2, 2, 1. Only in 5th place are we actually starting to see some of these numbers kick in. So already, just right off the bat, AV Radicals, firstly, 1st place, no contest. I don't think there's anyone that's close on their heels. It just seems like this is going to be the dominators.
Well, it's kind of shown here. The fact that we saw earlier today when A versus B, when Axis really kind of performed earlier. And now look where they're at. They can't even do a thing here. Same goes for Hard to get really close of getting that back to the momentum, but it's just not working out. Just shutting down from the teams coming up from AV Radicals and Expand.
And, as anticipated, Axis Esports, they made the best out of that round number 3 earlier on because they were like, okay, guys, this is our final moment to shine before Group C comes in and ruins our day again, as usual. But props to Blacklist International because they almost got annihilated by Farang. Pretty much they all did, except for that final survivor in the name of Faiz. And he alone single-handedly gave the team 7 points so that they could climb up from the 11th spot that they were in earlier up now to the 7th placing. It's so close between all of those teams. So all of these points truly make such a huge difference. So that survival gameplay by Fires alone, hats off to the boy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a bit early to say, but we do need to reiterate that ultimately everyone competing in the league stage is aiming for top 12.
Yeah.
If you don't make top 12, you're not going to make it to that grand final. And the race between even 12 and 13, it's still pretty close. So you're not 100% safe. You're not going to be guaranteed that spot. You still need to work for those points. Maybe later on we'll have a better picture on who's going to make it through, who's safe, who isn't. But already we're starting to get a picture of who are the consistent teams and who are the ones that are sort of flip-flopping all over the place because they can't find their identities.
Orange Esports, blowing my mind. Back-to-back consistency. 16 points in the previous match, 16 points now. Finally, they've woken up. I guess they got their vitamin C finally.
I mean, like, all they need to do is just playing a bit safe. Like, we didn't ask about why they're not aggressive. I'm like, look at the team they're actually fighting against in the same group. Like, it kind of worked out for them. Like, if plan A don't work out, there's so many alphabets down the lane. One of the alphabets is just playing safe. It's going to be S. But back towards the side of, I don't know, this is sort of a trivia thing, right? You talked about the top 3 shooters coming out from AV Radicals, including Retooth, right?
Yeah.
Are we using, because I can't unsee that his name is actually Shooter spelled backwards.
Yes. Yes,
So,
absolutely.
nobody called him
absolutely
Shooter
right. Yeah.
I mean,
so we're not going to call him Shooter then?
I mean, he's the one that put it backwards, so I assume he likes Retooth. Maybe it sounds better to him. Actually, I just recently found out. Okay, so this is actually more exclusive to the Filipino players.
Yeah.
For some reason in the Philippines, they love saying things backwards.
What?
Yeah, they love just flipping their names around.
They love the wordplay. Yeah, they love the wordplay. I think are very well versed in English, and they really embrace English, and they really like playing around with all of these keywords. And I guess they pick the word that they really kind of resonate with, and then flip it around, because you don't want to be identified as, here comes the shooter. Like, everybody's out there as shooter, but Retooth on the other hand, he really pops off.
I mean,
and he's been able to shoot quite well as well, guys. I mean, he's second ranked in the total number of kills out there on the battlefield.
He's not shooting backwards. That's one thing. I just hope their performance is not backwards coming up from Philippine teams as well. Because what worries me, they always work so great when it's come to the league, but when it comes to grand final, it's a different story. That sounded a bit backward for me. Hopefully, they just break the curse this time.
I mean, there's always going to be an opportunity to break that curse. If anything, they're going to try and aim to be a lot of people's loadies. That's something that the Filipinos love to use.
Yep, another reversed word for idol.
Idol. Yeah. I only found out yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a boomer.
Keep yourself updated.
I don't know anything.
Just saying.
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm just getting a couple more patch updates and I should be up to date. But speaking of patch updates, we have B versus C going back onto Purgatory. Let's see if anyone's going to be able to claim that crown from AV Radicals, because so far these guys are hanging on to it tight as ever. Choo Choo and AJ, take it away for our next game.
Thank you so much, Danny. Are you ready for this one, AJ? I'm looking over. Is it going to be still the same teams that we're eyeing out when it comes to the Booyah, or will it be a totally different team this time?
Yes, I mean, the boss of Axis Esports side at the moment, he's like, hey, apa ni? Cakap thank you sekali je ke? Like, can you thank me a few more times to the winner camps? Because, it's Axis Esports' final chance. In fact, it is Group B's final chance to dance in here and show us really what sort of moves they've got. Because after this, it's going to go to A and C. Team B, Group B, they kind of stop their run. 6 back-to-back matches they've had, and I don't think that is going to be eating away at them. In fact, the adrenaline has to be pumping through your veins. But when you've got inconsistent performances up and down, especially with the introduction of Group C into the mix, it must really hurt you. So you really have to rise above all odds to manage to get up to the top here.
Here comes
fishing for NC so early.
Yep, too early. Too many teams coming out on top of Moat House right now. Back to the side of NC. Force a fight with ORV. A bit of a blunder there for both teams. Didn't expect this too much people around Moat House. Asta trying to play around the corners, finding the window. Dino on the other hand just going to spray it over, but they just retaliate on the side of ORV. Fills at NC, under a different banner entirely. A good orc now. still trying so hard just to win this over.
Yep, NCORV, but we also saw a hot drop coming through from the players of AB Radicals against Farang through the kill feed a little bit earlier on. And AB Radicals actually rotating towards the players of NC. Blacklist hits out of nowhere. Newbie manages to shut down Wine alongside Ramiel. This is a huge one for Blacklist International.
A tremendous one. At the same time, just going to cut off the momentum coming up from AV Retive. Farang! I mean, like, what is happening for AV Radicals?
Well,
they've been tucked. Everyone is there.
Yeah, technically, AB Radicals, they just bomb out when it comes to Purgatory. And guess who shines the brightest? Blacklist International. They are the ones who have claimed ownership of Purgatory, and it looks like they're going to start things off really hot. And Farang manages to get away from those very early engagements. They're lucky they didn't get squeezed out. But speaking of squeeze, here comes Gemquez as well as the rest of his players from the side of No Escape Revolt, taking on Axis Esports. Final rendezvous, final opportunity. They dance the tango perfectly around each other, and Raph still is on fire.
Like Rav, when it comes to CQC, he's just amazing. But the moment we compliment him, he's just straight on the ground. Here comes Neptune for the save. But Slurpee taking another double down for the side of our No Escape. Is just playing this so well with the corner, with all whatever there is to work around with. They just do it best. But it's just a bit overconfident coming up from Rav. It's just really unfortunate at the same time. Shahid with Vegeta right now, all they need to do is just find sort of a revival spawning point or platform. Just going to have a bit of reset for the sort of Axis. Like you mentioned, they need to tank their boss more. They're really desperate to tank him later. They need to win this as well.
Let's see if they can send the tanks. I want to see a lot of performances, a lot of improvements out there on the battlefield. And speaking of improvements, since Expand has shown us that they can step things up at Alpine, I want to see them step things up on Purgatory as well. AB Radicals bombs out, no problem. And Axis Esports says, yes, we will make Syed proud. They bring their team members right back into the mix. So full squad for Axis once again. But AB Radicals will have to wait a little bit longer until we get into round number 7, where we drop back at Alpine, and maybe they want to show us what sort of a new record they can set in here for today. So although they do bomb out, I'm pretty sure they will be able to kind of like neutralize all of the non-performance at Purgatory with how well they do at Alpine later on, Chuchu.
I mean, like, they got 200 over when it comes to overall points. It will hurt a bit, but not too much. We still know that the fact that they might stay at #1 spot regardless of how the other team's working out or how they been bombed out quite early. So all they need to do is just work things out for the next few runs. But on the side of Farang, I'm looking forward for the performance this time. On the side of EWG, we saw this is one of the team that really a nuisance, you know. They just butt into everybody's business every single way they can. Now they spot on 1. They don't even hesitate for a moment. They just go in without second thought. But Bill is just a bit too reckless there.
Let's see if he can fix that sort of a approach next time round. But Farang still surviving with 2 players. Eastern Wolves Gang trying to shut them down as quickly as possible. Maybe get a little bit of revenge for Pew. Oh, my Lord. Jay-Z from the back manages to catch Too Bad and puts him out of commission. And they were so close to buying back their player. Thankfully, Jembo ran the other way, and he's straight heading in for a revival platform here. And it looks like X-Pan is there, trying to revive their own players. But it can't be because X-Pan already has their players back in, so they are trying to voucher.
They're just camping. They're just going to camp it.
Yeah.
Definitely. They have a feeling that they heard the gunshot not too far just now. Definitely want to stay for a bit because definitely they've been somebody lost a couple of their members when it comes to the team. So it's a wise decision coming up from Expand to actually sit this quite longer as you know, Farang, I'm not sure how he can make his way through there, but lucky enough Expand just not really patient. They might actually have a shot to revive the entire team here.
I think, you know, it's good for the player of Farang because X-Pen has got the vehicles with them and they make a lot of noise inside of this danger zone. You know, I've never seen a vehicle taken out by the danger zone before, but there's a first time for everything. Maybe it can be now. They're just driving around quite bravely, parking their car just beside their brothers for a little bit of reposition later on, buys a little bit of extra armor for themselves. Good on the players of Expand. Good recovery after a blunder of a start earlier on.
I'm just thinking about how for the side of Farang right now, because it feels like Expand is not going to move anytime soon. So I feel like Jambal is just praying, guys, please leave your fancy vehicles right now. I really need to make a revive, but they just don't want to.
But Expand doesn't really have an eye on that revival platform. So if Jambal kind of like just runs towards it right now, he stands a good chance. This next circle is going to be bringing No Escape Revolt directly towards Jambal, especially if they move towards Central and take that zip line in towards Brasilia. So it's all dependent on how No Escape Revolt now moves, and that's going to decide the fate of Farang. Can Farang overcome this huge challenge? And Farang, this really isn't one of their better maps. We talked about this already as to how they bombed out last week. 28 points overall at Purgatory. And so far, they have exactly that. Just 28 points on Purgatory today as well.
But they're still not stopping. Hopefully it's not a dot for them. It's not a period time where they have to stop. But hopefully they can revive their own teammate. Back to a side of hard to get versus Orange Esports. Again, Jay-Z coming out from the inside of the compound. 4 beats on the other end. They're just going to exchange fire. Nobody wants to actually move forward. Randomly shot coming out from 4 beats. You know what? I don't exactly know where the shot is coming from. I'm just going to randomly tap here. As long as it actually connects. Feels that way from 4-bit.
Let's see what sort of fantastic work they can bring out there on the battlefield. Bloody Head probably will be running straight into a grenade here. Oh, beautiful tag. And Neptune tosses yet another. And the players back away just a little bit. Axis Esports already flanking from the left-hand side. Raf is a monster with his positioning. Manages to catch the players on the back. Voidface, good time turner. Mark just being teased by a lot of those ice grenades. And from the front, Axis Esports moves in for the flush. This is just too good, too beautiful to watch. I'm sorry, Bloody Heads, but Axis Esports have got you guys shut down. This was one of the cleanest wipes we have seen. But one final player from the side of Bloody Head in the name of Morgana. Captain Morgana gets away from all of that chaos.
Can he really get away from it? I hope that nobody actually waiting at this spawn platform or the revival platform. Here comes coming in with No Escape, taking a zip line with Slurpee and Jim Krabs. Jambal is still there. He's trying to revive. My God, the timing. This is just impeccable coming from No Escape, but Jambal, finally he reached there. All he needs to do is just that one job. Stay alive, revive his mates, but can he pull it off? Oh, man.
He has done it. The whole squad of Farang, I believe, is back. Jambal got taken out, but I don't think Farang lost their lives. Fantastic play by Jambal. I mean, he survived just long enough to bring back the 3 players on the side of Farang. There they come, dropping in like the angels of death for a little bit of revenge later on. And of course, they will return the favor and bring their brother Jambal back, who sacrificed his life just so that they can live for a few more minutes. Good Riptide rhythm towards a safe compound. I don't know what was that for, Orange Esports, but you just wasted a good shot. But let's see exactly how Expand punishes them for the decision.
Man, like Jambal has one job to do and he delivered it in the very last minute. It was really close. But back to the side of Orange Esports, they have been playing very passively, or not really passive, more towards conservative play, where they want to use more brain power instead of just firepower on their side. On the side of Expand, we do know too fast you can't give this guy a grenade launch. He's just monster with it, but too bad. Start firing, but the fluke coming in from Jinqua as a jump will finally be finished off with 8 with another mate here, which is going to be on the side of Farang, who being revived recently back up in the game. Now all they need to do is just bring back Jambal alongside with them, and they're going to be united once more.
Let's see them reunited. Players of Farang. No Escape Revolt this time around. They want to engage with the Farang squad. I have to call them a trio at this point, since Jambal sacrificed his life. And it looks like No Escape Revolt, from moving on to taking out Jambal, now want to move on to take the title of Eliminators or Annihilators of Farang. This is just coincidental, but it's a perfect coincidence for No Escape Revolt, who are trying to redeem some of their honor in the competition after not really performing all that too well in week number 1.
They don't have enough on the side of Farang right now. They just reset themselves. They don't have enough loot to build up on. And they don't have even grenades here to take the flush out for the side of a new escape revolt. Shah, on the other hand, all well prepared, coming out from no escape, taking their own sweet time to actually push forward to a side of Farang.
Too bad. Taking his time, but Fraze manages to take Jesbu out of the equation. And I know exactly why Farang is taking this very slow side to the face of Fraze. And they are taking it slow because they don't have guns on them. One final sight, Shah turns around. Too good and too bad, taken out of the equation. But Farang still alive. They haven't lost everything just yet, but Spade, final one towards the place of Blacklist. Brother, don't run away too fast. But the circle squeezing him in, he doesn't have a choice.
He don't have any more options there. Aside from maybe under the bridge if he wants to, but that's where Blacklist players are. And now the safest route is actually just moving forward slowly but surely, since Blacklist didn't actually spot him out just yet. Again, Farang with one member left. They're just being revived just now. But what happened? We have one more team shutting out by the side of no escape revolts just now, but never mind that. Side of Farang, he managed to squeeze in the last minute. Blacklist Fires taking a shot from afar. Random shots just to make sure that there's nobody right across them, because hard to get is very nearby.
You know, I'm shocked, Chuchu. You told me at the start of the day that you were very nervous, but you are doing fantastic on the casting desk. You have fallen in love with Free Fire, haven't you?
It kind of, right now, definitely is.
Fantastic. I love hearing that. Hard to get on the other hand. They love taking down the players of Blacklist International. Zenopi from the back, Woodpecker in hand. Insane takes a duck. No head popping out just yet. And from up top, it's going to be Jay-Z on the side of H2G, providing a little bit of suppressive fire to the side of Orange Esports to make sure they do not interfere in the fight of their brothers against Blacklist. Blacklist is the more important one, and Forbits connects that shot with the AWM, but just towards the arm. No clear shot, and he does not take Fires out of the equation. The survivor Fires, who managed to drag 7 points inside of that Alpine map a little bit earlier on. And Blacklist, even though they are at a disadvantageous lower ground, they're still fighting for their lives.
A lot of players already just going towards the side of Crossroad. The others hard to get. Still going against Blacklist the longest time there is. The circle just shrinks even further. Like it or not, have to advance, have to move forward. Some of them launched themselves out of the way already. In this case, Blacklist. All Zan is doing is actually buying more space for the team to actually launch themselves away from this spot. Now, Zan at the same time, can he actually make it on time? Can he actually get out from it and not just lingers around fighting hard to get the longest time? Newbie land himself in the mid-zone, in the middle of EWG. Fob is taken down from the back. Now, Insane just spotted out Blacklist. Ashura on the other end. Insane on the other hand, they just not giving this one up. And Mike just gonna gatekeep against the side of Blacklist.
I mean, week one, hard to get, really found it hard to get much of those points on their side. But this time, Expand kind of sticking in their noses where it doesn't belong. But they managed to steal away a good kill point. And we also Expand. Oh! Axis now shuts down Expand instead. This is just so back and forth between all of those teams out there. Too many players, tiny circle. Only some can continue standing up in here. Good shot. Manchai, grenade launcher, eats up Zen OP. And it looks like the Blacklist players have very little options out there on the battlefield. Hard to get, no matter how good they got in week number 2. Batman, final survivor, needs to see exactly how he can play this timing. The next circle is going to be quite far away for him to travel to. And even if it does leave his compound, that defense to run towards the next circle, Axis Esports have got that high ground advantage.
I mean, like, unless the circle shifted to a side of EWG, it's going to be a different story entirely. They have to climb down their high horses. And they are not the furthest away. They got themselves the elevations already at advantage at first. That vintage point is so crucial for them to just keep on farming kills. EWG, on the other hand, taking a backstab, but you reap what you sow. Back into the face just now with the launcher. Back towards the side of EWG. Jay-Z taking a fight on Cobra. Roy exchanging fires. There's just too many teams fighting around here. I have a feeling Axis just take this in the back. Nobody cares about them.
Yeah, too fast, just too good with those grenade launches. And now Raph from up top shuts down Batman. It is just Axis versus Expand. Axis has got the circle. Expand, on the other hand, they've got one rotating player from that right-hand side. The flank from Roy could just be the deciding factor. Too fast is absorbing all of those grenades. Grenade launcher in the hands of Too fast. Good glue wall pulled out. This next grenade can be the done one. And Neptune with 80 more HP. Raph dropped. Expand. Can they do it? Neptune is dropped, and Expand take the back to back, and they will be able to prove themselves once again as one of the better teams out there in the world of Free Fire.
I mean, they were the one who were being pushed by the side of Axis. I'm surprised they close it up so well for this booyah coming from Expand. It's just incredible play. You saw how Too fast just tanking out so many nades just now with the glue walls, just buying mostly time for the rest of the team. But how did they turn the table in the last minute for the sort of Expand?
It was all Roy, right? That right-hand side flank, which was accidentally, played towards the very end, was very intentional at the very start. And we saw the players of EWG trying to chip away at his HP, but he didn't care because he knew final circle. And the players of Axis Esports already had that high ground. He needed to be the difference maker in that circle, right? And now it doesn't matter, even if Expand did not pick up the booyah in that previous round, they did phenomenally well for themselves. 18 points in that previous game. And this time around, they pick up that solid booyah and a fantastic victory against Axis Esports. And, Axis knew exactly what was coming towards them, right? We called them out. We said Syed wants to see his name up there on the broadcast once again. And they said, all right, we'll make our boss proud. But what they did not expect was Expand to be as hungry as them in that final circle. But unfortunately for Axis can no longer play. This is their final round, but Expand have two more rounds in here to continue proving what they have got to bring into week number 2.
I mean, that was a big brain plays coming from Roy. Nobody actually see him coming. I mean, did you actually expect that, Danny?
I didn't expect Expand to be able to get up to that high ground so easily, right? And it all came down to Too fast. I think, Chichi, I think you said this perfectly before, right? The fact that Too fast was providing so much support for Cobra by lobbing out those grenades, getting rid of people that were trying to eliminate Cobra. I think under normal circumstances, someone would have seen what Cobra was doing and thought, what's this guy doing? That's such a ridiculous play to try and go onto an open roof like that. That was beautiful, coordinated play. If that didn't happen, I don't think they would have had the elevation needed to get Cobra up there to rush into Axis. Now, maybe as well you can say if Neptune landed some of those grenades, he threw a lot of grenades as well. He had plenty of opportunities to get the grenades to connect. If any of those connected, maybe we look at a bit of a different game. But the fact that was just such a beautifully coordinated endgame there by Expand, they absolutely deserve that booyah.
Yeah, thank you for correcting that, by the way, Danny. I totally got Cobra's name mixed up. And
that's fine.
It was him with that right-hand side flank, right? And that was such a difference maker because usually you don't see teams splitting up and that ending up good for them.
Yeah.
But if you know your strategy, if you know exactly what you're trying to execute out there on the battlefield, and just as it happens, everything fell into place for them because Too fast took a straightforward approach. And everybody feels like, okay, that's the weakest link. Let's just focus on taking him down and out of the equation first. Biggest decision that was made wrong by Axis, and Cobra just found that perfect use of, as usual, his charge buster to bust a brand new hole through their chest and kind of turning them like Ace in one piece. The players of Blacklist, earlier on we kind of saw a little bit of light from them, but Axis Esports used the final opportunity to get into the final circle. I'm sure they will want some revenge on the side of Expand tomorrow.
I mean, how X-Men actually plays today, just now, is unlocking a different sort of play entirely. If you actually saw most of, AJ and Danny, you guys actually noticed that most of the players actually play barbar, or I call it barbaric without any brain thinking or whatever. But it's still bar in it, right? But the thing is, like X-Band, they put a different strategy entirely where, you know what, too fast, you're taking everything, you're being the bait. Now, who's going to go for the flank? Who's going to go for the long shot? It's going to be Axel, definitely. But these are the plays that is really hard to execute. With that kind of terrain, it almost seems like impossible. But they managed to close it in last minute. That's high respect, deserving, coming out from the caster's desk right now.
Yeah, and just to add on a little bit to that as well, and the main reason why Too Fast was brave enough to take that just absorb all of those shots, just pull all the attention towards him, was because he had one of the most OP weapons out there, that grenade launcher, and he knew even if he has got a team rushing towards him, he can hold his own ground. He was the perfect distraction, and I do agree with you, Choo Choo. I've mentioned this already. I really don't like those brainless, gameplay out there. I love seeing some strategy, and Expand just making me smile year to year with this match.
And it's good that they finally get their booyah as well, right? They were so close to it last game. So at some point, they got to get it. Congratulations to them. We are going to move on to our stats in just a second. So we do have the overall stats here. We'll take a look at the MVP for the round as well as our MVP team. I'm really keen to see the leaderboard because then we can start using our brains, doing a little bit of math to see how many points is everyone going to need to go over this person, who's falling out of favor, and also to take a look at the positioning for the teams in Group B, right? Because B is done for today. They're not going to play anymore. They'll have to wait until tomorrow. The spotlight's going to be on A and C because these two groups still have games to play for today. But before that, very quickly, Xiaohid from Axis is going to be our MVP for the round with 4 kills, 1,819 damage, and 28.3% accuracy. I suspect on the panel we have a different MVP in mind.
Totally. Who are we nominating? I mean, like for Axis is good for them. At least the boss is a bit happy right now, and there's MVP popping up for them, even though they didn't get the booyah. But for me personally, it's gonna be Cobra. He won that booyah for the entire team just now.
AJ?
I mean, Expand, right? And for me personally, it will be Too Fast because that was the more riskier play. Yes, Cobra was on the flank. He was given a big role to pull that backstab. But the guy who decides to be the bait, he's the one with the most guts out there on the battlefield. Too Fast. I'm impressed.
This guy is bold. It was amazing, though. That was such a good game. If anyone's getting into competitive Free Fire and you sort of don't know where to begin when it comes to deciding how you approach those late games, I think if there's a team to look out for, it is definitely Expand. If you want to look for kills, maybe you can take a look at AV Radicals, but Expand, these guys are incredibly good when it comes to that late game decision making because these guys have been around for forever. I think, if anything, most of these players have been playing competitive Free Fire since, I want to say, the very beginning. The very beginning, actually. They've been played together. But, this is actually like the season where a lot of veterans coming back in the game. It just shows that, even though they have been like quiet for a bit coming up from the side of Expand, but they still have more something to surprise us. Even though they have not been here for the longest time, like example, they're being quiet for a bit, and then they're coming back way stronger than we expected them to be. All right, let's take a look at the current standings here. Just to end the round, we have Expand claiming 23 points for the team, whereas Axis Esports, so close yet so far, very close to that booyah, going to be claiming 15 points for them. Blacklist International going to be happy with 14 points to take home. Same with Hard to Get as well. Pando EWG going to end the round with 13 points. NC Esports with 9. No Escape Revolt with 7. Alongside Farang. Orange Esports to take home 5 points. AV Radicals and Bloodyhead only 1 point apiece. And lastly, ORV X-Men, unfortunately, are going to end with absolutely nothing. So this was, for AV Radical fans, a bit of a shocking round for this team, considering that we see them bomb out in both ways. They bomb up and they bomb down. I mean, I kind of get where they are actually going with this round, since they have been chasing a lot of the hotspot or the blue zone quite early on. It happens to be right in the middle of two teams. This is what I asked or mentioned about towards AJ before, that they've been chasing a lot of hotspots there. But what if the hotspot happened to be in the same vicinity of the other two teams? That's what really happened. And they got eliminated way too early. Yeah, it's that coin flip, right? I know, AJ, you like to sort of call it the coin flip, where you're trying to go for these hot drops, really, onto other teams. If you don't get a gun, I think it's it, right? It's game over.
Yeah, and it's a bigger game over if the opponents get a couple of really solid guns on their side. Even if you do pick up a couple of weapons, the probability of you turning things around might just not be there. But I get the ideation from AV Radicals. That's the main reason why they take the hot drop into the high tier loot zones, because you're going to find more solid weapons there. You're going to have a higher concentration of weapons as well as glue walls, med kits, whatnots out there. So taking a hot drop might be a good idea if you're doing it inside of those high tier loot zones, especially if you are a supremely skilled team like AV Radicals. But even as good as you are, you sometimes will get caught by the odds of that 50-50, and they got punished this time around.
Yeah, just the limitations of those hot drops. You gotta grow some balls, I guess, if you're gonna go for those hot drops. All right, so moving on, that means we are going to say goodbye to teams in Group B for today because they've completed all of their matches, but we still have some more games to finish up the day. It is Groups A and C. So firstly, we have to say goodbye to NC, ORV X-Men, Axis Esports, Hard to Get, Farang, and No Escape. But at the same time, we're going to welcome back SAF, Sem9, Geek Fam, Icon, Anxiety, and Todak. So we're looking at two incredibly stacked groups going into our next upcoming matches. But very quickly, let's just have a recap of the games that we just witnessed. So for our second groupings, you could say we had Orange Esport claiming a very surprise booyah on Purgatory for Game 4 of the day. AV Radicals going to be claiming the next game on Alpine. And finally, Expand are going to be the ones to claim the final booyah for the the B versus C grouping. And folks, we've got Alpine and Purgatory next. And we still have AV Radicals and Expand.
True. I'm looking forward for this matchup between Group A and C quite a lot the entire day here, because we do know both group are the team that really not playing it too safe, but very strategically intelligent when it comes to calling out their weakness to put in play. Not like Group B, mostly they are a bit scared. You can see that they are a bit careful when it comes to making the judgment call. But when it comes to Group A versus C, it's going to be an entire different game. Very different if you compare it with the entire day here.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, right? Like, you're looking at completely different play styles when you're swapping between the groups, right? You have, I do believe Group B eating Group A, and then you have Group C eating Group B. But then there comes the question, like, what about Group A and C, right? Because it seems like these two groups, because they're so stacked, it's relatively even. We're not seeing one team, maybe one team, AV Radicals, potentially going to be the ones to overrun the group. But who knows? We could be in for a surprise, because a lot of the teams in Group A, they've really stepped up today. So I'm looking forward to this next upcoming match. We are going to go for a quick break though. So for everyone watching the stream, make sure you go to the toilet, grab your snacks, your toilet break. This is the best time to do it, because once you return, we are going to jump right into our next matchup. It's going to be A versus C. I'm super excited. It's also going to be Purgatory again. Choo choo, AJ. We'll say sayonara for now. See you after this.
Where have been?
Here before, as players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4.
Benefit.
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And retaining faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
with the boy once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We're going to just about wrap up today with our final groupings, and it's going to be an amazing series because it is groups A, I was about to say B, we've had so much B. It's A versus C, two Titan groups going head to head for this tiny pool of points. Joining me, of course, is going to be Choo Choo as well as the Mustachio AJ. Guys, I think this is going to be an explosive way to end the day with our final two games. I'm looking forward to it, but what do you guys think is going to be happening? Are we just going to be seeing AV Radicals dominate yet again, or are we maybe seeing the return of Group A as they come in with their flags waving, "We are still here"?
Now, we know they're still here, but, you know, to dominate against AV Radicals, especially against Expand as well, that has been on their rise up in week number 2, it's going to be pretty difficult, right? So, dominance out of Group C was definitely going to be possible. Blacklist International, I believe they've been punished one too many times already. Pando EWG, Choo Choo pointed this out, always sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, always interfering in fights. So, these teams, you know, are still going to be annoying in the competition, right? Now that you don't have Farang and Axis to worry about, it's just going to be all just Group C.
I mean, like, for my take, it's going to be my highlight onto it, my spotlight more towards the side of SAF and also Semnon. They have been performing really great today.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when it comes to fighting against Group C, can they keep up, though?
Yeah, right? Like, it's difficult to say because they're looking good in one group, but just because you look good in one group, it doesn't really translate to you being automatically good in that second group. And we have seen Axis, yeah. That's a very good example, really. A team that's really dominant in Group B, but Group C, not so much. We're going to have to leave it to the players to really show us whether they're capable of being able to take down some of these giants. And we're going to be jumping back onto Alpine, a very frosty map. I know AJ likes this map quite a lot. And of course, I'll let you two take it away, Choo Choo and AJ. It is Group A versus C on Alpine.
Thank you very much, Dan Lee. As we hop on into this game, it seems like Alpine is going to be the domain of AV Radicals, and anybody that wants to rip it away from their hands needs to hope and pray that either AV Radicals gets hot dropped once again inside of that high tier loot zone and lose their lives super early, or wish that they themselves have got a little bit of firepower like what Expand had in the previous circle, that grenade launcher, which can be the world of difference, Choo Choo.
That's true. It's a high risk, high reward thing, basically, AJ. It's like you hit the spot or not. This is why we talk about RNG sometimes, right? If you happen to have it, you're gonna have it. But if you're not taking it, no matter how good you are, you're not going to bring it in home. Coming over for this map right now, we're looking over. There are some maybe early skirmishes on top of Doc. Maybe. I don't think Doc, there'll be a lot of team dropping there. In this case, for B versus C. I have a feeling that AV, they'll have the weapons, they will have the arsenal, they will have the high tier loot like they plan to have. And the first thing that should be extra careful about is going to be anxiety, because the moment AV Radicals just pop themselves out with a number of great loot, they're going to straight go for the hunt. But straight off the bat too, that was this Icon. I'm not surprised. It's Icons. Always the first one to fight, but never the last one to survive.
Yeah, unfortunately, almost never the last ones to survive, right? But sometimes they do get a little bit lucky, but this time Eddie doesn't have any bit of the luck on his side as we kick off this match between themselves as well as Stoda. This hot drop is something that Icon could have avoided, and in fact, Spark dropped a little bit too far. So players of Stoda, they were underhanded, undermanned. But it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. Orange Esports, Pedro from afar, manages to find Tom, puts him down onto the ground. The rest of the players of Orange Esports, a little bit too far to do anything about that. Icon tries to chip in, but Toda, Spark's driving straight towards 4 Eyes. Has he spotted him? Spark only has 2 Eyes going up against 4 Eyes, and 4 Eyes still hasn't been spotted out just yet. And Toda misses a great big opportunity.
As long as it doesn't actually move too much for 4 eyes, it's going to be okay because we do have Pedro and also Spark. Two players that have been under the spotlight quite recently. So Pedro is like straight off the bat really great, but 4 eyes feels like he has a bit of a grunge here, making Toda making their way straight into 4 eyes. I'm not sure what 4 eyes is actually thinking.
Yeah. Very, very silly move there. I mean, he could have just allowed them to get away, but it's 4 eyes gives them a free kill point. I mean, even though the rest of his players are far away who will be able to just buy him back, that was such a waste, and you are giving away your opponents free points. I don't see why you should do that. Ashura, on the other hand, one of the guys who is just giving away free points, holds the grenade in his hands as if he wants to give a present away, holds it a little bit too long, and man takes advantage.
It's going to be all men for themselves coming from Icons. I don't see them working as an entire team, more towards individuals there. They try to survive whatever corner they've been put into. And then this case, Cap's going to face the entire team of Sem9. I mean, like, we talked about Sem9 before, but they are fighting against the people in Group A still. It's going to be Icons versus Sem9 later on. But Sem9, can they actually have a shot? They can easily take down Captain straight away here. I don't think it's an issue to start with.
Is it going to be an issue or not? We will have to wait and see a little bit more time as it continues to run down. But Expand, on the other hand, Axel, a little too far away at Ocean View, whereas the rest of his team members at Forest Red. Geek Fam have a good opportunity of snuffing out a couple of players on the side of Bloody Head. But no, Mark flies straight towards Hakimi. Morgana might be able to provide this backup, but it's a 1v1 at the moment between Hakimi as well as Mark. Make that a 2v1 because I didn't see Yasta there.
Yeah, the other teammates coming up from Gitfay was quite far off here. Same goes for Bloody Head. I think it's more daring coming up from Mark, actually. Even though it's 1v2, entirely quite separated from the rest of the team, he still boldly moved forward. I mean, what do you mean macam ni?
No, macam ni lah. Like you see those players kat sana, 1v2, kau janganlah tembak.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that way. I'm like, what happened to Icons, right? For 4 eyes. Like, you want to leave? Yeah, come at me, bro. But then he got splat straight away. I mean, like, what were you thinking, brother?
I guess he thought, today was his lucky day. He found out the very hard way that it sure as hell isn't his lucky day. In fact, maybe the most unlucky day. Because you see, based on his mistake, his team members didn't even buy him back. They had an opportunity to choose between him and the other guy. They're like, okay, you know what? You deserve to stay in the lobby for a little bit longer. Let us just deal with this.
I just hope he don't rebel when it comes to the next round. We still have one more match to go, by the way. Just saying. Back to the side of Icons. Slowly they've been enclosed in the side of Blacklist. Being cornered everywhere. Every angle. But the thing is, Blacklist, when it comes to execution, when it comes to finish off the kill, they have a bit of a problem, a bit of shaky ending. But Eddie ended up on the side of Blacklist. Newbie finished it off straight away. That's going to be clean one. But Icons, it's like, I don't know what happened with Icons, but it feels like they are, they're like different separate entities entirely when it comes to the 4 individuals there. Like, hey, you do you. Who told you not to follow us or something? And it's just all over the place.
I mean, 4 eyes, although he's got 2 more than the other guys, maybe he thought, I've got 4 eyes, they only have 2 each, and it's an equal fight.
No.
Technically,
Mathematically, yes.
Mathematically, we equal up. But they got 2 guns, you got 1.
I don't know. If they can shoot with his feet, then it's a different story, maybe. I mean, like, that's going to be a different story, right?
Ooh.
Roy, Expand in a bit of a danger zone here. Anxiety just going to push forward. Cobra trying to turn things around. But Kanoho. Ooh, that glue wall last minute coming in. Flare coming in. And that's going to be another one. Cobra. He couldn't clutch it too much. They lost 2 men here when it comes to sort of Expand. We mentioned them way too much here.
And again, too fast. My personal MVP in the team of Expand, but he's getting shot. Guy tries to look around, but thankfully a little too far away for Anxiety to take any sort of pot shots against him. Kanoho, as you can see, pulls out the AC-80 and finally puts it away because too fast. He's managed to run very, very far.
Too fast.
Play the game of survival. Yeah, too fast for him.
Too furious.
The guy can get a little furious as well, in the 1v3 situations. We saw exactly what he did
grenade
earlier
launcher,
on, right? Yeah. Too good. Too fast, too good. Everything is just too much for this guy.
Right now, it's not too furious since he didn't land himself any grenade launcher yet. So we're waiting for that to happen. Back to the side of the southern part, coming up from Stadium, a bit more than we anticipated. EWG, there's also Bloody Hat, there's also Gig Fam. Now, Bloody Hat is a team that we do know they want to go aggressive as much as they can. But the thing is, they're being too aggressive. They didn't try to approach it in a tactical way. It's just way up front, going gun blazing, tunneling their vision towards one objective only. And that kind of make them, sort of having a shortcomings when you compare with a lot of them. I love this.
The cutest tuk-tuk that I've seen in a long
That's
time.
True. Can we open it bigger? Can we see it bigger now? I want to see it bigger.
No. Production will only show us, like eggs and maybe a little baby dinosaur out there on the battlefield.
When you ask for something, right?
Yeah. Only. When you ask for something, Lala says no. He just takes the camera somewhere else. The guy. Sem 9. Anxiety. This is going to be a big fight. All of those panels are going to be the saving grace between these two teams. Anxiety already up 3 kills. Sem 9. A little bit of non-performance. But they managed to bounce back a little bit. So I'm hoping to see more from them in this matchup. Man04 exposes his head. Chessman tries to take advantage, fails at that, but they're cutting down the distance even as they fail to take those good shots. Fura right up in front. God Toby has been dropped, but Fura stands his ground. Fikri from the back. The absolute annihilator drops by. Phoenix, good grenade! And finishes the player off. One more delivered, especially from the hands of Phoenix. And he loses his glue wall as Orange Esports drops by to say hello.
Oh my god, a third party again coming out from Orange. This is incredible. This is insane. AV Radicals pops here in the last minute too. Sunset is not too sunny in it. It's burning like hell right now. AV now chasing down all the players of Sem9 who just literally celebrated their minor victory. But you know what? It's not for long. AV just bulldozed every single player of Sem9 out there.
Yeah, that was just a perfect ambush. They saw the opportunity. They took advantage. Good grenade. And Ritus just gets tagged up. And he falls back. The rest of the players continues pushing on. And Wine. Who else but Wine? Absolutely perfect in terms of the aggressive engagements all the time out there on the battlefield. But now we switch on over to an age-old rivalry between Geek Fam and Bloody Heads. I've been waiting for this one. OG Geek Fam versus Bloody Heads. Let's see once again if or not they can remain the kryptonite of the Geek Fam squad.
They're moving in sort of a line coming up from Bloody Hat, but at the same time, they're not conquering most side of the southern part. But Pedro, that's going to be the end of it with their freezing name just finished off, trying to glue himself with a wall, but didn't work out quite right. We do know too that really need Pedro so much. He's always the most crucial player when it comes to making a play, making it in a space, but also quite early. Back to the side of Orange. They got themselves a good run. They're being very conservative before now. Blacklist is taking the fight towards their side. Can they hold this fight on top of a bridge right now?
Blacklist International versus Orange Esports. One guy at the back for the backstab. Zenobi, the perfect movements. And he is the destroyer of Orange Esports. And the distraction that he now pulls forth. Newbie takes advantage. Max 7 straight to the hearts of the players of Orange Esports. And Blacklist, they have them all surrounded. Orange tries to fight back only with Tom. So little HP. And he finally loses it. But Eastern Wolfsgang, they instead try to challenge the players of AV Radicals. As quickly as they storm in, they try to run away. Get away, Manchai, get away. Car on fire already. One more shot is all they need. Manchai hops on out in the nick of time to save his life. Eastern Wolfsgang once again sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, but this time it goes unpunished.
A different nose entirely. We're talking about them regretting sticking their nose this time. It's so rare for us to see EWG running from a fight. In this case, look how just monstrous these AV Radicals are. They're just that fearsome. They are just that reckless. Crazy enough to just shoot away EWG back towards where they belong, but Blacklist just hammed down on EWG's side. They're being sandwiched between the side of AV Radicals and also the side of Blacklist. Now Blacklist trying to run away from somebody else before, and they fought against another team entirely, won it over. But EWG now, they stuck in this one house, nowhere to go.
And we usually talk about how Purgatory belongs to the team of Blacklist International. And they are the kill leaders of this lobby at the moment. Eastern Wolfsgang right in front of them. And look at Expand taking the long rotation outside of the circle, playing the game of risk. And it looks like it's high reward for this risky gameplay. But Geek Fam executing a little bit of revenge against the players of Bloody Head. Kaloy a little bit too late from jumping out of the house. Yasta follows up. And Kaloy is going to be the distraction. Yasta kind of suckered in. Tanamo drops Hakimi. AB Radicals chipping in as well to save the boys of Bloody Head.
Oh.
And it looks like it's absolutely perfect. Bloody Head survives that encounter. Tanamo continues chipping on in, and he looks like he is perfect to be the guy that slays out Geek Fam from afar.
Just a long shot really plays a big pot coming up from the side of Bloody Heads. Back to the side of Geek Fam, who's running from a PAM to the fire. We talk about AV waiting with SAF already fighting against them. McRory taking every fight he has, just right in the face of towards their opponents. AV, they have too much to focus on. They focus on what's in front. They are being surrounded everywhere, left, right, and center. How to get out from this turmoil. Wine with also a charge buster. Tanamo didn't even whiff. What a crispy execution there.
I think someone forgot to update AV Radicals that this is not Alpine because they're popping off on a different level altogether. Too fast. Finally retired, and X-Men taken out at the 7th spot. Enough of those placement points collected by Too Fast, but he could not do anything all alone. AB Radicals, on the other hand, aiming to shut down Hasig, and what a grenade out of the hands of Tanamo. Superbly aimed, drops it right in front of him, and as he tries to get away, the blast radius still catches him. And now 2 more players on the side of Geek Fam playing the game of survival. Ramiel spots one, AWM in hand, gets the first shot, gets the second shot, puts him down on the ground, puts him back in the lobby. Snake the final one to slither around, but can he get away from the watchful eyes of AB Radicals? Eastern Wolfsgang have been staying super silent, Juju.
I mean, like, they've been shushed away by the side of AB Radicals. You saw earlier before, and they've been tamed. They are the wolf that have been tamed into peace for now because of how crazy AV Radicals are. But in the meantime, even though AV Radicals have been shooting quite a lot of numbers of elimination, in this case, they got 10 kills in their pockets already. I'm surprised they tamed EWG at the point where, you know what, EWG don't want to take part any of it when it comes to AV Radicals fighting. They don't want to be even a third party here. I'm surprised.
And so am I. AV Radicals, edge of the circle. Blue Zone's going to force them in shortly, but they're still playing around with their Hot Wheels out there on the battlefield. Time for the boys to get serious. Eastern Wolfsgang haven't repositioned, and Eastern Wolfsgang will be the biggest danger for AV Radicals as they squeeze into the final compound.
Man.
And Geek Fam through Snake as Blacklist, as well as the players of Eastern Wolfsgang try to now tag them up. Icon fighting 3 teams at the same time. And Geek Fam finally loses their player. No idea who took him out of the equation, but Wine has to be the damage dealer here. So he needs to stay safe. He cuts the distance between himself as well as the whole of the Eastern Wolfsgang. What is the setup gonna be?
Now, Wine is just too bold. Just cutting the distance is not going to be enough. He need the entire team firepower to accompany him to rush forward. Now, Tanamo already squeezing in as well. There's going to be a lot of MVP coming up from him only for this round particularly. But Tanamo can actually open up the space for the rest of AV Radicals to push forward here. They're splitting into a pair of duos there. Definitely 2 more playing at the back line just to make sure that Blacklist don't take advantage of the situation. But Wine and Tanamo, how can they actually make a comeback for the rest of the team to push into where EWG just conquering around the circle right now?
Yeah, I really love exactly what Eastern Wolfsgang has done here. They've barricaded themselves inside of this tiny little house, and each and every single one of those windows have been blocked by their glue walls, and that just makes sure Thanamo's not going to be able to send in all of those grenades from the grenade launcher towards them, and that is a big reason of survival for the side of Eastern Wolfsgang. Finally, AB Radicals has to circle around from the left-hand side, meeting the players of Icon halfway through. Icon has got a grenade launcher on their side as well, but all thanks to the players of Blacklist International International. Icon is being chipped away one after the other. Monito has got a grenade launcher as well. 3 different teams, 3 different grenade launchers out there on the battlefield. But Icon's gonna lose their lives. Finally, Zenopi puts that final bullet into the chest of the Icon player. AB Radical circling around. They have to stay out of this fight. Allow Eastern Wolfsgang to do the majority of the damage to Blacklist first. And Zenopi gets knocked down onto the ground. Monito taken out by the circle. Blacklist still alive in the back and wide. What a shot with that AC-80. Perfect headshot.
Oh, amazing. Coming from Tanam. That didn't even whiff it. That flick just in time. AV Radicals. My God. That booyah was just insane. I mean, like, they just saw just a glimpse of Blacklist. Just a glimpse. And it's enough for them to actually take them down entirely.
Wow.
That flick, that response, that just reaction, it's just, they are very young. Are they really young? Welcome back, Deadly. I mean, like, insane. Just, wow. AV Radicals.
Can I just say, AV Radicals probably had like the most scuffed entrance into that final circle. Like they were pincered. They were basically just pincered to the corner of the house, and they were so lucky that no one came in with a well-placed grenade, right? It was such a small area that they had to work with. They basically stuck themselves in there with the glue walls. They felt pretty safe. I mean, they had to even run around their own glue walls to get around it. So they did take circle damage, but oh my goodness, like even having such a terrible entrance into that final circle, at the end of the day, it's just like the mechanical skill for this team really kicking into gear. I felt so bad for Blacklist because at first I thought like, oh, maybe they don't know where Blacklist was.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. One glimpse, one headshot, and that's a booyah.
And you really got to, respect the map mastery of AV Radicals here at Alpine. This is their 4th booyah they're hitting on this map, and nobody else has got a mastery of this map the way they do, right? They've got everything under control. Expand, unfortunately, couldn't squeeze their way in. And AV Radicals doesn't go insane with the number of kills this time around, but consistency, we've mentioned so many times, is key. And they were absolutely phenomenal in putting themselves right up on the top at Alpine once again.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised if they finish all their booyahs just on top of Alpine at this rate. Because we saw them earlier in the Purgatory, it's not really great for them, but when it comes to Alpine, it's just insane. But again, Tanamo, I have a feeling MVP this time is going to be Tanamo. I'm not surprised at this point. Like, we saw how he just plays so much just now. But if only EWG, right? I mentioned this earlier. EWG has been quiet. The moment that AV Radicals has been firing upon all the other teams, I think what 3 or 4 teams, EWG has been sitting quietly just next to them. If only they take the fight earlier, it's going to be theirs to take for this booyah.
I agree. They had the best defensive spot, but they prematurely barricade all of those windows. You know, if you start barricading those windows, once you know the positioning of your opponents out there on the battlefield, I say that's a very solid plan. But if you're already barricading it and playing super defensively, you've got no vision. You don't know who's behind you. You do not know exactly what sort of opportunities you're missing. And if they didn't have the grenade launcher, I would have said, okay, that's actually a very good idea. Just play the game of survival for a little bit. But they had a grenade launcher. So even if anybody had approached their house, they could have just popped a couple of shots. Those grenades would have gotten all of those slays. AV Radicals would have lost 2 very good players, Wine especially from the get-go. And that would have really killed the chances of the team picking up the 4th booyah at Alpine. But Eastern Wolfsgang literally gave it away to them.
Yeah, maybe it was a case of, because we've seen some teams really make it work in their favor where they say, okay, you go head to head with the other team, we're going to finish you off after. Maybe they thought that they were going to try and go for the exact same approach, but little did they know it was AV Radicals that they were going to have to go up against. This is not a team that you can easily beat. This is a team that requires a lot of thinking before you go into that fight, guns blazing. So I can understand the thought process for Eastern Wolfsgang, right? Like you think, well, let's just take the safer option.
I'm gonna banter on that because why? They actually did try. and they're running back into their houses the moment that happens. They just couldn't do it. It's just they are way better when it comes to every force that they have to actually play.
Yep.
When it comes to that sort of circumstances, EWG try to butt in, but the moment they realize, oh shoot, we can't take this team out, they're too strong. That's the first time I'm looking at EWG running away from a team fight. First time.
It makes you wonder if, like, what were they thinking in that moment? Were they sitting there thinking like, oh wait, maybe this is AV Radicals, we should back up? Because we also need to keep in mind, like, the teams don't know who they're actually fighting up against. So the kill feed, it just shows generic players. It doesn't show team names. It doesn't show anything. So you're sort of going into these fights blind as well. You kind of have to guess who you're playing up against at the same time. So maybe the thought process was that from what they observed, it was probably going to be someone like AV Radicals or maybe even Expand, assuming that they thought Expand was alive. And so they thought, let's play it safe. We'll let them delete everybody else, and then we'll be the last team standing or something. I don't know. Yeah,
nice try.
Yeah. I think especially for Eastern Wolves gang, for them, I think on leaderboard they're not doing too bad in terms of points either. So the team doesn't feel pressured to have to make those desperate maneuvers. They already know that, okay, we're definitely getting placement points. Anything on top of this is also going to be a bonus. So we're going to take a look at the MVP in just a second, and we'll have to see who gets nominated here and whether or not we agree with the MVP, because I feel like sometimes the MVP, interesting choices. We've had some very interesting choices. It's going to be Tanamo. Yeah. All right. Anyone that disagrees? I don't think so.
I think AJ wants to go for wine again, right, this time.
Usually, because, I mean, we have to see how production looks at it and how we look at it from, the caster's perspective, right? Production looks at it in terms of who's the most effective player out there on the battlefield, because at the end of the day, it's a game of numbers. It's like business, right? Are we making money or not? Are we collecting points out there? And thanks to players like Tanamo, who hit the big numbers in terms of kills, he provides the most number of money, or in this term, kills or kill points to the team. So fair enough, he is the MVP. But in terms of flair of play style, there's just too many opinions to kind of like, consider before you deliver that MVP title. So I absolutely have no issues at all with the MVPs that I picked. It's just that I've got my few personal MVPs in the game. But this time I have to agree with you guys. Tanamo is my personal MVP as well.
Yeah, I mean, the guy did work, right? But alone, he did 3,600 damage, which is phenomenal. And total damage for the team, almost 9,000. I mean, this guy can do damage for almost 2 people, especially for some teams. I think he's out damaging an entire roster's worth of damage. It's insane. But of course, MVP, AV Radicals, these guys are on fire today. We haven't really seen the team bomb out minus that one round. I mean, so outside of that, I think AV looking pretty solid.
I mean, I do wish we have another award, not just the MVP, maybe a BB award, a big brain award for the teams that, especially the players that really use their brain to the max.
I mean,
one of my nominees is going to be Rap. I'm not going to lie. How good he was when he was taking a fight. Like, that's something that's so rare for us to actually see him through fire, because everybody just gone blazing and running around, just shoot everything that moves. But it doesn't work that way when it comes to the tournament.
Man, I'm just thinking, what would I do an MVP award for before? I think I would do one for best supporting cast, because a lot of the times you don't really get the spotlight shone on people that enable their teammates, right? It's always a spotlight on the person that's going in first, the rusher, everyone that's doing the damage, but you also don't really consider who's the one setting up for those kills, who's the one that's providing the backup, who's got the glue walls that can enable this person. Yeah,
that's going to be the award, I assure you.
The captain award, that's probably what it is. Here's the current standings for the round as well. 26 points going into the pockets of AV Radicals. No surprises here. This team has just been on fire today, dominating on their absolute favorite map. Second, we've got Blacklist International with 22 points, and Pando EWG, a little bit of a slower game for them as well. That's absolutely correct, with only 10 points. This is just a super top-heavy round. I mean, it's mostly 20 points towards the top of the bracket, and then everyone else is like 10 and under. This is very rare.
But I mean, like, at least it's a good day for you, Danny, if you actually rooted out for Blacklist today, which you didn't. I mean, like, yeah.
I told you. So I decided to stop handicapping the team. Okay, I was too heavy in the bandwagon, so I decided I'll step out. I'll let the team do what they need to do. It's okay. I'll sacrifice myself. It's working. I just can't be on the bandwagon. So apparently, I'm not allowed on. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Husky's not here, at least. Okay? Husky's not here.
Choo.
Back to the side of the board, right?
I'm sorry.
No problem.
No, that man's cursed. I think everyone knows at this point.
Everybody knows. I think everybody knows in whatever tournament is casting. It's always I'm sorry to say, Husky. But back to its AV Radicals, right? It feels like even though they drop a couple of matches here, they're still going to take that #1 spot regardless.
I mean, they're 50 points ahead of the competition. Yeah. And that's including, like, games where they've bombed out. So it's going to be... I mean, everyone else is hard-pressed to basically catch up to this team. There's absolutely no way they're going to catch up in one round. But, of course, it's going to come to tomorrow's games. But we're not done today, in case anyone starts panicking, like, oh my gosh, the game's done. No, we've got one more to go. And I do believe it's Purgatory. So there is still redemption for some of these other teams to steal these points away from AV Radicals. But I think we've got to be honest as well. Like, they're making it really tough for anybody to steal that spotlight.
They are, and with Blacklist actually managing to improve their gameplay on Alpine and them just usually popping off on Purgatory, this might just be a great opportunity for them to climb up a couple of spots. Of course, that is going to include with Expand not performing at all, and Expand has been, just struggling just a tad little bit on the side of Purgatory. So the potential of Blacklist jumping up 2 spots is going to be dependent on that. And as long as they get into that final circle with a decent number of kills, I think they stand a good chance.
Yeah, very possible. Now we're going to jump into our final game of the day. It's Purgatory and it's Groups A versus C. Can anyone drop the AV Radical Giants? We're going to find out right now with Choo Choo and AJ. Take it away for our final game of the day.
Thank you so much again, Danny. We're back with AC Group, one of my favorite groups to actually have the matchup going on. But at the same time, I want to see the other teams that haven't got themselves quite sort of the spotlight today, right? Like, we focused more towards on the middle bracket, including here, like, X's already got themselves. Blacklist, closing off. There's also, in this case, who else? NC... Maybe... Not quite. Not quite. They have a vibe. Same goes like, Nox, No Escape Revolve, and RV sort of sense. So if you're in their shoes right now, AJ, what would you do for the teams that's really at the bottom down there?
Quite honestly, I'll just know exactly where Blacklist drops into most of the time, and I'll avoid that spot no matter what. Because if you look at the overall performance at Purgatory today, it has been the teams out of Group B that has been quite decent in terms of performance at Purgatory. Group A, they don't really show up when it comes to Purgatory. So this is once again a fantastic opportunity for Group C to take the top spot. Phoenix gets dropped super early on, but how did Phoenix knock Spark down onto the ground? I do not know how that happened.
It just happened in just a glimpse of an eye. Everything just happened so quickly. Phoenix, even though he looks great with his Shadow Torn Hitman skin, same goes for Spark. But their skin right now is not looking great. There goes. It's going to be coming up from Expand, just taking down on Ross. I think they sort of clash when it comes to flying over the same path here.
Yeah.
And you shall not pass, as Roy said. Another one just to bring it down. You know what? That's brutal.
Right. X-Roy is just trying to make sure he puts his flag on the player first before eliminating him, just so that he can show off a little bit more. But, I have to say, Choo Choo, casted with multiple people so far, I'm really liking the synergy between you and I. The mustachu is actually going to be a thing moving forward in the future.
I'll buy myself a couple of mustache just in case. Just in case that happens. Like, we have something that we have in common. I can't grow them myself. It would be really, miracle if I actually do that. Back towards the game.
No, you don't want such miracles, okay? Be careful what you wish for.
Now I feel like, you're kind of right there. Now, what they really wish for, the miracle that they really need is going to be on Sam Nice's side. Victory, I'm not sure where the rest of the roster are, but he seems to be very lonely here.
Lonely he surely is. Let's see if he can do something. More grenade, but Spark jumps on out alongside Chill. But he manages to hit one down. Pulls out the time turner as well. Can he dance the tango? So close. Just a couple of more shots away. We would have been able to get the most fantastic engagement out there on the battlefield. And he had a good weapon on him. The Mac-10 is absolutely lethal close quarters.
That's kind of true. Not sure where are the rest of Sam 9. Seems like they don't have a car in the world. Maybe just want to revive him in the platform whatsoever. Just, you know, it's actually not a bad thing to die way too early. You're giving a lot of information to the rest of the roster. Just feeding that information as much as you can. Like, how many teams are there in this certain spot, certain angles? If you have to sacrifice yourself with it, it's okay as long as you have a couple of more members to actually revive you back. Back to the side of AV Radicals on the other hand. Tanamo having a bit of a fun. Too much fun for AV Radicals there in the skis now. Lodge, sorry.
Ski Lodge, usually the drop spot of the players of Bloody Head, but we know exactly what AV Radicals is aiming for. Not just their heads, but each and every single high-tier loot zone that they can find out there on the battlefield. Mark caught off guard by Wine. Oh, smart move by Mark to dodge those shots, but Wine is just a god of movements out there on the battlefield. Close quarters combat, and everybody's just teasing each other today, aren't they?
I mean, like, it's almost
sorry, brother.
Like, here's a flower. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you nasty guy. Wine just have to flex it out and taunt them for a bit.
Look at this fella. Look at this fella.
Mark, it's a slow death for you. Knees! Bow to me!
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Just bow to me. Just showing off a little bit too much here, the players of AV Radicals, allowing the opponent to just bleed out on the side of Bloody Head, and then he leaves a little egg there as a present for him.
Cute.
Fantastic.
It's so cute. Oh, what a day. Back to sort of on the side of Bloody Head. Now, only left with Void Phase, yeah. We do know when it comes to the player with solo, trying to go for the revival spawn or revival platform, almost impossible to work. Only one of a few is going to be the Farang earlier today, but in this case, kind of hard, especially when the team's really trying to hunt a lot of people down. Even Anxiety at this stage, they just keep on moving proactively just to find more kill points.
Let's see if AV Radicals can continue this sort of a rush in towards that final circle. This is not usually where AV Radicals pops off. You know, this is one of their weaker maps, Purgatory, as compared to Alpine, where they hit so many slays. You know, last week they picked up 65 points from playing 4 rounds at Alpine. This week, they managed to pick up a total of 58 points from just 3 rounds of Alpine. I mean, this team is just, you know, phenomenal in terms of what they can do out there on that map. But they just can't seem to replicate that performance on Purgatory no matter what they do. And in fact, today, their performance at Purgatory has been so much more worse than last week, which is,
oh my God.
It's terrible.
I want to say I give them a bit of time, but the moment you mention it was worse than before, I'm like, is time really the factor here? Maybe they just want to focus on one certain map to give 100 focus on it. So maybe, like, you know, when you have too many, you try to ace of everything. You're going to be master of none, basically. You know? So it's some sort of a good strategy coming out from the side of AV Radicals that they focus on one certain map to just 100% giving all their effort in there. But the thing is, when it comes to a further stage, in the next tier, that they can't actually do just that. Like it or not, they have to pick another map that they can actually ace from.
Let's see what sort of a magic play we can spot out here on the side of X-Pan. Load out right in front of them. And X-Pan just seems to try to chip away at them little by little, but you are just losing a lot of your ammunition as you try to engage from such a distance. Unless you have a sniper, the Grows are more suited for that mid-range combat. Long range, on the other hand, not saying that it cannot be used, just not as effective of a weapon. Toda, on the other hand, just take the zipline straight into the crosshairs of Sem9. Fikri drops one from afar, but Time Turner pulled out super smart. Pedro, just with the Time Turner, gets away.
Oh, we have one more fight going on for Icons versus Orange Esports. Neckman trying to run around the corners, cut it through, but he's just passing by. But apparently Orange couldn't pin them down. We have one more team butting on top of it here. Which team was it again? Feels like Gig Fam, was it? Back to the side of Orange. Parent trying to spot out on the side of Daddy Icon. What happened? They always force this fight, but they're just having a tough time to just close it up. AV Radicals actually just on top of these teams. It feels like, you know what you mentioned about AV Radicals, they're not doing great when it comes to this map. They might just prove you wrong with what they are at right now.
AV Radicals, they have to see if they can get a good engagement here against Icon. I mean, it's an easy team technically if you compare their stats, but as I say that, Ritus loses his standing to the play of Icon. Yeah, Wine now from the back just manages to get a couple of tags in there, manages to play a little bit of a zigzag, tags Captain up just a little bit, but Captain's just running around on the other side and has got a opportunity to shut down Thanamo. But Thanamo responds. Good shot coming through. Captain manages to disengage. Fires right back. Backstab. Backstab by Wine can just be exactly what does Captain in. This is a 2v1. Thanamo tries to make him stay there, but Captain a little bit too smart for the players of AV Radicals. Manages to zigzag away from them, but Wine meets him up top on that second floor.
No!
Oh, but he hides in the most craziest of spots. You need a grenade to take him out of that chair, man.
Bastard now. No, he only just wall himself. Definitely gave away his position. And that exactly is one grenade coming up from One just finished off. That was a scary prospect if you're Captain coming up from Icons, you know. So many people just circling around the corner. Every Radicals just radical all the way. But I'm looking for every Radicals to take a fight hat on with Expand because they are very nearby, not too far yet, not too close. But if Expand stays there, they might have a bit of a clash between the Titans. AV Radicals versus Expand. Now, what's your take if this happens, AJ?
Let's see who manages to turn things around to the other side. SAF, Yado. Let's go. Anxiety. And they have a good opportunity here, but SAF's not slowing down at all. And Anxiety says, okay, no problem at all. Let's take the fight straight up to their faces. McDo down on the ground. Kanoho traded out. Good grenade from the other side, but the Time Turner keeps them alive. Fura takes the initiative to take the fight straight up to them, but pays for it with his life. And Yadop, on the other hand, will continue to bleed out. The players of SAF have got this in hand. And Anxiety, on the other hand, get eliminated in the 10th spot.
This is not surprising coming out from SAF. Do know they have what it takes when it comes to closing out with a CQC, with a flush, whatever. But at the same time, they need to get out from here. Of course, whoever's coming out from there, it's going to be a bit of a blunder. But those coming out from the north, it's going to be Blacklist versus Bloodyhead. Now, Blacklist, you mentioned about them being so strong in this map. If they're being obliterated quite early on with EWG closing out from behind, it's going to be a bit of a problem. SAF seems to be walking towards that direction as well. Sparkner spotting out on Gig Fam Snake. They're quite out in the open in the street. Kind of bold move from the side of a Gig Fam. Feels like they're taunting a bit on the side of Toda just to take the fight towards them.
They're definitely taunting them, right? But Toda from the back, I don't know if or not this is going to be a great idea. Bloody Heads spread out, sandwiched between Blacklist as well as SAF. Morgana splitting up with Mark, and this just seems to be a bad setup for the players of Bloody Head. As Cobra brings X-Roy back in, Thanamo gets dropped by the Axel, eliminated as well. That's a big kill coming through from the Axel. Purgatory's not supposed to be the place where AV Radicals pops off, and I guess Expand wants to see to it that they do not pop off and they get stopped and they slow down right here, right now. But the Axel! Wine responds, but he shoots the wrong guy!
Oh man, it still is gonna be newbie, but it's still respawn is a respawn. That's what they needed it from coming up from AV. But AV Radicals, Wine, trying to make a bit of a redemption at the same time. Excel, on the other hand, right in the corner, quite far off. He's playing the sniper. Definitely he's going to stay there for quite a bit. SAF, on the other hand, try to flush out EWG here, who's quite separated against each other. SAF seems like they're having a better ground, but Monito straight taking Bew from the back. Trying to support Bew from the back and trying to finish off SAF McRory. And also, let's go, just building up as much glue walls as possible. But can they try to retaliate in some sort of sense here? Because it feels like they're being choked to death coming up from EWG.
And Blacklist just brings the players right back in as Stoda drops the players of Geek Fam. Geek Fam just finding it a little bit tough to fight their way up to the top. And with Bloody Head losing Morgana, it looks like that run is over as well. But good thing that Mark split apart from Morgana a little bit earlier on, but gets caught off as he rotates around. Bloody Heads, I believe that is it for them. Blacklist International, on the other hand, dealing with AB Radicals, and at the very same time with X-Pan. X-Pan taking the fight up against AB Radicals, but the circle's going to be forcing everybody in towards that bridge. On top of that bridge, this is just the X-Pan territory. Can AB Radicals circle around those players now barricaded by all of the glue walls? And Zen is just sneaky up top.
No, Tanamo saw you through. Oh, Zen, valiant effort. It feels like the end. There you go. Finish off by Tanamo as clean as possible by AV Radicals and also the matchup between with X-Pan. This is what I've been hoping for, to see the two giants to fight against each other head to head. But Blacklist, newbie right now, try to go for the flank, taking the advantage. But that glue wall just gives away his position. Tanamo on the move, trying to push forward. Well, X-Pan left with Axel. It's going to be them eliminated next. This is going to hurt them quite a lot when it comes to overall later.
It most definitely will. So close quarters combat, that's done. But AB Radical, 16 kills already. Choo-choo, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Tanamo bleeds out. No problem at all for the players of AB Radicals because they've picked up 16 points from this round. If they had a 50-point lead at the very top of the leaderboard earlier on, they're just trying to solidify it more for themselves at this very moment. Now, as the kill leaders of this lobby, all AB Radicals need to do is just play the game of survival. Do not stick their noses into anybody's issues whatsoever and just kick back, relax, maybe just get a little bit of a suntan out there whilst everybody else does the heavy lifting.
I mean, like, you need to take back what you said just now. You said they might not have a shot at this map. Looks like they are dominating. EWG is doing the cleaning job for the side of A Radicals, who's sitting back and just enjoying the suntan at the beach. While Sam9 having a bit of a hesitance when it comes to moving forward towards the bridge. Nobody actually spotted out, give too much of attention when it comes to the bridge. Maybe because of the terrain, bit sloping on the side of Sam9 and EWG, like it or not, they have to take the fight since they are straight in the line of sight. Oh, Beauty, didn't see that through. That was a clear shot just now.
It was, and Sam9 actually has a good defensive spot in the next circle. Eastern Wolfsgang as they approach. Manchai from the top. Woodpecker perfection. Response by Fikri. AWM too good, too powerful. Monito gets tagged up as well. Just enough time to heal behind the slope. And the rest of the Sam9 players will have to deal with the firepower that Monito brings in through the grenade launcher. But he doesn't have a lot of glue walls to work with. And the glue walls will help him just cut a little bit of the distance. But now, this is where we see the big brain plays for Monito. Whether or not it is that or just pure barbar, because he needs to cut the distance and stop focusing on AV Radicals instead.
Oh no, they try to gatekeep AV Radicals from moving into the circle, where Sam9 is actually taking the center of it. But Monito, it's actually not too bad, not too shabby. Actually, really good! They shut down! Wait, what? But that's still a good run coming out from the side there. You know what, EWG, that was really, really good call. But they're not done with Sam9 yet. Look at the nade being tossed by Phoenix. It's
fantastic.
Just, wow, what a closing. I mean, like, Sam9, they should have eliminated quite early coming up from EWG, but that's still a good booyah. Sam9, the perseverance, the patience, well worth paid.
Oh, I mean, Sem9 truly woke up today at Purgatory. They might have not been able to do the same at Alpine, but their performance today, and in comparison to what they brought forth last week in Purgatory, they've outclassed themselves. In fact, they've picked up more than double from whatever they did manage to pick up at Purgatory, and I believe they have managed to secure close to 45 points today just at this map alone. But they have been pulled down overall because of their underperforming side at Alpine.
I mean, like, Danny, somebody almost take back his words, but lucky enough, AV Radicals doing in this one. So, is it still okay for us to say AV Radicals not comfortable when it comes to Purgatory? I feel like they start to catch up here.
I'd say you can't say like they're not comfortable. I think they can definitely play the map, but I think the best way to describe their situation is, or at least their relationship with the map, is that their playstyle isn't as precise as Alpine. It seems like they're razor sharp when they play on Alpine. They know where to be. They know where the circles are going to be. They know how to tackle everything when it comes to Alpine. But Purgatory, because everyone else also knows how to play Purgatory, they don't have that tactical advantage where they're polished and everyone else is sort of getting there. I don't think we can say everyone is as polished on Alpine yet. Anyways, who would like to go next?
Yeah, in terms of statistics, right? AV Radicals, they really just outperformed themselves when it came to Purgatory, especially with this final engagement, not just with the placement points, but also with the kills. I mean, 16 kills towards that final circle was just insane. And I don't think we have seen many other teams perform like that at Purgatory, even though they get into that final circle. Nailing 16 kills seems to be an impossibility out there on the battlefield at the moment. And this might just be an outlier, but it's the perfect kind of outlier for AV Radicals, because what they're trying to do is just put the distance between themselves as well as all of the other teams. But I hope and pray that we see this sort of a performance down at the grand finals later on as well, because whether or not they are going to get to the grand finals, I think it's kind of guaranteed already looking at their performance so far. But can they repeat this sort of a consistency down there at the grand finals? We've got 2 days, so even if they wind up slow, they might stand a chance. But the pastels is something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, sorry to cut off the break news. I'm like, definitely, we want to believe that's there, you know?
Yeah.
But when it comes to MCP Major Season 2 itself, like, the same people playing Tanamo, Raymil, and Wine have been in a team. It's only one person that's going to be different, which in this case is going to be Retooth, right? So, they have been #1 in the league entire month.
Yeah.
And when it comes to grand finals, everything just splat. You know, they're nowhere there. What? Always the same thing every single time.
What about the theory that, so the reason why maybe some of these, I think we've said this before, why some of these league stage teams tend to struggle, or sometimes will struggle in the grand final, it's that normally that's when the competition decide to change up their strategy, right? Like in the league stage, you want to try and maintain consistency so that you're within top 12. But that's when you have to pull out the big guns, right? When grand finals comes out, you've got to make something change. It includes changing your drop points, being risky and hot dropping other teams. And so because everyone's playing consistently, it's probably going to be much easier to play as aggressively as AV, just because they know, or at least it's most likely, this team's going to be here, this team's going to be here, this team will most likely be here. We know where we want to path. So that uncertainty is probably going to be one of the biggest factors for AV Radicals' performance when it comes to grand finals. Is there going to be enough unpredictability that they can't pull their signature style?
I mean, like, what we should really worry about right now is not the teams that are actually in the top spot. We're supposed to, like, focus more towards the teams that will be relegated later on. I have a bad feeling about this. Definitely, in this case, Warby, you're not doing so great, you know? We kind of sort of have a gist of idea that this team definitely will be at the bottom, will always be the victims, will always be the smaller fish. Now, what they need to do right now, because we still have a couple of more weeks to go, and, you know, it sucks to be relegated. Yes, you're always in MCPS Major every single season, but Are you there just to be the participants instead of trying to win something out of it?
Of course not. They're not just the participants. They are there to also give those skill points to some of the other teams. I mean,
Wow.
That's not how it works.
bottom feeders. I mean, it's the bottom half that makes the top half possible. Okay? Without the bottom half, the top half would not even be that. We gotta look at it from that point of view.
Oh, wow. That's too generous of them.
I mean, there's probably different points of views. Like, I looked at it a little bit differently. Yes, I think in every competition, there's always going to be the bottom feeders, the little fish, right? Because it's quite difficult to have a competition where everyone's of equal playing field, because you're asking for quite a lot to have a competition like that. But we also have to think of the pros. Like, even though you're getting these teams that always end up bottom 2, bottom 3, this is also a learning experience for them. But I'm very sure after the tournament, they're very rarely, or maybe if not ever, going to have another chance to scrim with these top tier teams. And so this is going to help them ultimately moving forward. And not just them, but if you think about it, any teams that scrim against them will also benefit. So you're technically sharing the skill, you're sharing the knowledge, so that at the end of the day, you're pushing up the entire scene. Somebody has to learn from somebody, and it doesn't matter where on the hierarchy you're learning from, because at the end of the day, you're learning from somebody higher up.
I'm learning from you guys today. Thank you.
You've been too humble from the very start of the show, right? And I was waiting to see what you could do out there on the battlefield. And I tell you, Choo Choo, I'm absolutely in love with your casting style. I think, it's not just with the information that's thrown out there. Sometimes it's the energy. Sometimes it's feeling the emotions of the battles. And I think I'm really liking this. It's I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you, the mustachio is going to be a thing.
So you're pretty much liking like how you like wine today, right?
Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh, God.
But I'm loving the fact that we're looking over a different MVP this time. It's so hard for us to actually say Ray Meal, because it's always this under the spotlight. It's always wine.
Yeah.
It's always Tanamo. And this time we've got a different player entirely.
And that's a good thing. But what we don't have is a player from a different team. It's just
Eventually, it's just going to be eventually every player on the team's going to have spotlight, right? It's like, oh, okay, who's left? The manager. Okay, let's put the manager at the screen.
The subs, Pipanda, you put him in as well. I think there will be one day here, one day possibly.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be the possibility, but it's something I find very peculiar, and it's a good peculiar for AB Radicals. It's like if we've seen everyone get MVP, and the damage output has been more or less the same. Like, that's impressive. That just goes to show that the team in general, not only does everyone have high damage output, but it's consistently across the board, so that in situations where we do see players on AB Radicals actually being taken out, they don't have to worry about sitting on somebody's shoulders that's doing all the damage, right? It's like we can rely on everybody. So, we've lost this person. We've lost this person. We're a duo now. That doesn't matter. The firepower hasn't changed. So it just, AB Radicals, I really appreciate them for this, because overall the team lift each other up.
True.
And you also got to appreciate the fact that they bounce back very fast, because in round 6, guess how many points they picked up from Purgatory? They picked up a solid cigar, just 1 point.
Yeah, I remember that one.
and here they are with 18 slays, 26 points overall. AB Radicals, even without the booyah, they dominate this final round.
Booyah? What for?
What's a booyah?
What do we need booyah for? When we can get number 1, we doubt it anyway. Look at this. 18. Is this the highest today? 40 kills.
Today, I think we had 20, right? For AB Radicals?
I believe, yes, we definitely had 20, and that was AB Radicals as well.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm like,
look, I think AB Radicals is just one of the teams where they just set a really high bar, and it's very difficult for anyone to meet the expectations of that bar, let alone exceed. Oh, man, I feel bad for everybody else that's playing.
X-Ben was really kind of having a bit of a progress today, but just this round is just not a good close for them. And this is what I asked earlier. I think AJ kind of didn't get my question in the cast. Where I asked, when it comes to a 4v4, X-Ben versus AB Radicals, who do you think will actually win?
Oh, AB Radicals, hands down.
Danny, you're going to agree with that?
I think right now, yeah. I mean, look at the total kills, Choo-Choo. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. But I also think we need to consider the maps that are being played, because we're clearly seeing discrepancies between the teams when it comes to the map pools in general. Like AB Radicals, they love Purgatory and Alpine days just because Alpine is their map. Whereas Expand, we saw them play much better on Bermuda and Kalahari, and I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not Expand can actually close this gap tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow is Bermuda and Bermuda and Kalahari day.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, Expand just... Some people would say, like, oh, they're playing bad today. Technically, they're doing okay. I mean, they're top 3, so leave them alone. But tomorrow, I definitely am expecting more from Expand, because this is supposed to be their 2 maps. So let's not think that Expand...
I'm expecting something from Axis. I'm waiting for their comeback.
Really?
And I mean, they were quite superb when it came to the combo of Bermuda and Kalahari, right? And I mean, although the storyline of which group does well against which group, for me personally, it has to kind of skew towards which team does well on which map. And Axis Esports have just been so uncomfortable today as well as the second day of last week, because all we've been doing is just rotating from Purgatory to Alpine, and they're like, bila lah korang nak tukar map balik? So tomorrow, Axis tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. The unfortunate news, though, is that tomorrow it's only 7 rounds.
Yeah.
So somebody's kind of going to get scuffed in terms of the number of games that's being played. But I am looking forward to tomorrow, right? Because things are definitely going to change. Maps playing a massive role in how these teams generally play. But it looks like this is going to be the end of the broadcast. Firstly, thank you to everybody that tuned in. It was amazing having all of you. We hope you enjoyed all these amazing games. Thank you to Choo-Choo and AJ. You guys rocked today. Choo-Choo, how was your first day of MCPS?
I had fun. I had fun dissing over the players. Like, that's nobody's
Welcome to the team.
So yeah, I'm having a great day today. Thank you, guys.
That's good to hear. Well, we're going to have you again tomorrow, and it's going to be a different map as well. So you're going to be in for a completely brand new experience. But that's going to be it for us. Thank you, Choo-Choo. Thank you, AJ. And again, thank you to all of our viewers. We're going to see you tomorrow for a completely different round, as it's no more Purgatory, it's no more Alpine. We've had a lot of that today. It's going to be Kalahari and Bermuda, the classics. But we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. As for us, we're going to say sayonara.